That's not going in there, is it?
How do you make money for nothing?
Ooh, that's got lovely legs.
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
I'm now going to swan off.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I turn that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
let's brainstorm a little bit and see what we can do with it. It is absolutely gorgeous.
She can transform her finds into desirable,
I'm speechless.
valuable,
That looks amazing.
and hopefully saleable items. If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That's lovely. It's a lovely ending.
Woking in Surrey is where H.G. Wells wrote War of the Worlds. But today at the recycling centre, it's war on waste. Soldier of Salvage, Sarah, is here to separate the dreamy from the dreadful. Do it up and sell on for cash.
You never know what's going to come in here. Follow me. We're going to find something fabulous.
Sarah needs to rescue 3 beauties from these bins that she thinks have the potential for profit. But don't you rush down your local tit, as Sarah has special permission to be here.
It is like a scrum up here, but I'm game on. I'm going to try and convert as many bits of rubbish as possible.
Keep your eye on the ball, Sarah. There might be something of interest in Christine's boot.
Hi there. Hello.
Hello.
I like the look of these.
There you go.
Ah, deck chairs. Makes me all nostalgic for my childhood holidays in Torquay.
They look really sweet. Have you had them a long time?
I have had them a long time and I've painted them, as you can see, just to make them look a bit brighter.
Well, they look lovely. Where did they come from originally? Were they new?
They weren't new, no, that's why they were painted. They're very old, actually, but they do still work.
The design for a portable adjustable chair was patented in 1886 by John Thomas Moore, who went on to manufacture the seaside seating in Macclesfield.
If it'd be OK to take them away, can I come and show you if I can do something with them?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be lovely. Happy clearing. Thank you so much for letting me have them.
OK, you're welcome.
Bye-bye.
OK, thank you.
A fantastic first find for Sarah. Is Christine pleased to see her deck chairs avoid the skip?
Well, it's good to recycle things, isn't it? That's why we bring everything here, so hopefully she'll do something good with them.
The deck chairs will make for a quirky transformation, even by Sarah's standards. Any idea how they'll end up?
I think she might paint them and possibly make them into a table or something. I don't know. I don't know. Wait and see.
There are a few things more nostalgic and joyful than a deck chair, but these ones, they have definitely seen better days. Their relaxing beach days are over, and if there's any money to be made here, they're going to need a total refurbishment.
And Sarah has just the maker in mind for this seaside salvage. Rupert Blanchard is a furniture designer and self-confessed hoarder of anything old he can turn into gold.
I work mostly with reclaimed materials. These are found materials that other people have given up on, and I benefit from what other people throw away. But it's more than that. I spend a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of love in restoring things and somehow working people's rubbish back into their home as something brand new.
Well, you might have your work cut out making something for the home, because these things, I wouldn't even put them in the garden, frankly. Sarah's bagged one item, 2 more still to find.
It's bonkers up here. What was that? Was that your shoe rack?
Wine rack.
Wine rack. Now that's the right kind of size wine rack.
There'll be no Cabernet for you, Sarah. You're supposed to be working, remember? Luckily, you've spotted Delia, who's having a clear out. Might she have something transformation-worthy?
Hello there. Oh, hello. What are you dropping off?
Oh, all the stuff out the shed and all the garage, just getting rid of it all.
Oh, well, don't get rid of it too quickly. This stuff looks amazing. How long have you had it?
Oh, it was my father's, and he used to keep all his tools and things in there.
I think that looks beautiful. Now
Well,
that's amazing.
You
Now
like
have a look at that. Yeah, let me just pop that down there.
That was his from a bench.
Oh, I know. It's the vice, isn't it?
Delia's father was a carpenter. He used this wooden vice from the 1930s in his workshop.
That's a beautiful piece of wood, isn't it? All
We'll
that
have it
furniture.
if you want it.
If it would be possible, maybe to make a little group of the things that you're throwing away, if that's all right.
Yes, delighted.
And take them to some of my talented friends and see if there's something to be made out of them, because
Well, I like to find a good home for things.
I'm sure that something could be done with it. Please, may I come and find you and show you what happens to it?
Yes.
Would that be all right? Beautiful, thank
Yes,
you.
that would be interesting.
Sarah's got herself the contents of Delia's shed. It's hard to imagine what'll come of this lot. Any ideas, Delia?
Well, I can't think what she's going to do with the screw exactly. There's several things, but there are the boxes. Boxes are always useful. You can always do something with boxes.
What a great collection of really old stuff. Not particularly useful as it is, but the marks and the age and the wear on this part of the vice are just so beautiful that it's going to be made into something that can be decorative and I'm sure make a profit. And I know exactly who to take it to.
Meet Josh and Ollie, designers, wood experts and best buds. These boys really think outside the box, and the results are always interesting.
So I'm Josh, and this is Ollie. We work well together because we've both got interesting ideas. When Sarah turns up with whatever she's managed to find at the tip, it's like problem solving. So you're faced with a problem and you've got to then turn that into a product. And it's really good. It's difficult and challenging, but it's a good process, isn't it?
Yeah, makes us think of new ideas that we wouldn't have otherwise thought of.
Well, these boys will certainly need to rely on their imagination for this project. That's 2 items tucked away, but Sarah can't put her feet up just yet. She's on the prowl for one more piece of tip treasure, and this time she's looking for something she can revamp herself.
That is the stuff of nightmares. Look at it, crushing beautiful pieces of furniture that I haven't managed to save. Let's get to work.
Perhaps the contents of Martin and Yvonne's boot will be to her liking.
Hi,
Hi there.
what is that?
It's an old sideboard of my dad's. No charity wants it.
There is a fine line between the haters and the lovers of the sideboard. So would it be possible to
Yeah.
bring it out, have a closer look? I love the shape on the front. Oh, thank you.
It just screws onto the legs. There, Constantina, that's the unique feature. I think my mum bought it in the 60s because of that. Drinks cabinet and the drawers go in there.
I love the styling of it. I've never
Yeah.
seen anything with those lovely curved fronts on it like this.
No.
And I'm charmed by it's the cutting the lemon, isn't it? It was the martini moment on
It's
that.
the definite 1960s gin and tonic, yes.
Yeah. I think it's one of the most exciting things I've seen at the recycling centre. I love its styling. Please, may I have it?
All yours. Saves me throwing it over into the skip.
If I can restore it or do something with it, can I come back and find you and show you what I've done?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. Well, I think this is lovely. I might have to ask you just one last thing. Any chance you give me a hand moving it over to there?
No problem at all. I'll give you a hand.
Thank you.
Sarah is one happy customer. But does Martin think she'll make this 60s sideboard desirable again?
It just need a bit of subtle renovation, a bit clearing up at the top, bit of polish, new front on one of the knobs, and then you wouldn't know it's old.
What an absolutely fantastic find for a recycling centre. I think this sideboard has got bags of style as it is. And after we finish with it, who knows where this will go.
And with that, Sarah has her trio of items. Rupert will take on the pair of deck chair frames. Josh and Ollie will be tasked with the wooden vice and boxes. And Sarah will give the sideboard a much-needed style update.
Well, Woking has been really good to me. We have some fantastic things from this recycling centre. But now, the hard work begins.
Sarah's first stop is Margate on the southeast coast. A much-loved holiday destination, Margate was the first place to offer donkey rides on the beach. It even holds the prestigious title of Britain's best seaside town. Sarah's dropping off her dilapidated deck chairs to Rupert. Don't worry, Sarah, you can hire some new ones on the promenade for about £2 each, I think.
Sarah's on her way. I don't know what she's going to bring, but I'm hoping it's going to be a bit of a challenge, something new to me, something that I've never seen before, never worked on before. They're the best ones because you learn something new.
Well, where else do you bring a pair of bright yellow deck chairs but to beside the seaside? And Rupert. Rupert?
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, how are you?
What have you done? You've brought deck chairs to the seaside.
Where else?
We got loads of these here.
I bet they're in better nick than these, though, aren't they?
Oh, these are great, though. These are yellow. But how are you going to sit on them?
Over to you, I thought, on that one.
Right, OK. They're quite good. They're luxury versions because they had arms.
Do you want to put one up?
Right, OK. Well, I'll leave that to you because I don't know how to put a deck chair up.
Oh, it's really easy. It's, hold on, arms first. And that goes down there, and then that goes in there like that. Hold on.
OK.
You certainly don't make it look very easy, Sarah.
There you are.
There
Arms
you
up there.
go.
Whee! They're easier when they've got the seat cover on.
Wow. That's kind of great, but it's so twisted.
It's not great, is it? I did think maybe you could sort of stretch them out to make a pair of benches out of them as deck chairs. They're pretty much obsolete, aren't they? They're past their best. So anything you can do with them is better than where they're going.
I'm kind of thinking it would make some other kind of framework, maybe for a pair of bedside tables, just using the framework, not as seating anymore.
It sounds fantastic. A pair of Rupert bedside cabinets.
Yeah, I think you brought them back to the right place, back to the seaside, and let's see if we can get them back in someone's home.
Now you're talking, Rupert. We want those deck chairs to go from beachside to bedside. How much is it going to cost?
I don't know. This is quite a lot of work. I'm thinking about £200.
I'm really happy with that. 200 quid, 2 cabinets. I must be able to make a profit on that. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Can't wait.
Great.
Well, it's not really an obvious transition, is it? They've come to Margate as deck chairs. They're certainly not going to leave that way.
I'm looking forward to this one, but they're really rickety and really warped and bent timber, so what I've got to play with, I've yet to find out.
It's going to cost £200 for Rupert to turn those old yellow frames into bedroom furniture. Sarah could be onto a winner here. That is, if Rupert has enough wood to work with. Over to Sussex now, and just outside Chichester, Sarah's on her way to see Josh and Ollie with her collection of bits from the tip. And the boys are feeling positive. You'd think they'd have learned by now.
Sarah's on her way. Yeah, looking forward to whatever wonderful thing she's got for us.
Wonderful.
Hopefully we can turn it into something even more wonderful.
Well, this is such a lovely little time-worn collection of stuff. No idea what to do with it, though. Hi, guys.
Oh, yeah?
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Nice
How
to
are
see
you?
you.
This looks cool.
This looks amazing.
Yeah, I like the vice.
It is such a random mixture.
Yeah.
I just don't know where to start with how to use it all. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
In my experience, it's got to be beautiful, it's got to be useful, and it's got to have a mass appeal.
Maybe it could be like some sort of writing desk or console table kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that idea.
And maybe like use this. We could make a little like stool leg to go with the desk.
So why don't we go for desk,
Yep,
stool,
yep.
and hopefully some kind of little desk lamp as well.
Beautiful. Sounds great.
The boys have a sweet plan to utilise as much of the collection as possible. What's the budget?
I'm thinking 650.
Any chance you kind of screw it down to about the 600 mark?
Okay.
Very well done.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for that pun, we could come down to 625 maybe.
Okay, I'm out of here. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Give us a call when my exciting collection's ready. Well, that was a lot of stuff to drop off, lots of great ideas, and heaps of potential to turn a profit.
This is really cool. There's a lot of just good bits. Hope we don't screw it up.
I hope you don't either. Sarah has given Josh and Ollie a budget of £625 to turn that assortment of old bits and bobs into something saleable. It'll be a big job, but if they can pull it off, there could be some serious profit to be made. Good luck, lads. With 2 items successfully dropped off to our trusty artisans, Sarah is back home in West Sussex. She's ready to renovate her 60s sideboard.
Well, love it or hate it, to find a piece of furniture like this, well, that's amazing. Personally, I'm a lover.
Teak sideboards like this were all the rage in the 60s, often taking pride of place in a dining room.
I think it's got bags of style, and I'm hoping that with just a little subtle update, it'll become really desirable and the kind of thing that people just want to have back in their house.
The sideboard is structurally sound and in great condition. All Sarah has to do is beautify it. Her first job is to remove the dated fixings. Remember, Sarah? Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
I think I might have been going the wrong way.
Oh, dearie me.
It'd be so nice if they just came off, wouldn't it? Ooh.
Sarah wants to get rid of the orange-tinged veneer finish. It's out with the sandpaper and the elbow grease.
It's definitely looking a bit paler, but it's still got that unattractive orange look.
Maybe it's time to upgrade your sander. Ah, yeah, that'll do the trick.
Still orange.
Oh, maybe not then.
Nothing is working as well as this and a bit of elbow grease. Bye-bye bingo wings.
That's it, Sarah. Who needs the gym? Upcycling is a workout in itself. Next, Sarah starts to add some detail. She's using masking tape to mark out a chevron pattern on the doors.
Oh, this is tricky.
She'll spray paint over the tape, then peel it off to reveal thin, sleek lines. Well, that's the plan anyway. Accuracy, precision and a steady hand are definitely required to get this right.
The problem with choosing a really crisp edge, smart pattern is that if you get it wrong, everyone will be able to tell.
You're not filling me with confidence.
Well, I hope that's the hard work done. Now comes the fun. I'm going for gold.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to this bit. Face mask on and ready, steady, spray.
That's not good, it's splodged everywhere. Look at it. It's not supposed to do that.
Well, it looks like the hard work isn't over yet, Sarah. Don't worry, you'll get there. Let's hope. Sarah has spent £20 on masking tape and spray paint, but she's still got a long way to go to make this sideboard saleable. Back to the seaside, Margate in Kent. It's all hands on deck for Rupert. He's getting to work on the yellow deck chair frames dropped off by Sarah.
What a beautiful pair of deck chairs they are not.
Rupert's promised Sarah a pair of bedside cabinets. How's he planning to do that?
Now that I look at them, I have no idea how I'm going to do that.
Well, off to a great start then.
I'm going to start cutting these out. Goggles on.
Rupert gets cracking by dismantling the deck chairs. The frames are held together with metal rivets.
These are horrible things to remove because the bolt heads and the backs have been riveted together inside the wood, so I can't sort of dig it out. I can't gouge it out without damaging the wood.
The frames are over 35 years old, so Rupert will need to be careful to make sure they come apart in one piece. He'll need to save as much of the timber from the frames as he can if he's got any chance of making 2 cabinets.
Oh, don't like the look of that. I heard some cracking and it's just split a little bit on the end.
Those flimsy frames, they don't seem to be coming apart as easily as he'd hoped.
I'm sure deck chairs used to break as soon as you sat on them. And now this one doesn't want to come apart at all. Wow, surprisingly tough.
Oh, it looks like he's finally getting somewhere. There you go, Rupert. You're cooking with gas.
This is a pretty scary part of the project because all I've got left now is a big pile of sticks. And I did promise Sarah furniture. So somehow now I've got to turn this pile of firewood into something great.
No pressure then.
I've cut enough pieces to make one of these tables now. Hopefully this will make the skeleton framework for one piece. This is one big jigsaw puzzle, but I haven't got a picture, so not as easy.
Well, no one said it was going to be easy, though that does look like it's starting to take shape.
With a handful of screws, a bit of glue, and a little bit of labour, this will be something great for Sarah, I promise.
I certainly hope so. After some fixing, measuring and a lot of assembling, it's coming together nicely.
That's the rough idea of the framework, and it's not terrible. It's along the lines, definitely, of what I imagined. I've still got a long way to go. I've got to glaze the sides, put a base in, somehow make a top, and then I've got to do it all again for the second one.
No time to waste, Rupert. Back to West Sussex. Josh and Ollie are getting to grips with the wooden vice and boxes. Sarah's asked for a desk to encase the old oak drawer, a stool to be made from the wooden vice, and a lamp from any bits left over. Despite the hefty budget, it's still a tall order. What's the plan, boys?
Plan's still making a desk and a little stool to go with it, yeah?
Yeah.
So I guess the first job then is making the frame legs that we were going to do and like a carcass for the top as well.
Yeah, and then after that we can have a little think about the stool that we want to make.
Right, let's go grab some boards and get cracking, eh?
Yeah.
The boys are using planks of locally sourced English oak to be cut to size to make the frame and the legs of the desk.
I reckon we get most of what we need out of these 2 bits.
Ollie is using a table saw. That will give him precise cuts and minimise wastage. Once the wood is cut, it's put through the planer to smooth both sides of the oak. This creates a nice flat surface. With the desk frame underway, Josh moves on to the stool.
So we're gonna use this as the top of the stool and try and use this little guy as one of the legs. And then it's gonna be a 4-legged stool, so I'll get the other 3 legs out of this oak dowel.
Josh begins by preparing the seat of the stool. He's using a Japanese handsaw to remove excess wood from the old vice. Unlike typical saws, it works by cutting on the pull rather than on the push. very energy efficient, I should think.
It's got a lovely character and loads of saw cuts and kind of, you can see the history in there, so it's nice. But I think just need a little bit of sanding down and smoothing off before you'd really want to sit on this.
Yeah, Josh, I don't think Sarah will be happy with a seat that gives splinters. Ollie's making good progress on the desktop. This will hold the old oak drawer. With the wooden frame clamped to allow the glue to set, Josh now takes on the legs of the stool. The boys need these to splay out at a 30-degree angle, and it's all sounding rather complicated.
Just making extra doubly sure that this is all working out right, because you've got like 2 angles coming in here, and then also you've got the swivel of the bed of the pillar drill as well, so there's 3 factors that change everything. So if you don't get it right, all of these legs are just going to be all over the place.
The pillar drill cuts holes using a revolving circular press. With any luck, it'll be perfect.
Right, so that's that one done. That's good. Hopefully the next 3 holes will just work exactly the same. And that's all the complicated bits over, so yeah, chuffed that that's worked.
You're not out of the woods yet. There's still the desk to go. And didn't you promise Sarah some kind of lighting too?
Well, one thing in the back of my mind is that I know Sarah wanted us to make a lamp out of this, but at the moment we've put so much time into the other bits, I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
Why don't we keep that between us for the moment, lads? Best of luck. Back we go to Sarah's. She's about to find out if spray painting the sideboard has worked out.
Very satisfying. I think the chevrons might be working.
I always had faith in you, Sarah. When Sarah found the old sideboard, it was stylish but needed a serious update. But now, boy oh boy, has Sarah delivered. This classic mid-century piece has undergone a very trendy transformation indeed. Sarah's stripped the orange finish to reveal smart teak underneath. The addition of black and gold chevrons adds a contemporary twist, making this 60s piece swing. The painted black base contrasts with the body of the unit, while simple handles along with the gold feet bring it all together. Beautiful and functional. Good job, Sarah.
So what do you think? Personally, it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I mean, it did have a lovely, strong shape to begin with, but I'm hoping all that I've done to it has just enhanced that.
At the tip, Sarah was love-struck when she saw the sideboard.
I think it's one of the most exciting things I've seen at the recycling centre.
Martin hoped she could give it a facelift.
It just needs a bit of subtle renovation, a bit clearing up at the top, bit of polish, new front on one of the knobs, and then you wouldn't know it's old.
Sarah took to social media to post pictures of the sideboard in the hope of finding a buyer. But did she secure a sale? Now she's back in Woking to show Martin and Yvonne the transformation of their 60s sideboard.
Hiya.
Hello, Sarah. Nice to meet
see
you again. Do you remember
Hello.
Yvonne?
Oh, yes, I do. Hello, Yvonne. Come on out. How are you doing? So I was so excited when I saw you turning up at the tip with your sideboard. Did you wonder what I might do with it or anything you didn't want me to do with it?
Ideally, I wouldn't want it sprayed gold or silver, but on the other hand, if somebody's done something to it and it's improved it, then what can I say?
OK, well, it was actually something I worked on, and there's bad news, because
There is a bit of metallic, is there?
Tiny bit of gold.
Okay,
Tiny bit of gold. OK, I've got some pictures here to show you. I hope you're not offended. Your sideboard now looks like that.
I like that.
So it has just a few tiny gold lines.
No.
Oh, that's all right.
I like that, actually.
Really, thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Well, I've managed to sell it, and I've got the money here for you.
Oh.
I've got you 355 quid.
£155. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with this. This is actually going to charity.
All of that, you're
All of
amazing.
that, because it was my mum's. And therefore, I think maybe somebody else should now benefit from it.
I'm so pleased I made that money for you, and to give that to charity is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really good to catch
And
up.
thanks very much for doing it.
Oh, my pleasure. Any more sideboards you got, I'll be at the recycling centre soon.
And don't spray them silver or gold.
I won't. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Sarah spent just £20 revamping the retro sideboard. She sold it to a private buyer for an impressive £375, giving Martin and Yvonne a cracking profit of £355, which they'll donate to Macmillan Cancer Support. Back in Margate, Sarah's on her way to Rupert. She left him with 2 warped deck chair frames. But did he have enough timber to make the pair of bedside cabinets he promised her?
This one was pretty fun. I had a few things go wrong during the making, but resolved them. I'm happy with what I've made, and I made her a little something extra as well.
Ooh, I do like a surprise.
Well, it's a bit breezy for deck chairs today, so I hope that Rupert has come up with another use for them and transform them into something I can sell.
When Sarah spotted these retro rickety frames, their deck chair days were over. But now, Rupert has repurposed the warped wood into a stunning pair of bedside cabinets. He's used every inch of timber from the yellow frames, and he's added extra wood salvaged from the beach right here in Margate. How's that for staying true to the seaside theme? Rupert even chose sky blue paint to complement the sunny yellow of the deck chairs. I love them, but what will Sarah think?
Hello.
Oh, glad you're here. Come in.
Oh, don't they look like fun? How are you doing?
I am good. These were a little bit of a trial to start with, but I'm glad your initial reaction, you seem to like them.
Fab. Fun, exciting, really cool little things. And if they were inspired by those ropey old deck chairs, then, you know, I think you've done really well there. Aren't
Excellent.
they sweet?
The thing is, I had a little bit of material left over, surprisingly, because it didn't look like much was left, but I made you something a little bit extra.
A Rupert bonus?
Yeah, okay.
Go on then, where
Show
is
you
it?
this. Okay, so I have also made for you
Wow.
a lamp. Okay, so this are all the bits I had left from the deck chair. I bolted them together. I've used a lampshade that I found in a skip. I've had a professional do the wiring for it. I don't normally make lamps. I really like this, and if you don't, I will happily keep it.
I hate to tell you this, but there's no way you're having that. That is the icing on the cake for this lot. What a joyful thing.
The lamp complies with all UK safety standards. You've smashed it out the park again, Rupert. But how has the bonus lamp affected the £200 budget?
It was actually quite a bit extra.
Brace yourself, Sarah.
I'm going to have to charge you £260 for all of this.
I'm walking away with a profit all day long on that. Congratulations, you've stormed it.
Thank you.
See that? That's somebody who's just picked up the first ever Rupert table lamp. Oh, and 2 fantastic cabinets as well.
At Woking Tip, Sarah was chuffed to bits to get her hands on the deck chairs.
Happy clearing. Thank you so much for letting me have them.
OK, you're welcome.
Christine was happy for them to have a chance at a second life.
Hopefully she'll do something good with them.
Sarah advertised the cabinets and light for sale, and they didn't stick around for long. The bedside tables were snaffled at one of Sarah's barn sales. And the desk lamp sold to a lighting store in Cornwall. Now Sarah is in Addleston near Woking to show Christine what became of her deck chairs and to hand over some cash.
Hi, Christine.
Hello.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
So, I found you chucking out your old deck chairs and clearing out the shed, is that right?
Yes.
And talk me through those deck chairs. You'd had them for ages, hadn't you?
I've had them for a very long time. They're very old, and I decided to paint them yellow to brighten them up.
What do you think might have happened to them?
Well, because the wood wasn't very thick, I thought perhaps you'd make a small coffee table or side table or something like that.
Clever minds think alike. They went to Margate and to a guy called Rupert. So I've got some pictures here to show you.
Oh,
Made
you
them into a
kept them
pair of
yellow.
side tables. What do you think?
Brilliant. Well, it's good that they were something out of nothing, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, there's a bonus as well, because he made the tables, but he had a little bit of wood left over, so he thought he'd make a light as well.
Oh, wow.
So what do you think of that lot?
That's brilliant.
And I managed to sell them at a profit.
Did you?
Yeah, so for your deck chair, I have got £190.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, thank you.
What might you do with that?
Well, maybe a new deck chair.
Oh, fantastic. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Really lovely to catch up.
Much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Rupert charged £260 to transform the deck chair frames into a pair of cabinets and a lamp. Sarah sold the lot for an amazing £450, leaving Christine with a profit of £190. Result. With the revamped sideboard and the repurposed deck chairs off to new homes, Sarah is in West Sussex. Can Josh and Ollie make it a clean sweep with their transformation? The boys are confident they can.
I think we're happy with the result, aren't we?
I think it's turned out really nicely, yeah.
Well, I left Josh and Ollie with a real mixed bag of stuff to make things out of. I'm hoping they managed to make a desk and a chair, maybe even a light.
When Sarah spotted this collection of wooden bits at the tip, she was stumped as to how Josh and Ollie could make them useful again. But would you believe it? They've hit the nail on the head. Using the old vice and drawer, Josh and Ollie have produced a beautiful bespoke writing desk and stool set. For the desk, they've highlighted the age of the reused parts by combining them with fresh, locally sourced English oak. This contrast of light and dark wood creates a contemporary style. Better still, the old workbench drawer and boxes are now incorporated as practical storage compartments. Then there's the stool, made from the 70-year-old vice. It tested the boys' mathematical skills to the limit to get the angles of the legs just right. This writing desk and stool make me want to put pen to paper. But wait, where's the lamp for Sarah?
Hello. Hi.
Hey.
Oh, it worked. Oh, fantastic. Look at that. Wow, what's it made out of?
Well, it's all oak.
What happens over there?
That's the other little
Oh, how sweet.
compartment thing that you gave us.
Oh, that's not... Look at that, boys. Well done, it came together.
Yeah, we're really pleased with it, actually.
I bet you are. I didn't expect it to look like that. That's a much more generous desk, isn't it? Very clever, sharp piece of design, isn't it?
We aim to please.
Yeah. No lamp?
Unfortunately not.
No, sorry about that.
What did you do with it? Oh, my goodness. Is that it? I can't believe it. You naughty boys.
Cheeky. They've turned it into a mallet for their workshop. Let's talk money.
625 quid was the ballpark budget we left for it.
It was a lot of work, but, you know, we always want to try and keep to the budget.
I think you've done that for 625. I'll say thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'll tell you
Thank
where
you.
it goes. Thank
Cool.
you.
Cool.
Bye.
All right, see ya.
They're naughty boys, aren't they? Look what they did with my light. But I forgive them because the desk and the little stool, well, that's a lovely, sharp, crisp piece of design. Just what I've come to expect from these lads.
It's nice to hear her say, in her mind, she thought she was going to see like a tiny little desk, and
Yeah.
it obviously wasn't. Oh, that mallet! Oh, did you hear the power of it? Unstoppable.
Whoa, that would have made a pretty powerful lamp. Back at the dump, Sarah was onto a winner with Delia's collection, all cleared out from her dad's old workshop.
I really like this. I think it's beautiful.
And Delia was delighted she didn't have to throw it all in the wood skip.
I like to find a good home for things.
Sarah wasted no time in sharing pictures of the desk and stool online. And it was bought by boutique hotel Monacle Moor in Perthshire in Scotland. Owner Tom absolutely loves his purchase.
Absolutely love it. It's great, you know. It's just a very pretty thing.
Sarah has travelled to Addleston to hand the profit to Delia and show her what became of her items.
Hello, Delia. Hi there.
Hello, Sarah.
Very nice to see you
Nice
again.
to see you again.
I'm here because I said I'd come and find you if there was something to be done with your eclectic collection of stuff. Did you wonder what might have happened to all those lovely bits?
I could only think really of two things. Perhaps a lamp stand, you know, the base for a lamp, or perhaps the base of a table or something like that.
Those ideas were both things that we discussed because they really did lend themselves to the lighting. So I went to two guys that I work with down near Goodwood called Josh and Ollie, and after a bit of discussion they came up with an idea, and I've got a picture here to show you of how it ended up. Are you ready?
I'd love to see it. Oh! No, I didn't think of anything like that. Isn't that lovely?
Do you like it?
I love it. Absolutely love it.
Do you think your father, who obviously a fantastic maker, do you think that would be okay with him?
Oh, yes, yes. To think that after all these years, that, you know, something could be done with it, and I'm so glad I rescued it.
Well, so am I, and actually it's been bought, and some profit for you as well. I have got £74 here for you.
Gosh.
After we paid Josh and Ollie for all their hard work, but that's for you.
Isn't that marvellous? Oh, I think that's absolutely lovely.
I'm always curious to know, is there anything that comes to mind that you might spend that money on?
Well, I know there is a refuge for women around here somewhere. I have the means to get money to them. I think I'll do that.
Well, that is lovely. Such a generous thing. It's great that I happened to be at the tip the day you were there. They were lovely old things.
Yes, absolutely amazing.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for all your time today, and lovely to catch up.
Yes, and thank you very, very much.
I shall be hanging around in Woking Recycling Centre, hoping to see you again soon.
Well, you never know.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Sarah.
Josh and Ollie charged £625 to turn the old vice and drawers into a desk and stool set. Sarah sold the pair for £699, leaving Delia with a profit of £74. Sarah salvaged 3 items that were destined for the dump. Rupert made the sun shine again for the deck chairs. Josh and Ollie worked wonders for Delia's vice and bits. And Sarah's transformation of the 60s sideboard brought it into the 21st century.
Wow, well, 3 amazing items to find at the recycling centre and 3 fantastic transformations. And finding them new homes, well, that's just the icing on the cake. Out the whole 3-piece suite, are you?
How do you make money for nothing?
What have you been smashing up?
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Can I have them?
You're welcome to them. They're only going in the skip.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers,
I think we can really be quite playful with this.
I could make several mankinis out of this, couldn't I?
She can transform her finds into desirable,
That's such a relief.
valuable,
Oh, it looks all shiny.
and hopefully saleable items.
I love them. You are a gem.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Really can't believe that. That's amazing.
Each month, Whitley Recycling Centre in Surrey becomes home to over 600 tonnes of trash. This makes it totally plunderful for eagle-eyed Sarah.
Well, I'm back in the office, well, the recycling centre, but I've already been scanning for items that might be my next potential project.
Sarah's on the hunt for 3 items she can salvage and sell on for a profit.
What's that?
Before Sarah started her tip-searching quest, she got special permission to be here. So if you're thinking of coming to raid the skips, hold your horses.
I love horsing around with a tip. Come on, giddy up. Actually, enough horsing around. Time to find some real rubbish.
You could be in luck. Robert might have just what you're looking for.
Now I recognise those legs. That's not going in there, is it?
I was planning on doing so.
Really? Is that yours?
It was my grandmother's, but yeah, it's mine.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, Urkel.
Urkel?
Yeah.
Not your bag then, Urkel?
I've still got the dining table and chairs. I love it. My uncle worked for him, and my nan brought this from brand new, so...
Really?
Yeah.
Since the 1920s, Urkel furniture has exuded elegant simplicity. Early pieces are sought after. Well, the ones without big cracks in them.
Just before it goes in there, any chance I could take it away?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Why not?
Seeing that pitch up has absolutely made my day, and I like it because it's not that heavy either, is it?
No, it's not at
I'm
all.
going to take that. I'm going to say thank you so much.
No problem.
And I shall come and see you soon, hopefully.
OK.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's our first item ready to renovate. What would Robert like done to it?
I'd like to think that Sarah could restore it back to its former glory, but I'm sure she's got every intention of doing something great with it.
What a fantastic thing to end up at the tip. It's not in perfect condition, but this is iconic English furniture. But this table should be restored. It will look amazing. And there's definitely money to be made here.
Sarah knows exactly who she wants to take this on. Meet the 3 restorers, Johnny, Rosie and Tom. They love taking old furniture and making it like new again.
A lot of the antique stuff is nice because it's, you know, it's got a nice history to it. And most of them are family heirlooms, so, you know, they've been throughout people's families for centuries, and it's just nice to give something back to someone who can then enjoy it again for a lot longer.
Even when it's broken, these 3 can make stuff beautiful.
I really love it when we get a project in that needs so much work. So from literally from being in bits, like a chair in bits, you know, strip it right back to the start, maybe like take it apart, build it back together again. Basically a full-on restoration.
They're game for a challenge, but is this cracked coffee table a challenge too far? That's 1 item down, 2 more to find. And with the day getting on, Sarah needs to strike while the iron's hot.
Any old iron? Any old iron? Time to press ahead.
There's plenty to choose from out of Julian's trailer. Sarah's picked from Julian in the past. What's in store this time?
There's a lot going on around here. Whose is that?
That apparently was my dad's. I don't know from what decade, but it certainly hasn't seen the light of day for quite a few.
Julian is helping his mum clear her house after the death of his dad.
Would it be right to have a quick look at it?
Off, yeah.
The bike belonged to Julian's dad. He used it to commute to the train station as part of his journey to work.
I think it's got a bit of style. I mean, I'd have loved to have seen that when it was...
yeah, in its day, I can see it must have been probably quite a nice bike. It's got all the got a nice lamp on the front. I think it's all pretty furred up now, isn't it? But is that leather? Maybe even no, that's probably not leather. It's probably plastic. But yeah, I should have had a look to it in its day.
I really like the fact that it's a bit tatty.
Yeah, that's lucky.
It's amazing what I find appealing, but I think there's something about it that's got a bit of style. I'd love to see if there's something that can be done with it, but I'm not sure what it will be.
Well, you know, it looks like it could. It's got a bit of nice colour on it, isn't it? Underneath the paintwork's quite a nice colour, so I don't know. Maybe you can turn it into something.
If I can take it away,
please
do something with it.
If it saves me lifting into a skip, that's absolutely fine by me.
I'm going to come and find you. And I don't think I'll be riding to see you, but I will keep in touch if that's all right, to see if there's something that I can make out of it.
Yeah, I'll be fascinated to see if you can manage to turn that into something useful.
It's a challenge, isn't
It certainly is a challenge, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for letting me have it, and I'll keep in touch.
Yeah, no worries. Good luck with it.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Just when you think you've seen it all, Sarah takes a rusty, seized old bike. What could she possibly do with that? Julian?
I'm having a real struggle to see anything that's going to be salvaged worthwhile off that, but I mean, you know, there's some nice red paintwork on it, and hopefully she's got a good team of magicians who are going to turn it into something interesting.
Well, it's a sweet old bike, isn't it? But it is in terrible condition. I was hoping that the chrome on closer inspection might be a bit better than it is. But it's got a solid frame, it's got a sweet light on the front, it's got a bit of a bell on it, and a basket on the back. I'm sure there's something can be made out of it, but at the moment, I'm not quite sure what that might be.
If you think a bike is a surprising save, just wait till you see who Sarah's picked to take it on. Are you looking for luggage made from thrown-away threads? Then Neil Ragg is your man. Neil's had just about everything beneath his sewing machine needle, as he takes rugged materials destined for the dump and turns them into bespoke bags and high-end holdalls, each one lasting a lifetime.
I've sewn out of necessity to begin with. I've sewn to repair, and then you end up just keep sewing until somebody says, you should sell those. I love the creative side to it, the fact that you can take a fabric and then work from there. So instead of working from a template, a design, you actually get the fabric and you start from there and then decide, actually, what can this be made into?
Well, Neil, what if I was to tell you there is no fabric and that it's actually a bike? With 2 items found, the hunt is on for a third. One Sarah can work on at home.
Who knows where this junk might lead?
If you go walkies over to Colin's van, there might be something very sweet indeed.
Hi there.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Hi, I'm Sarah.
Oh, hello, Sarah. I'm Colin.
Colin,
Hello,
hi
good to
there.
see you.
That's
Yes.
not going in there, is it?
It is, unfortunately, yes.
It looks like somebody spent hours making it look like that. It's really beautiful.
My mother embroidered that. Yes, my late mother. And my late father was doing it up, hence the difference in colour between this and this.
Right. And then the dressing tables go with it?
Tables, yes. Yeah, that's the top over there.
Wow. Should we carry it out to the front?
Kidney-shaped tabletops are a French design popular in the late 1600s during Louis XIV's reign.
So I think we're looking at a sort of mock Regency look.
Later, the design was copied by European furniture makers, especially in the early 20th century.
Well, it's great to see that it's all there, including the key, isn't it?
And that works too, that lock, yes.
It probably needs a bit of reimagining and a new look to it, but is this something that, rather than sending off for reuse, we might be able to take away?
Absolutely, yes. More
Brilliant.
than welcome to it, actually.
I have a feeling I might have to ask you to help me, because I think it's going to be heavy. Would it be all right just to carry it?
It's pretty heavy, yes,
that would
indeed.
be fantastic, thank you so much.
Sarah's got herself a dated dressing table and stool. What do you think she'll do with them, Colin?
It needs a little bit of care and attention. And I hope it goes to a nice home, a really good home, actually, because it's been a good friend to us.
So look at it, it's just not desirable. If this is going to sell for money, it's going to need a really clever idea to bring it bang up to date and a lot of hard work.
Sarah has her 3 items. Johnny, Rosie and Tom will crack on with the coffee table. Neil, I don't know what he'll do with that bike. And Sarah will try to bring the dressing table and stool bang up to date.
Well, the recycling centre has definitely delivered again, but it's time to take away the goodies and hopefully turn a tasty profit.
Deep in London's Crystal Palace, love is in the air. And Sarah's hoping her cracked coffee table will be a labour of love for restorers Johnny, Rosie and Tom.
We're really looking forward to Sarah arriving, really hoping that she brings us something kind of classic in its design. We don't have to add anything or embellish it too much.
Well, I'm here in South London with my fantastic bit of Urkel tip-find furniture. I bought it to Tom, Johnny and Rosie, and I'm hoping they're going to love its style, but I think they're going to hate its condition.
Really, Sarah? I can't imagine why.
Hiya. Oh, hey. Oh, you're going to take that in. Thank you. Look what I've got for you. Urkel, what do you think? Something you can work on? Because at the moment it's got cracks all the way through it. It's got some really nasty movement going on here. That's why it ended up at the tip. Yeah. But it is a sweet, iconic piece of their design. They do have a very strong market appeal, don't they?
Yeah.
This one obviously is in really bad condition, and I have seen people paint them. I've seen them given a spruce up in different ways. But I was wondering if you fancied doing something more sympathetic with this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think being solid, we can really sort of take off all this old finish, get it sanded and make the top, look like new again. Obviously, once we've repaired the cracks.
Brilliant. Well, I think it's got some value to it once restored. So can you give me a rough idea about how much it's going to cost to make it saleable at a high price?
So I think it's probably going to be sort of 120 to 160.
Yeah, around that sort of price.
Well, it really depends on whether these joins want to go back properly. Because if they don't, then we might have to think of, doing something slightly different.
Yeah, but it sounds like you've got a fair bit of work to do. I think on that basis, if we're sort of around the 150, maybe a bit lower, that's perfect. There's money to be made on that. I don't envy you trying to sort these out because I know wood can have a mind of its own. So thanks very much. Come and tell me when it's done. I'll come and get it.
Cheers. Cool.
Bye.
This is exactly the sort of thing we wanted to see today. It's like solid wood, solid elm. Maybe a bit of a challenge, but that's what we like with these splits. But yeah, really excited about it.
Well, isn't it great to see so much enthusiasm for what might just be a simple restoration? But with that table, it's all about the condition. If that crack gives them a problem, then we are not going to come in on budget. And I won't make any money.
With a cost between £120 and £160 to restore this table to its former glory, Rosie, Johnny and Tom have their work cut out. Next stop, Marlow in Buckinghamshire, home to bag virtuoso Neil Ragg. Neil makes bags from just about anything. Old leather couches, tents. Well, maybe not just about anything. Honestly, what is Sarah thinking? A bike into a bag? This is going to be interesting.
Well, if Neil was just an ordinary, amazing bag maker, I'd be worried about bringing this old bike to him. But I know something about Neil that you don't. He is a scout leader, so I'm hoping he'll be prepared to take on the bike challenge.
Sarah's coming. It's always a challenge and always a pleasure.
I think you might change your tune in a minute.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. You've brought me a bicycle.
Bicycle.
Wow.
You can use bicycles, can't you?
You better come round the back.
Oh dear, not good.
Definitely seen better days. Do you work with bikes often?
I ride them.
Right.
But I haven't made a bag from one.
Before you say no, let me talk you through the idea I've had, OK? You ready?
Ready.
This was being dropped off by a guy whose father passed away last year. And in the panniers here are his train tickets. So I think it says 1982. So this was his old commuter bike. And I thought, how about using some really cool bits of the bike to turn it into some kind of commuter luggage?
Commuter luggage, OK. We can make some really nice, exquisite designer panniers for the bike.
Does that mean you're going to take it on?
Of course he'll do it, Sarah. Neil's idea of bicycle panniers, bags you attach to your bike, aren't as out there as you might think, as almost 1 million of us now cycle to work. But just how a bike can be turned into bags is beyond me. Neil, over to you, mate.
We could try and incorporate some of the bike into the bags so that the bike carries on cycling.
I thought some of these bits of the bike, like here, the lovely logos, there's a great badge on the front. I was just hoping that you could get a little bit of that essence out of it.
Well, I was just thinking of using the reflector. You want more than that? You want more?
I always want more.
You want more?
This all sounds lovely. 2 bike panniers made from bits of the bike. But Neil still has to source the bulk of the material to make them. So does all this come at a big cost?
Maybe you're looking at maybe £100 for each one, so something like a couple of £100 for the pair.
So when you're talking about it, £100 a bag was pretty much what I had in mind. So 200 quid for the 2? Always a pleasure.
Oh dear.
Well, that is definitely one of the more obscure projects that I've come up with. But I love the idea that Neil is going to recycle the cycle and it's definitely going to go on another journey.
This wasn't what I expected. It's going to be tricky, but let's see what I can come up with. Going to need my thinking cap on for this one.
Sarah's left Neil with £200 to create 2 upmarket bike panniers. Neil's staying positive, but this could be hell on wheels. Back home in West Sussex, Sarah has a little tin of something to help her work her magic. For now, she'll concentrate on the dressing table rather than the stool.
Well, this sweet old dressing table ended up at the recycling centre for a reason. It's really dated, it's got a sad white coat on it that really needs refreshing, and it just doesn't look appealing. But I've got high hopes for it. I think if I change the colour of it, strip it all back, remove the mirror, try and make it look more like a desk, then there's a chance I might make some money out of it. First job, ready, steady, strip.
Steady on, Sarah. Ah, you meant paint stripper. Handling harsh chemicals means it's on with the protective gloves.
Nice.
And the safety glasses.
This is strong stuff, so you really need to be safe. This is the kind of stripping where you need to be wearing more clothes rather than less.
Sarah's removing the many layers of old paint from the dressing table by using a solvent-based paint stripper. She's working in a well-ventilated area. However, with any paint thinner or stripper, always read the product guidelines, as it may advise that a respiratory mask should be worn at all times, or for prolonged use.
This is going to be a real challenge to turn into something that is saleable, because it's just so dated. I quite like a challenge.
It's the moment of truth. What will Sarah find under that paint?
Oh, great. Layers of paint.
Oh, more paint.
Well, no exciting reveal of wood yet, because there's another layer of paint under here. Well, there's a little peak of wood down there, and I think it might be beech, and that's good, because it would be pale and interesting and quite hard wearing, so fingers crossed. It's all made of that. There are layers and layers of paint on this where people have updated it and changed their room schemes. But I'm really committed. I want it to look lovely and I want to strip it.
I've got a feeling this could take forever. Sarah spent just £19.99p on the paint stripper, although at this rate she might need to go back to the shop to get another tin. In Crystal Palace, Johnny, Rosie and Tom are getting to grips with the classic, if a little shabby, coffee table.
Look at that.
It's coming apart. Should we see what the base is like?
So I think first things first, get this frame off.
Let's get this off. Yeah, cool.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Johnny starts by removing the legs to get a better look at that problematic crack.
So the biggest problem with this table is going to be how well this glues back together and whether or not it's warped out of shape. Hopefully if we can get it back together flat, then that's sort of crisis averted.
Urkel furniture definitely is well worth restoring it. At the moment it's very popular, particularly that 1950s blonde furniture look, very popular. I definitely think what we're doing is the right thing. We don't want to be kind of messing with it too much because it's famous for the design, it's famous for the wood. So I'd say, yeah, like keep it to its original kind of state.
With the legs off, they can now see if there's any warping in the wood. So, is it warped?
It's warped quite a lot, hasn't it?
It's warped.
Where it's just been detached for a while, it's kind of just gone like that.
Over time, one side of the tabletop has curled up at the end, making the surface difficult to join back together.
So this looked like it was going to be really straightforward to begin with, just a case of squashing it back together. But we need to make sure that everything's really flat, otherwise it'll either come apart or it won't be a clean join. So we have to figure out how to get it really nicely together.
I might need like bigger blocks across like the whole thing.
This is the thing, so I think.
After much debate, our trio decides to support the troublesome warping with lengths of strong wood and clamps. These will level the two sides of the split and help to create a smooth joint.
We're just putting these battens on here to try and counter the way that the wood is trying to move. Once we've got everything looking pretty flat, then we can worry about pressure this way to close up the gap.
Right, should we turn it back round again?
Yeah, and stick the
Urquhart has been making furniture since 1920. The beauty of their design is simplicity. Not a word that springs to mind when looking at that support structure. And the more complex it becomes, the more confusing it gets.
I don't know if we're overcomplicating it.
Yeah, I think possibly. Basically, we're just trying to put all our heads together and sort of figure out the best way of clamping it without causing too much more damage to the piece already. Once we've got this right, then it's a case of putting some glue in and clamping, and it's really straightforward, but it's just this bit is the sort of bit that takes time and effort to kind of figure out.
You take all the time you need, Johnny, although you've taken up quite a bit just trying to fix that crack. Plus, you don't even know if it's going to work. Back we go to Marlow, where Neil is working out how to incorporate bits of that rusty old bike into a design for panniers.
Okay, so I locked myself in the local brewery overnight to give me time to think, and the ideas I've come up with will be 2 leather bags, leather for the outside, and possibly see if the inner tubes from the bike are usable. So, like, inner tubes will be the lining. I'm going to use the brake cables for piping and lining. I'm going to use some of the fluorescent strips to add high vis. I'm going to use the grips for handles. Anything else I can find from the bike that is going to help to make this cycle luggage quite unique.
I don't think you have to worry about it being unique. Neil starts by removing the brake cables, followed by the wheel spokes. He hopes to use these to make the bags more rigid.
So far so good. I think I've got possibly enough spokes. I'm not sure how many I'm going to need to reinforce the bag, but not many.
The main body of the bags will be made up of leather from an old couch. For the lining, though, there's another part of the bike he can reuse.
The tyres are obviously no good at all. They're completely perished and gone, but I'm hoping the inner tubes have some use in them. Oh yeah, no, they're good. Yeah, they will be fine.
Rubber inner tubes are an ideal lining as they're strong, bendy and waterproof. Bit like myself. Next, Neil breaks out the angle grinder. And yes, those are swimming goggles. If you're trying this at home, please use proper safety goggles. Neil's cutting off the straight lengths of tubing. These, he hopes, will also work as part of the design.
So far, this is what I've reclaimed from the bike. So the outside of the bag is going to be leather, some black leather from an old sofa, and then for the lining for the bag, I'm now going to cut the inner tubes up and get them into as flat a piece as I can.
He cuts the inner tubes into sections and lays them out flat, ready to sew. Before he adds the rubber lining, Neil constructs the leather body of the bag. And the metal bars have indeed nabbed a place in the design.
Right, so it goes in. So the rack of the bike is going to go along here, and you just get a buckle, leather buckle, and we're going to hold it to the rack there and there. And that keeps the structure of the bag, the rigidity, the strength. It's not going to flap about. And when you want to take the bag away, you just do that.
Neil is on a roll, but there's still an awful lot to get put into this design. We'll just leave him to it. in Sussex, Sarah's finally got the layers of paint off the dressing table. As time is ticking on, she's leaving the stall out of the makeover and sticking to the job in hand. What time is it, Sarah?
Time to lime. But I've never limed before. Can't be that hard, can it? Oh, that's quite white. God, I hope it comes off. So the theory behind the liming is that you brush on this lovely white wax and it soaks into some of the grain of the wood and then you buff it off, but you still get all that lovely wood pattern coming through. I know what you're thinking. Just spent hours stripping it and now she's painting it white again. But I'm hoping it should buff off, should be beautiful, waxed, slightly limed, and well worth the effort.
When Sarah spotted the dressing table, it was dated and out of favour. Now it's totally transformed. Gone are the old-fashioned mirror and fixings, as are the layers of white gloss. Sarah's hard work reveals a beautiful beach finish. She's applied a subtle lime wax to give the wood a delicate whitewash effect. On the top, a contrasting chestnut paint creates a stunning leather inlay look. Overall, the feel is no longer fussy, but simple and elegant. Stripped back, it's gone from wedding cake to wonderful shabby chic make.
Well, I think I've certainly achieved what I set out to do, which is reposition that dated-looking dressing table into a piece of furniture that can go into any room in the house. I've given it a lovely, scruffy-looking top, hopefully so it looks like it's been made years ago rather than just finished. And I think it should make a bit of money. Do you like the desk? What do you think? Your cup of tea? She's my biggest fan. Do you like it?
Well, Bramble certainly likes the smell of it. All that's left is for Sarah to grab some snaps to show off online. When Sarah saw Colin with his dressing table at the tip, there was certainly a sentimental attachment.
My mother embroidered that. Yes, my late mother. And my late father was doing it up, hence the difference in colour.
And Sarah was happy to see that it was still in one piece.
Well, it's great to see that it's all there, including the key, isn't it?
And that works too, that lock.
The table was bought by an interiors shop in Marlow, run by a different Sarah.
Sarah's done a fantastic job with this, and she's stripped it back, and look at the grain on here. It feels lovely, and I think once we've dressed it up and put a mirror on it, it would be lovely as a dressing table, or it could even be a little writing desk.
Meanwhile, our Sarah has returned to Hazelmere to show Colin how his old dressing table has changed.
Hi there.
Hello, Sarah. Nice to see you again.
Yes, and you too. I said I'd come and find you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm very excited about that, actually. What have you done?
What did you think I would do? Because it was a lovely old dressing table and a sweet stall, but what did you think?
Lovely piece of furniture. I don't know, perhaps strip it down, take the white paint off, or maybe paint it white again, I don't know. But certainly it needed some refreshment, that's for sure.
I have some pictures here to show you. So here is your dressing table. And it has been...
Hey, my goodness, look at that. That's totally transformed, isn't it? I love that distressed look, actually. It's a favourite style of mine, actually. It's really lovely.
Really? You think that's all right?
Yes, can I have it back?
You can, but you'll have to travel to a shop to get it. So I have managed to sell it. I've got some money here for you, actually.
Oh, wonderful.
I have got £142.50.
Oh, that's tremendous. God, well done. Oh, that's tremendous. I wouldn't have room for it here anyway, so I'm glad it's gone to a good home.
What might you do with £142.50?
Well, that's pretty easy. My late wife died of cancer, so it'll go to a cancer research charity, most definitely.
I loved working on it. I'm so pleased that you're going to do that with it. It was hopefully a happy ending for a lovely piece of furniture.
Oh, absolutely. True. My wife would be happy too. That's wonderful. Thank you very
it's
much.
So nice to catch up. Thank you so much. Oh, I don't often get a kiss. That was lovely. Bye.
Well done. That's tremendous.
You might not get kisses often, Sarah, but I think you should. It's a great result for the dressing table. Sarah spent £22.50 on paint stripper and wax. She sold it for an impressive £165, giving Colin a fabulous £142.50p profit. That's our first item selling for a profit. Sarah's back in Crystal Palace to see how our 3 restoration whizzes have got on with the coffee table. Were they able to solve the clamp conundrum and close those gaps?
Well, I'm here to pick up my coffee table and I'm expecting to be wowed by its transformation, not because it's had a massive overhaul, but because it's had a delicate, subtle, lovely restoration.
It's gone well, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's gone really well.
Looks great. It's gone back together pretty much perfect. It's not warped anymore.
I think we've returned it back to what it would look like originally if it was looked after. It's still got signs of age, which is nice because it's an old table, but it looks, you know, neat, tidy, and the finish has come up really nice. You can see all the grains, so really pleased with how it's turned out.
When Sarah salvaged the coffee table at the tip, it was beaten and broken. Now it has risen from the ashes. The top is glued into one piece and the warping is gone, clamped straight to create a crisp, smooth surface with perfectly matched joins. Underneath, the legs have been given a gentle, thorough clean, and to finish, the whole table has been stripped with the varnish replaced by a wax finish. Goes to show a bit of head scratching, a lot of patience and plenty of TLC can restore a table to its former glory.
Hiya. Hey. I'm all right. That's not my one.
Yep, that's your one,
I mean, of course, I know it's my one, but that looks fantastic. It looks, well, I was going to say brand new, but not quite brand new. How did it go? Because it looks just unreal.
It was good. It was fine. There was a few issues with the clamping it back together. I think we had to do a few test runs before we got there, but yeah, it's gone back really nicely.
It's a proper restoration job, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like it was never damaged, and that was something that was worrying me, that I'd come in here and it'd be a little bit off and not quite right, but that looks like it's been looked after all its life. Did it come in on budget? Because I know that clamping and sort of sorting out all the top is quite tricky. Was it a difficult process?
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult because we had to trial a few different ways of clamping because it was warped. You clamped it one way, it would bend in one way, and then you clamped another way, it bend another. So we had to do a lot of just took a bit more time figuring out the method. That once we figured it out, it went back quite well.
Cool.
But it came in on budget, but kind of more the higher end of what we sort of quoted.
So where did that leave us on the money?
We quoted about 120 to 160, and because of the time and how long it took, especially with the sanding as well, because we didn't realise how deep the stains were in it, it came to about 160 in total, which is what we quoted, but the sort of upper end.
What you've done to it, I couldn't have hoped for anything better than that. It looks fresh, but vintage. It's got everything going for it, so that is a great job. Thanks so much. See you soon, guys.
See you later.
Bye. Well, I was after a perfect restoration, and that's just what they delivered. That Urkel is now beautiful, saleable, and really desirable.
It was a really nice response. I think it's exactly what we were hoping for. I mean, we were proud of it anyway, but, you know, to get her response after she's seen it in the state it was to what it is now, yeah, it was really nice, wasn't it?
Yeah. Back at the tip, Sarah was quick to spot the potential in Robert's boot.
Look at those legs. I reckon that's Urkel. That's not going in there, is it?
I was planning on doing so.
Robert was reluctant to see it go.
So you are an Urkel fan, then?
Yeah, I love it. My uncle worked for him, and my nan brought this from brand new, so...
With a family connection, Robert had high hopes for its future.
I'm sure she's got every intention of doing something great with it. So, yeah, I'm really pleased that she's taken it from me today.
I don't think you'll be disappointed, as the restoration is top-notch. Sarah went straight home and posted pictures online, and she found a private buyer. Now, Sarah's travelled to Midhurst to show Robert the transformation and hand over the profit.
Hi, Robert, how are you doing?
Not too bad, yourself?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
So you were dropping off an Urkel table at the tip. It used to be your grandmother's, is that right?
It was, yeah.
So your uncle used to work for Urkel, is that right?
Yeah, done a brief apprenticeship there, yeah.
OK. So did you think, when I took it away, what I might have done with your table?
Well, I weren't sure. I was hoping that you were going to restore it yourself, but, you know, I know also that you paint things and gather bits and pieces to them, so... not actually sure what you've done.
It's all right, I've got some pictures here to show you. It wasn't something I worked on. It was something I actually took to South London to a fantastic team of guys. They did a fantastic job on your table. They've managed to get rid of all those cracks. They have resurfaced it, and it is now a pristine Urkel table.
Excellent.
It did look amazing, and we shared it on social media, and it got an instant buyer, so it did sell.
Yeah, OK.
I've got some money here.
OK.
I've got a £5 there for you.
Lovely, OK.
And 130 quid there to go with it.
Wow, thank you. Oh, wow. Gee, thanks a lot. That's,
I love handing over money.
no, cheers, that's going to come in handy. Thank you.
Really? Well, you've just moved house. Is that where it's going to go?
Yeah, that's going on a coat hook.
Is it? I know somebody who can make you a really nice one of those.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Coat hooks. Well, thank you so much for your time at the tip and here today. Really
Thank
good
you
to
very
catch
much.
up. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
The cost to restore the table was £160. Sarah sold it for a cracking £295, giving Robert a £135 pocketful of profit. Back in Marlow in Buckinghamshire, Sarah left the bike that belonged to Julian's late father. Has bagman Neil turned it into fabulous bike panniers?
Well, what was I thinking? The last time I came to Marlow, I left my favourite bag maker, Neil Ragg, with a bicycle. What will you have made of that?
Well, this was a completely different challenge to what I'm used to. I've managed to incorporate as much of the bike as I possibly can, including some very personal touches, and I hope Sarah's going to be quite thrilled.
When Sarah picked this bike up, its commuter days were long over. Now, Neil has made 2 bespoke bicycle panniers showcased beautifully on the back of Neil's own bike. It's an ingenious use of materials throughout. The handlebar grips are the top handles, while the inner tubes form the internal lining. The brake cables are piping, the frame struts are fixings, and the spokes add rigidity. Neil's vision even includes a rail ticket that once belonged to Julian's dad. A wonderful touch and an inspiring design.
Sarah, hi.
Hello, how are you doing?
Very well, how are you?
Yeah, I'm really well. Where's my bicycle?
This way, follow me.
Now, that's not my bike.
This isn't the bike, but this is most of the bike.
Come on then, let's see. I'm so excited.
Let's have a look. So we've got the set of upcycled leather cycle luggage.
What have you used from the bike then?
So from the bike, we've got his old steel tubes, which were obviously from the bike and how you attach it to the frame.
Yep.
His old saddlebag straps. Obviously you can see the grip. We've got his brake cable as piping. We've got the inner tubes from his old bike with patch. We've got the spokes to create the structure. And I think you can see the last tickets he bought incorporated into the label.
I'm speechless, honestly, Neil. They're fantastic.
So that's how you...
To get all of that in there is amazing.
There's a lot of the bike.
Neil's come up trumps with this clever design, using so much of Julian's late father's bike. But what about the budget?
Did you make it on budget? I think they were £100 for the bag.
Yes, well, after all the angle grinding, it was just some straightforward sewing.
I'm blown away, honestly. I don't know what else to say. It's just
Great.
fantastic. Thank you. They are amazing. And just to think that bike is going on a completely different journey now.
Go on another journey.
You are fantastic. Well
Wonderful.
done. Beautiful. Well, I am blown away with what Neil has managed to achieve, but he has handed over the baton to me. I've got to sell them now.
There was a lot of the bike involved in the final product, so it was nice. It was quite emotional. I don't normally get the angle grinder out to do my sewing projects, so this was quite a challenge, but it's turned out very nice.
When Julian brought his trailer of trash to the tip, Sarah was soon on the case.
Whose is that?
That apparently was my dad's. I don't know from what decade, but it certainly hasn't seen the light of day for quite a few.
Recognising the bike had seen better days, Sarah wasn't put off.
I really like the fact that it's a bit chatty.
Yeah, that's lucky.
Yeah.
Julian realised it was a massive task to make anything from the bike.
Hopefully she's got a good team of magicians who are going to turn it into something interesting.
Yep, Julian, Sarah has friends who can work their magic. On this occasion, though, it's Neil who pulled the panniers out of the hat. Sarah snapped some pictures of the panniers to put them up for sale. Now Sarah's in Godalming to show Julian what happened to his dad's bike, and I reckon he'll be gobsmacked.
Hi there.
Hiya, how
Hey,
you doing, all right?
nice to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm really well. Now, I said I'd pop back and see you if there was something to be done with that old bike.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you think, what on earth are you going to do with that?
I couldn't really imagine seeing it turn into anything decent, no. So I'd be impressed if you've transformed it into something.
I have, not personally. I took it to Neil Ragg, who's a fantastic bag maker over in Marlow, and he saw the bike, wasn't that impressed to begin with.
Understandably, yeah.
But he likes a challenge, and I've got some pictures here to show you what he did with it.
Great, yeah, that's it, yeah.
Your bike has been recycled into bike panniers.
Oh, right, OK.
So what he did is he used some of the frame to make the structure for the panniers.
Yeah.
He used the brake cables to make the piping of the bags, and he's even used some little train tickets that were in the back to make the
Nice
labels.
touch. Oh, yeah, that's all right. Well, I wouldn't have seen the bike in there unless you pointed it out, but I can see now all the little elements of it, yeah.
So what do you think of that?
Yeah, amazing. I'm absolutely astounded that he's managed to turn it into something quite so attractive and useful looking, because it was basically a pile of scrap, wasn't it? So, yeah.
I haven't sold them yet. I haven't had them for very long, but I think they should sell well and give you some profit. Thank you so much, especially for your time. I know you're very busy, so lovely to catch up with you.
Pleasure, thanks
ever so much.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Neil charged £200 to transform the bike into panniers. With Sarah still to sell them, though, it could mean a potential loss of £200. But I'm sure it won't be long before Julian is pedalling away with a profit. Sarah salvaged 3 unwanted items from Whitley Recycling Centre. Colin's dressing table was given a fresh new look by Sarah. Robert's coffee table has been lovingly restored by Rosie, Tom and Johnny. And Julian's old bike continues life as panniers, courtesy of Neil.
Well, 3 fantastic finds that were about to be binned have been transformed into unique and valuable items. And what's more, we made some money for nothing along the way. Out the whole 3-piece suite, are you?
How do you make money for nothing?
What have you been smashing up?
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Can I have them?
You're welcome to them. They're only going in the skip.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
I think we can really be quite playful with this.
I could make several mankinis out of this, couldn't I?
She can transform her finds into desirable...
That's such a relief.
Valuable...
Oh, it looks all shiny.
and hopefully saleable items.
I love them. You are a gem.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Really can't believe that. That's amazing.
This is Walsall Recycling Centre near Birmingham, where Sarah's searching for tantalising tip treasures. And there's plenty to pick through.
There's truckloads of rubbish coming in here, and I know there'll be some beautiful finds amongst it.
Beautiful to you, maybe. Sarah's here to find 3 items to revitalise and renew, then sell on for a profit. And fortune definitely favours the cool, calm and collected.
Around here, you've got to have the patience of a saint. I tell you, it's going to pay off in the end.
But remember, Sarah has special permission to be here, so don't you just turn up at your local tip and start sifting through the rubbish, or you'll be the one getting chucked out. What's Graham got then in the back of his motor?
Wow, I love your legs.
Oh, hi. Hello there.
Hello. Hi, I'm Sarah. Hi there. How are you?
Graham. Fine, thank you.
I was talking about your furniture legs. But,
OK.
What is that part of?
It's part of a desk with drawers to both sides and front.
Wow,
So-
it looks fantastic. Is it all there? Is it broken or is
No,
it?
it's all here. It's just that we're moving house and we need to have a sort out.
Really?
Things have to go.
Well, it looks amazing. I'd love to see it out. Would it be OK to get hold of this bit?
Sure. Yeah.
So that's the bottom of it, is it?
That's the main part.
This desk was made by Beresford and Hicks, using materials such as veneered walnut and European ash. This British company sold to the masses at affordable prices and gave the Scandinavian market a run for their money.
That is a fabulous piece of furniture. I would love to save it before it hits the skip.
I wouldn't be against that at all if you can do something worthwhile with it.
I shall take it away in several bits and try and put it back together and make it into something fabulous again. Really lovely, thank you.
First catch of the day then, a desk. And Graham, for one, sees the potential.
Essentially, it's a solid piece of furniture other than the broken leg. So I'd imagine Sarah can, do a good refurb on that.
That's the plan, Graham. That's the plan.
Every so often, a piece of furniture turns up at the tip that I just fall in love with. It's a stunner, and I think that after we finish with it, this is just going to be one of the most fantastic designer pieces of furniture that I've ever found on a tip. It's beautiful. I know exactly who to take it to, and I can't wait to see what they do with it.
This trio of talented friends are the 3 restorers. Tom, Rosie and Johnny have been crafting beautiful pieces of furniture in their Crystal Palace workshop for the last year.
Our background goes back not too far long ago. Rosie and Tom met at uni doing furniture restoration. Me and Rosie obviously met way before that because we're married now, so we've known each other quite a while.
With their combined knowledge in furniture and interior styles, they offer high-quality, creative restoration.
No 2 jobs are the same, really, and there's a lot of problem solving.
We won't just say yes to each other. I think we question everything. So we always look at something and from everyone's point of view before we do something, I think.
I think we all bring different things to the table as well.
Yeah.
3 heads are better than 1.
And what lovely noggins they all have. But what will these 3 make of Sarah's broken desk? And can they meet her high expectations for it? Back at the tip, it's not always a success in this rummaging business.
You're not going to like it.
Is it rubbish? No, you're right. Come back with something more exciting, please. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, how dare you come to the tip with, something rubbish. Maybe there will be a morsel more to Sarah's taste in Maldwin's motor.
Hello.
Hello.
You having a clear out?
Yes, I am.
I like the look of these. What are they?
My teak legs from a Norwegian sofa.
What do you know? More legs turning up at the tip. These ones are quite nice, actually.
What have you done with the rest of it, then?
I carved it into relief carvings and things like that.
Really?
Yes.
I'm really rather taken by your legs.
Well, there we go.
They're a fine pair, I have to say. Well, I would love to try and save them from going in the skip, so see if I can make something out of them. Would it be OK to take them away?
By all means, yes.
So I'm going to say thank you so much, and I'll be in touch.
OK, thank you.
Sarah walks away with 4 teak legs. I'm stumped as to what she'll do with them. Maldwyn, what about you, mate?
She could make another stool or something, I suppose, or a small chair, a baby's chair.
Good thinking, but whatever it becomes, folks will have to go gaga over it.
Well, they might not be very big and they might be broken, but actually, these have got heaps of potential because they've just got style. There's something about them. I don't know if it's their mid-century charm, but there's money to be made out of these little beauties. And there's a whole list of people who I think would like to get their hands on them.
And at the top of that list are Lorna and Clinton, the junk gypsies. This pair are truly on board the eco-locomotive, steaming down the tracks to a greener future. Combining Lorna's upholstery skills and Clinton's design talents, they deliver quality handmade furniture with that steampunk feel that's very on trend.
Using salvage material gives you an opportunity to not just be cleaner and greener, but it gives you a chance to preserve pieces of history.
We're like yin and yang. Like, I love all the soft, fluffy, warm, clean side of it, and Clinton.
I just love the rust and the dirt and the grime. But actually, the collaboration of the two, that's what makes our small company work.
We work well together,
We do,
don't
mate.
we, love?
And what better to give them a run for their money than a pair of old legs? That's 2 items now saved from the skip. But where's Sarah? Ah, having a rest, are you? You've got one more item to find.
I know. I'm allowed a break occasionally, you know. It's quite exhausting trying to find all this rubbish.
Yeah, poor you. Come on then, on your feet.
OK.
The cheek. And she's heading straight for Ian's chairs. Hopefully not for another sit-down. Ian and Sarah have met before at the tip, but will she like what he's got this time?
How have you managed to get all that lot in one car?
A little Nissan, yeah, I know, I'm surprised myself.
You must be clearing out a house if you got this.
Yes, I am, yes, my father's house. He's gone into a nursing home now, so
Oh,
the
dear.
house has got to be emptied.
And that's your job, is it?
I got the short straw, yes.
He has got a really, like, 1970s kind of purple and green thing going on.
Trapped in the 70s, most definitely.
Oh, wow, I like that.
That's used every day up until he went in the nursing home.
I love it. And does that one work as well?
It should do, yes.
Oh, look at that. I like the chairs. Can I just have a look at these green ones?
Yes, yes.
Wow.
There's
Look
a-
at that. I'm loving it already. Can I take them away?
Yes, certainly. I'd rather see them used than thrown away.
Brilliant. Well, you've made my day. Thank you.
Welcome.
It's easy to forget how emotional a trip to the tip can be, often making it harder to have that much-needed clear-out.
I'm really sad to see them go because I've got a lot of memories of my dad around them. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see something done special with these rather than throw them in that skip over there.
Don't worry, Ian, you can trust Sarah to look after them.
What a fantastically retro set of table and chairs. 3 chairs, a very useful table. These will fit into the smallest flat or the biggest house. And I think these are going to look enchanting.
That's all 3 items collected. Johnny, Tom and Rosie have the desk to make over. The teak legs are off to Lorna and Clinton, leaving Sarah to work on the table and 3 chairs.
Well, I've run the gauntlet at the recycling centre today, and now I'm going to make haste with my waste because I think the money-making marathon is just about to begin.
Crystal Palace in South London, an area that straddles 5 of the city's boroughs and is a hub of independent art galleries, bookshops and furniture boutiques. It's a perfect home for furniture restorers Rosie, Johnny and Tom. Sarah is heading their way with the desk from the tip. Hopefully it will be right up their street.
Kind of hoping to get something, got a bit of age to it, something we can kind of give a new lease of life to and hopefully...
Make a good profit, yeah.
Yeah.
Come and see.
Time for them to see the goods.
What do you reckon? Yeah, nice.
Remember, bend from the knees.
So what do you think?
It's great. Looks really good.
Yeah, it's cool.
So when I saw it in the tip, I just thought it would be lovely to try and bring it back to its former glory. Nothing too complicated, because I think the design of it and the details, it's got these beautiful angles on the drawers, it's got those lovely legs, it's even got lovely positioning of the hand pull there, so you can... The whole thing I just thought was lovely. Can you make it just sing again?
I'd say strip it completely, strip all the old finish off it and then just refinish it, basically. I think it shouldn't need too much else.
It just needs to be taken back to what it would have been, which is just a really amazing sort of piece of furniture, a really nice design.
It has got one really obvious fault, though. It's got a terrible repair.
Yeah, it's pretty crude.
And how would you repair it?
We'll take these metal pieces off and we'll repair it with some wood. We'll have to let some wood in and then shape it so that it bridges this damage.
That sounds like quite a lot of work, but it is doable.
Yeah.
I think it sounds worse and it looks worse and it
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it looks worse.
Yeah.
The plan then is to completely strip the desk and legs, sand them down and apply a fresh new finish. The broken leg will get properly fixed and that unsightly metal bracket will be banished for good.
What is that going to cost to bring it back to its former glory?
Well, what we did, thinking around 3 to 320. Yeah. And all in.
Fantastic. Well, I'm so pleased you're going to take it on. I hope it comes out amazingly.
Yeah, great.
Give me a shout when it's done.
Thanks.
Sometimes in this game it's all about bringing things back to life rather than completely repurposing them.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the contrast that would have been on it, you know.
It's going to look quite different.
Well, that is just so exciting. I think that desk is now in the best possible hands, and I'm hoping for a subtle but really beautiful transformation.
For £320, Tom, Johnny and Rosie are hoping to bring the desk back to former glory. But I reckon that broken leg might be more tricky than they think. Over to Dodford, a tiny hamlet in Worcestershire. Founded by members of the Chartist movement to give working-class families land in the hope that they could make an honest living. Which is exactly what the junk gypsies do in their barn here. With Lorna's expertise in upholstery and Clinton's mastery of woodwork and metal, they are the perfect pair to take on Sarah's teak sofa legs.
Definitely I like to work with old pieces, lots of character in them, holes, dents, dings, rust. Dirt, yeah, that's where I'm at, I'm dirty.
Easy now.
Well, I've come to see Lorna and Clinton with my salvage sofa pieces. I'm hoping they come up with an idea with legs and I can walk away with a profit. Hello.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good,
Very well. That's nice, isn't it?
It's just a little lamp I'm working on.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I've got something for you.
OK.
What do you reckon to those?
So where's the rest of it?
No, that's your lot, I'm afraid, Clinton.
I have been thinking.
Go on, give me what you're thinking.
Well, I was wondering about perhaps making a big, long bench and you doing some upholstery on the top, but I'm open to offers.
Like some sort of sofa?
Yeah, or an ottoman-y kind of thing, but...
Got a little idea I could run by you.
Go on, then.
Got this trough. We could potentially have a little look at that. What do you reckon?
Sounds good.
An old water trough? What on earth are you thinking, Clinton?
Maybe we could do a shelving system, something like that.
I would slightly worry about it being a bit top-heavy, but any chance we could, like, try it the other way?
I'll flip it up?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
maybe sideways.
OK.
Do you want to put it up here?
Yeah, let's do that.
OK.
Mind your backs.
OK. Oh, OK, so you're thinking more of a sideboard, TV unit type situation?
I've hidden it. It's there.
Think of that?
Yeah, I think it's cool.
So I've got a hole ready-made for wires.
Would you put shelves or anything inside it?
I'm thinking a nice, just one wooden shelf.
Like a single
in the
floating
middle,
shelf
yeah.
in the middle. What about something like this?
That is looking good.
This rustic, hip sideboard is not to everyone's taste, but architectural salvage pieces like this are getting more popular.
Can you give me a price for this one and then a price for a bigger one?
Over 170 on that.
I think 170 is cool. What about a big one? Because I know these come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
We've got one that's probably twice the size of this. Now, maybe we could do that for all in £300.
I always like things when they're big. I think that if you're going to make an impact, you might as well go for it. If you're going to make the effort to put the legs on the end, let's do it. Let's go large.
What do you think, Lorna?
I think I'm with Sarah, like something big. Big is always better, isn't it?
But just how big is big? £300 for a unique and big sideboard.
Deal.
Great. Love it when a plan comes together. Give me a shout when it's ready.
OK, bye.
As Lorna is an upholsterer and there's no fabric in the plan, it will be Clinton tackling this project by himself.
I'm super excited about working with Sarah's legs, but I think this is a project I'm going to have to work on my own.
No problem.
Obviously with some expert guidance from Lorna.
Yeah. Well, things evolved really quickly in there. I think I might have just commissioned the world's first water trough sideboard, but I think it sounds amazing. Going big, and now I'm going home.
Going home? I don't think so. There's work to be done. For £300, Lorna and Clinton will use the teak sofa legs to create a water trough sideboard. Fingers crossed, going big doesn't create too many weight issues for those fine legs. Sarah's back home in Sussex, where she's about to start work on the yellow Formica covered table and 3 chairs that she rescued from the tip.
The more I look at this, the more I like it. And it's because I like it that I think I'm just going to do a subtle transformation on this. I don't want to cut it in half. I'm not looking to make a bench out of the chairs. But what I'd like to do is clean it up, paint it up, and luxe it up a little bit.
Better get scrubbing then, Sarah. She's using cream cleaner on the old Formica. Formica laminate, to be precise, is a heat-resistant, wipe-clean plastic coating commonly used for tabletops and work surfaces.
Well, thankfully, the top here is really not in bad condition because this has been probably knocking around since about the late 50s, early 60s. It'd be really difficult to recover this or to paint over the top of it. So I'm pleased it's coming up all right.
The Formica seems to have stood the test of time. The same can't be said about the wood, though.
I really want a crisp, lovely edge to this table, but I can't tell if it's going to get any better than that.
Sarah's going to paint the woodwork, and it's always best to make sure as much dust and dirt is removed before you get your paintbrush out. Looking good, Sarah.
There's one thing that's bothering me, though. There are 3 chairs here, and it looks to me like one's missing. So I think I'm going to take one away and just concentrate on having a lovely table and a pair of chairs.
Okie dokie. Sarah starts to take the covers off the seats to see if the padding underneath is still usable.
I'm just going to use my spare chair seat to find out exactly what is going on under here, to see if it's worth covering these or starting again.
They could have used anything as padding back then. What's the verdict?
Old-fashioned, I think material-based stuffing, like a cotton. So that's really good. With a layer of fireproof calico over the top of that, I've got myself a really smart seat base without spending too much money.
To meet modern safety standards, you need to use a fire-retardant layer when re-upholstering old material. Sarah is using a type of calico which costs about £5 a roll. So it's out with her trusty staple gun to secure it to the old seat filling. And then a few quick trims and hey presto, it's ready for a new velvet seat cover, which Sarah still has to make. Then she needs to line the other seat filling and paint the chairs and table. Best let her get on with it then. Sarah spent just £20 on the fire retardant material and the new seat covers that she's still to make. She's got a long way to go, but hopefully it's shaping up to be a winner. Time to catch up with Tom, Johnny and Rosie in their South London workshop, where they're starting work on refurbishing that old desk.
Shall we get started then? Yeah, cool.
Tom will strip the unit ready for a new finish. Rosie will do the same to the legs. And Johnny is taking the old metal bracket off the broken leg and will be repairing that properly.
Just going to examine the extent of how sort of bad the break is. It's definitely fixable. It's just it's not the best break we're hoping for because it looks like it's been broken once or twice before. So there's quite a lot of wood missing. It doesn't really hold when you put it back in place. But with some clamping and a jig made up, we can get it back together.
First, Johnny needs to clean off any old glue, and he's using hot water. If it's an animal-based glue, it should dissolve easily. While he does that, it's Tom's job to strip the old finish from the unit.
So I'm just putting on my stripping outfit now.
This desk isn't a Chippendale just yet, but I reckon Tom's got what it takes to shake his stuff. Take it all off, Tom.
So I'm just coating up the top here with the stripper, which will dissolve the old finish and make it kind of bubble up and lift out of the grain of the wood.
Stripping the unit bare should get rid of surface scratches, and Rosie is also giving the legs the full monty.
We've decided to do this just because all the marks and stuff, we just thought touching them in won't look good. So we'd better just to redo them, and it would kind of match the whole like newly restored look of the whole piece. Paint's coming off really nicely, so it's not too hard a task.
You lucked out on that one, Rosie. Look how much Tom has to scrape off.
Quite a bit of that finish has come off, which is good. So I'm just going to go over it with wire wool next.
The coarser the wire wool, the better to really get into the grooves, and always go with the grain for a smoother finish. And talking of a smooth finish...
It's pretty much finished. Just neutralising the stripper with methylated spirits, just to make sure that when we put the paint on, it doesn't rebubble up and strip off again. Oh yeah, it's looking good.
Johnny is now working on the fix for the broken leg. He's made oak splints to apply pressure to each end of the leg to create a smooth joint.
So the idea, in theory, is that when we get this leg cleaned up, then we can stick a clamp on the bottom here and up here and get the right pressure in the right places with the best possible chance of going back sort of neatly.
Looks like there's still plenty to do to get this old thing back to its former glory. Rosie's still got the legs to paint, Tom's got a fresh finish to apply, and Johnny's got to sort that wonky leg. Back in Dodford near Worcester, Clinton is about to start work on the sideboard. He's working on his own for this, as he is the metal and wood expert. The plan is to attach the teak legs to an old farmyard trough, and Sarah asked for a large one. Boy, oh boy, that is definitely large.
This is the bigger trough that I was telling Sarah about. Sarah hasn't seen this one, but we dug it out, done a little bit of a clean-up for it, and this is the one that hopefully will impress her with.
It certainly is impressive. First things first, though, he needs to drill holes ready to attach the legs. When drilling into metal, eye protection is highly recommended, and when dealing with heavy items like a trough, probably best to have adequate footwear on, like steel toe cap boots rather than flip-flops. Best not to copy Clinton.
So we can just basically see how it's going to look. So we use a washer to spread the weight.
The legs are made of very strong teak, so can take the weight of the trough. But Clinton needs to use those washers, otherwise the pressure on the joints could be enough to rip the bolts out of the wood. With the washers, the sideboard won't fall apart, and it won't be falling over, as Clinton has a plan to keep it balanced.
These 2 holes is going to give it a like double strength on each side, but it will also, hopefully when it stands, it'll have a little bit of give. So when you actually do knock it, it will have a little bit of bounce to to stop it actually cracking, as opposed to something being so rigid that when you push it, it just snaps.
Time to see if it all works then.
All right.
Success! Those fittings work perfectly. This architectural salvage look wouldn't look right in my front room, but it's completely on trend. And Clinton is cracking on, staying true to the plan.
I always try to work with what the material and the features that the material has to offer. Try literally to keep all the things authentic as we can.
Clinton has still got the shelves to make and wants to put panelling up on the back of the trough for safety, as it's full of rusty holes. For this, he'll be using wood from a table that used to be a door. Talk about repurposing. He'll also be using some longer pieces from an old ladder.
If I can get it right with the wood and it all comes together nicely at the end, I think Sarah's going to absolutely love it. But if it's wrong and there's too much chunks missing and dents and stuff, and I don't think it's going to work, so it's kind of in the balance.
You're not wrong there, Clinton. I can't wait to see how your water trough sideboard turns out. Time to head back to Sarah's in West Sussex, where she's adding the final splashes of colour to the table and 2 chairs.
That's better.
Let's have a look then, shall we? From junkyard trash to retro smash. The vintage Formica surface has cleaned up beautifully. The yellow now contrasts with the dark green and orange paintwork on the table legs and chairs. Sarah used acrylic eggshell paint, which gives that sharp, crisp look. And for a touch of lush, she's covered the seat pads in a black velvet. All in all, a striking and distinct makeover. The colours make the whole thing stand out like a cool and funky tropical insect. I think that's a good thing. Now, all that's left is for Sarah to grab some snaps and sell it online.
Well, it's certainly had a facelift, hasn't it? It's bright, it's now got a really hard-wearing, durable finish, luxury velvet seat pads, and this is going to fit into all sorts of different places. Just need to get it sold.
Sarah rescued the table and chairs from Ian's boot.
You must be clearing out a house if you got this.
Yes, I am, yes. My father's house. He's gone into a nursing home now, so
oh, dear.
The house has got to be emptied.
And that's your job, is it?
I've got the short straw, yes.
Ian was more than happy to let Sarah give them a brand new lease of life.
I've got a lot of memories of my dad around them, so yeah, it'd be nice to see something done special with these.
Don't worry, Ian. They're definitely something special now. The table and chair set sold very quickly to a private buyer who saw them on Sarah's Facebook page. Sarah's travelled to Walsall to show Ian the transformation and hand over the profit.
Oh, hello there.
Right. Nice to see you again.
Right.
How are you doing?
All right, thank you very much.
I'm here today to catch up about table and chairs. Do you remember those in your dad's house?
I certainly do, yeah. I've seen them for quite a long time.
I suppose you could say they were dated, but you could also say they were retro. Did you wonder how we might update them or try and make some money out of them?
Well, I'd be amazed if you could do anything with them, to be honest.
It was actually me who worked on the table and chairs.
Brilliant.
I've got some pictures here to show you how it ended up. Are you ready?
Yes. Oh, no.
Is that oh no, oh yes, or oh no, oh no?
That's good, yeah, that's brilliant.
Do you recognise it?
No, I wouldn't have, no. I think that's brilliant. That's excellent.
So I've sold them. I've got.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I've got profit.
Oh, no.
How much do you think?
50 pence.
50 pence? I've got 200 quid for you.
You're joking?
No.
No. Thank you. That's amazing.
What are you going to do with 200 quid?
Oh, I'll probably try and fight the children and the wife for it, but lose the battle, as always. It'll come in very handy.
Lovely to catch up with you.
Thank you ever so much.
Hope you have a nice time with that. Thanks,
I'm sure I'll manage to get £10 out of it.
Well, you take a tenner from me, and it's lovely to see you again. Bye-bye.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye then. Bye.
Sarah spent just £20 on the velvet material and paint for the table and chairs. She sold them for a cracking £220, giving Ian a whopping £200 to share with the family. Sarah's back in Crystal Palace to see the refurbished desk that Johnny, Tom and Rosie have been working on. Tom is giving it a last-minute polish. Hurry up, she'll be here in a minute. Are they pleased with the way it's turned out?
Yeah, it's come up exactly how we wanted it to.
Yeah.
It's a really, really nice piece.
We're really happy with it. I think she'll like it. Feeling pretty confident.
I'm here to pick up my designer desk. It needed TLC, it had a nasty fracture to the leg, and I'm hoping it's had some serious cosmetic surgery.
Well, if it's rejuvenation you're looking for, how about this one? The desk has now been brought back to life in all its original glory. After being completely stripped and sanded, complementing shades of wood now offer a stunning contrast between the veneered walnut of the main unit and the European ash of the drawers. Both have been lovingly treated with Danish oil, which gives a gorgeous low sheen. The teak legs have been given a classy, glossy black shellac finish, and the broken one has been expertly fixed and sanded, so the join is invisible. But what will Sarah think?
Hello? Oh, my word. Isn't it fantastic?
Yeah.
Oh, guys, it is amazing. Doesn't it look cool? The brass and all the bits.
The legs as
Came
well,
up
yeah.
really nice.
Do you love it?
Yeah, we really love it.
I'm going to be sad to see it go.
Kind of want to buy it ourselves.
Yeah.
It looks just mint condition. Wow, it's amazing. And, oh, the broken leg.
Yeah.
You don't even notice which one was it?
It's this one here.
You'd never know.
No.
Yeah,
That
no,
is a serious, serious restoration. I am so pleased. It feels like it's perfect now.
It pretty much is.
Absolutely is.
How much does it cost to make something look like that?
And we stuck to budget, didn't we? So $320 we said. Obviously,
Including materials.
Including materials, yeah.
I can't thank you enough for making it look like that because I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Sarah is over the moon, and no wonder. It's a job well done by Tom, Johnny and Rosie.
This piece sort of sums up exactly what all three of us love doing, you know, uncovering something that has kind of been hidden from years of just, you know, being used. So to be able to sort of present this to Sarah and, you know, and we're so proud of it as well, it's just been a really nice piece to work on.
How good was that? Those guys clearly loved working on that piece, and what they have created with that finish, well, it's amazing. I'm going to go all out to sell that for a proper profit.
Sarah rescued the desk from the back of Graham's hatchback.
What is that part of?
It's part of a desk with drawers to both sides and front.
That is a fabulous piece of furniture. I would love to save it before it hits the skip.
I wouldn't be against that at all, if you can do something worthwhile with it.
Graham was happy for Sarah to take it away for a bit of TLC.
Essentially, it's a solid piece of furniture, other than the broken leg. So I'd imagine Sarah can, do a good refurb on that.
I think Graham is in for a wonderful surprise when he sees how good that update has been. Unsurprisingly, it's been bought by a retro shop in Hertford. And owner Hannah is over the moon with a new addition to her shop floor.
This is a really nice piece of furniture. It's been well finished. I love the style of it. It's great. I don't think I have any problem at all selling this one.
Good to hear. And Sarah is now in Walsall to tell Graham how much profit she's made from his old desk.
Hi there, Graham.
Sarah, hello. Hello, good to see you.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Well, I was so excited when I met you at the recycling centre and saw what was coming out of your boot. It was a great desk, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's fascinating to see what's happened to this piece of furniture.
I've actually had it restored and I've got some pictures here to show
wonderful.
you how it now looks. in its new state.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
What do you think?
Yeah, wonderful.
There's good news that it's sold.
Good, OK.
And it has gone on, it's actually been bought by a shop who will go on to retail it. It'll end up in pride of place in somebody's house. So I've got some money here for you.
OK, thank you.
I have got a little £90 windfall for you.
Oh, splendid. Thank you very much. That's wonderful.
£90 that you weren't expecting. What are you going to do with that?
Well, we have a house refurbishment going on here, so I think it'll help us on the way, won't it? That'd be wonderful.
Refurbishing a house is like having a bottomless pit, isn't it?
It is.
So hopefully that'll go some way into that pit.
It'll help, thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. I know you were very busy when I met you at the recycling centre, so I appreciate that too. Lovely to have caught up, Graham.
Thanks for your
Bye-bye.
efforts. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The desk cost £320 to renovate. The retro shop bought it for £410. That's a healthy profit of £90 for Graham to spend on his house refurbishment. Sarah is in Dodford in Worcester to see how the old farmyard water trough has been transformed into a sideboard. Clinton did all the work, but Lorna's joined him for the big reveal.
Really excited about Sarah seeing the finished article.
A little bit nervous.
Yeah, quite nervous. Obviously, it's not to everyone's taste, agricultural salvage, but I really like the simplicity of it, so I hope that she just buys into that type of feel. So
You'll find out soon enough, Clinton.
Well, I dropped off a little pair of sofa legs to Lorna and Clinton, and I'm back to see if the plan has come off, because they promised big, they promised brilliant, and I'm just hoping they've pulled it off.
Let's take a look, shall we? Once a pair of unwanted teak sofa legs, but now a bespoke sideboard. It's a striking, bold design. The rough metal perfectly complements the smooth teak legs. And the trough's rust has been celebrated rather than hidden away. Finishing off the desirable rustic look are the reclaimed wooden shelf and back panelling. This kind of architectural salvage furniture is massively popular. And Clinton hopes it will make a striking centrepiece to any hip living room or cool watering hole. But what will Sarah make of it?
Hey!
Hello!
How are you?
Clinton, it's enormous! Oh, isn't it beautiful?
Do you like it?
I love it.
Genuinely?
Yeah, I absolutely love it.
I've tried my hardest just to keep it simple, because I think, because of the bulkiness of it, if you try and overcomplicate, putting whistles and bells on it everywhere, I didn't think it would work.
I think you've honoured where it's come from. We're not trying to get away from the fact that this is a rustic farm trough with that interior in it. And wherever that's going, it's going to have some real hipster vibe anyway. So they're going to love that.
It's a thumbs up from Sarah. But how much did the project cost in the end?
The condition of the trough wasn't as bad as I thought it was, so we managed to save a little bit of money. So as opposed to it being £300, it's £285.
Oh, that's fantastic all round. Isn't that good?
Sarah is overjoyed with the price and delighted with the finished sideboard. She heads off happy. How are Lorna and Clinton feeling?
I'm really glad she loves it. Really glad.
It's made it all worth it. And I was a bit worried about how simple it actually looked, so I'm glad she brought into that theory.
Well, I reckon they really pulled that off. You're either going to love it or hate it, but as a piece of recycling and salvage, it's a lovely design. And when it comes to sales, I think that might be more of a peak than a trough.
The teak legs were saved from the back of Maldwin's car.
What have you done with the rest of it then?
I carved it into relief carvings and things like that.
Really?
Yes.
That's fantastic. I have to say I'm really rather taken by your legs.
Well, there we go.
Maldwin had a few ideas of his own for what Sarah could do with them.
She could make another stool or something, I suppose, or a small chair, a baby's chair.
Furniture was in the right ballpark. This rustic sideboard is a true one-off. And it's been bought by a hotel in Chichester. Front of house staff member Ben thinks it'll fit in nicely.
Oh, what a great item this is. So well built, fits in with the whole country feel. It's just amazing.
Sarah's in Aldridge in Walsall to tell Maldwin how much she made from his old teak legs.
Hello again.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Really nice to see you. I said I'd come and find you because when I saw you the tip, I loved the look of your legs the moment I saw them. They went to a fantastic couple called the Junk Gypsies who specialise in taking things like your legs and mixing them up with old materials to make new stuff. So here is a picture of how your legs have ended up.
Good Lord.
They have been put on the end of an enormous trough to make a sideboard.
A trot, yes, I can see that. Yes, that's excellent.
What do you think?
I think it's marvellous. I'm impressed.
It's a very rustic piece of furniture.
Yes,
It's
it is.
huge.
Yeah.
It's gone to a beautiful pub in West Sussex and they have a lovely big rustic country interior and that old trough sideboard has fitted in perfectly.
Oh, fun. Oh,
Yeah.
well, there we go then, that's it.
A great place for you to go and visit
Right.
if you ever need to catch up with your legs again. And it's sold at a profit.
Well, that's excellent, isn't it?
£80 here for you, for your
Wow.
legs.
Well, that's something, yes.
What are you going to do with that £80?
I'm going to give it to the National Children's Home.
Oh, fantastic.
Well, I was throwing it away, wasn't I? They might as well have it.
Lovely. Well, I'm so pleased it's going there. Thank
Yes.
you very much for letting me have your legs. And there's a great pub in West Sussex where you can have
Okay,
a...
West Sussex, I'll
Yep.
try and remember that thing. That's good.
I'll,
Well,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
So nice
indeed.
to catch
Yes,
up.
It's really good.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye then.
Sarah spent £285 on the sideboard and she sold it for £365. That's a great profit for Maldwin to give to the charity known as Action for Children. Sarah saved 3 unwanted items from being thrown in the tip. And with a bit of elbow grease and lots of love and attention, they have been transformed and given a whole new life.
Well, 3 fantastic finds that were about to be binned have been transformed into unique and valuable items. And what's more, we made some money for nothing along the way. Well, you haven't got anything I can recycle, have you?
How do you make money for nothing?
Wow, look at that.
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Well, don't get rid of it too quickly. This stuff looks amazing.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
Don't know what to say.
Did you drag it here behind the truck?
She can transform her finds into desirable...
It's enormous.
Valuable...
Isn't that fantastic?
And hopefully saleable items.
It's just giving me goosebumps.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you very much. Marvellous.
When it comes to recycling, Whitley in Surrey has got it covered, as does our very own Sarah Moore.
I am feeling so lucky today. I can feel it in the air. Things are going to flood in here and I'm going to turn them into hard cash.
Whitley processes over 600 tonnes of household waste each month. And it's where Sarah has come to search for 3 items which she believes can be revived, in the hope of creating a profit for their owners.
I think that's brilliant rubbish just turned up over there. Right on cue.
You'd never be snookered with this amount of trash to potentially pocket. But don't you go dashing off to your local tip, as Sarah has been given special permission to hunt here.
Oh, look at that.
Could what's lurking in Dominique's boot be booty?
That looks interesting. What is that?
I have no idea.
Is it yours then or not?
It is mine. It's been in the fireplace.
Excellent.
Cobwebs,
yes.
and we just don't want it anymore.
I wonder what it was. It looks like some sort of hopper, doesn't it?
I've no idea what it was used for. It's just always been in the fireplace.
I love it.
Okay.
Have you polished it for years?
No,
Just as it is. So it's obviously made of copper, and it looks like it might have been the kind of thing that was feeding some sort of industrial or farm-related,
possibly, yes.
you know, or coffee
Yes.
beans or something like that.
Yeah.
I really like it. Can I have it?
You can have it. Yes, sure.
Excellent. I'm not sure which way up it'll go, but I'm going to say thank you so much
Okay.
and run away with that. That's
Pleasure.
brilliant.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Though Dominique has no clue as to this little hopper's history, does she have any idea of what Sarah might do with it?
I hope she's going to get inspiration from it and make it into something really special.
Okay, who knows what that is then?
Well, I don't like to be a smart aleck, Sarah. Well, actually, I do. It's a copper beer funnel used in the process of brewing beer in days gone by.
But I do know one thing about it. Metallic trends are still really strong in interiors, and this is a great copper colour. So somebody's going to like it. I just need to find somebody who really likes working with metal. Who will that be?
Meet Josh and Ollie, designer makers and best buds. These boys really think outside the box, and the results are always interesting.
I think what's probably most exciting about what we do is the fact that we have this workshop and we have like all these different materials that we can work with. So there's just quite a large scope for what we could potentially make.
Quite often when I'm at home, I just have like a little idea come into my head, and it's really nice just to then be able to come in. You've got all the tools, all the materials that you need, just to then be like, right, I'm actually going to make this thing. And that's really satisfying.
The good news is that Sarah's already had a little idea for the copper hopper, and it will look great as a hat. With one item found, Sarah's still on the hunt for two further finds.
I think it might be bad luck to throw a gnome away. You need to give a gnome a home.
I agree, Sarah. And he's a treasure, as is Clive. Is there something special in the back of his car? Not so sure.
Hi there. Having a bit of a clear out then?
Yeah, that's right, yeah, redundant furniture, yeah.
OK, what is it about the brown bedside single table that you're not keen on?
I know. My kids are all grown up, and so it's not of any use anymore, so...
And how long have you had that then?
Oh, goodness
pop
knows.
it down?
I don't know.
But you didn't buy that new. That's
No,
old, isn't it? That's old.
Exactly,
Yeah. What do you reckon? 1950 something?
Probably something like that.
I like it. I think with pieces like this, does it open? Oh, it does. Rather than you putting it in the wood skip, could I take it away and see what I can do with it?
Of course you can. Sure.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Clive's had it with this bedside cabinet, but what does he think Sarah's got in store for it?
I would think she's going to strip it down and perhaps use it for a child's bedside table or something. I really don't know.
What do you reckon? I reckon that was Harvest Gold and painted in about 1972. But it has got some redeeming features of pretty little legs, and I know somebody who loves this kind of thing, and they are going to make it into something absolutely awesome. Fingers crossed.
Emma Walker is a furniture restyler. She takes furniture destined for landfill, expertly restores it, and lavishes it with layers of luscious coverings. Emma likes to get to know a piece of furniture. Does that mean she talks to the furniture? That's exactly what it means.
The piece of furniture will just tell you what to do, whether it needs a geometric pattern or it needs to be told a story with flowers and birds. That does actually happen. The furniture starts talking back to me. It literally sort of comes alive. The worst thing that Sarah could bring me is a wardrobe. If Sarah bought me a wardrobe, I don't know what that would be saying back to me, but I know what I'd be saying to it.
It's not a wardrobe this time, Emma, but I do wonder what this piece is going to say to you. 2 items taken, leaving Sarah with just one to find. An item which she can work wonders with herself. An item which suits her to a T.
This is the one I like.
Yep.
This is my favourite one. How much use did that? Oh, it looks like you might have...
I use that extensively.
Leave the golf to the professionals, Sarah, and get back to it. Ah, I recognise these two. Sarah's met David and Vanessa here before. Have they something else in their car which might reflect a profit?
A looking glass. That looks fantastic.
Well, I think it was my grandmother's, and we don't have a place for it.
OK.
And it's kind of big and heavy, and someone's painted it, which clearly they shouldn't have done.
It's really cool. What else have you got? What are you dropping off today?
So we've got this, and we've got a sort of pot cupboard over here.
Oh, wow.
Which must have been in the old days when they had no plumbing, I guess.
There's not a lot of use for the washstand anymore, is it? It is a derelict piece of furniture, isn't it?
I think people put plant pots in them, do they, or something?
Yeah.
Or, I don't know.
Fantastic. There's something about the pair of them that probably they're both bedroom related.
Yes,
It
I
might be
guess.
nice to keep them together and see if we can put them as one piece or something, but they are all you could hope for turning up at a tip.
Good, well, absolutely. Well, I don't want them, so I'm delighted.
Let me take that one away first.
Right. Well, that's good. Job well done. More space in the shed.
And you can never have enough space in a shed.
Sarah seems to think these two very disparate objects might be a marriage made in heaven. I can't see how, but she's obviously cleverer than me, and so let's see what she comes up with. I'll be very interested to see the end result.
Look at these two. That is a pot stand, and that is a beautiful Victorian mirror. So I'm hoping the pair of them might be able to be married together to make one thing, or perhaps we just concentrate on this lovely mirror and turn that into a profit.
Sarah has her 3 sets of items from the tip. Josh and Ollie will work on the copper hopper, Emma will transform the tan bedside table, and Sarah will see what can be done to the washstand and mirror.
It's been hard work today, but well worth it. I am so pleased with what's turned up here, and I think there's potential to make lots of money.
In the tranquil countryside of West Sussex lies the workshop of Josh and Ollie. Their speciality is creating handcrafted items with a contemporary style. What's not a speciality of theirs is synchronised mallet juggling. But to be fair, what better way to pass the time awaiting the arrival of Sarah?
We're looking forward to Sarah turning up here with some weird thing, aren't we?
Some random bit of junk. She's found in the tip somewhere. But no, it is good. It does bring about like a good opportunity to design something you wouldn't ordinarily do, so it's good.
It's like a hive of creativity around here. So I bought the boys my copper hopper, whatever it is, and I'm hoping they're going to have some bright ideas about what to turn that into.
Look, I told you already, Sarah, it's a copper beer funnel.
Oh, hello. Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, good.
Nice to see you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, look what I've got.
Cool. Very nice.
Any immediate thoughts what to do with it?
Yeah, got an idea. You got an idea? I got an idea. Yeah.
Is it a light bulb moment?
Yeah, pretty much. You could say that.
It's just...
I think it's crying out for lighting, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
Perfect.
An easy option would be to just have it as like a hanging thing, but it might be nice to do like a floor standing, some kind of floor standing light.
I mean, we've got loads of old copper pipe. We could use that as the kind of, you know, its stand and then make a big old base for it or something like that. Like one of those big old bow lamps that you get.
Maybe we could do a concrete base for it. We could use a bit of black concrete dye or something.
Yeah, that'd be smart with copper.
That sounds amazing.
Maybe black concrete, potentially copper piping, possibly wooden floor standing bow light. All sounds interesting to me. But how much is this going to cost?
For us, like the idea that we've got for a bow lamp, there's a lot of work in that just to produce one lamp. What about somewhere in the region of £300?
I think that sounds fine. 300 quid, floor lamp, statement piece. That should be all right, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Looking forward to seeing how it turns out.
Yeah.
I love the surprise. Well, that little copper dish wasn't the biggest thing to arrive with. The boys have got massive ideas for it. Black concrete, wood, copper piping. I just hope they can bring it all together for that budget of 300 quid and create something really special.
Let's make some money for nothing!
Rarely am I lost for words, but what can you say? Sarah has left a budget of £300 to turn the old copper hopper into a beautiful bow light. With so many elements undecided, will the boys be able to pull it off? I've got my trousers rolled up and my hanky on my head, as I do like to be beside the seaside. Which is just as well, as Sarah has arrived in Brighton to deliver the tan bedside drawers to Emma.
I'll do my best with whatever she brings me. I will do. I'm sure it's going to be fine. I know it's going to be fine.
Well, I bought my bedside cabinet to Brighton. It's in a sorry state at the moment, and I'm hoping Emma is going to take on the challenge to make it beautiful again.
Beautiful again? Sounds like a big arse to me.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine, how are you?
I'm all right. I bought something little and in need of help.
Ah, I love those sweet little atomic legs.
It's one little cupboard that was going to be crushed that I just thought needed to be given a new lease of life. What kind of thing have you done with this before? What ideas do you have?
I am thinking ordnance survey map with a coastline on it somewhere, hopefully so it travels all around. Because I live in Brighton, I quite often do Brighton, all the Brighton coast, Shoreham to Eastbourne, Beachy Head. I think I've got some maps actually. So you can see that's the width of it, and it will just, so I might just be able to use the one map.
Yeah, you're in.
And then up the top as well, possibly at the back, maybe inside, or maybe another colour inside. But there you see, you have the coastline, you've got the lovely blue of the coastline.
Yeah.
The plan is to put these dowdy old drawers back on the map. And that sounds like a lot of work. How much is it going to cost?
Not sure what I'll do with the inside yet, and I'll do the insides of the drawers as well. It will be a smart piece. But for you, oh gosh, I can do it for £100.
£100, I'm going to see a profit. And more importantly, the brown is going to be banished and we're going to end up with
The
something.
brown will definitely be... You won't recognise it. Well, you will, but you won't. It's that I'd like one of them myself.
Lovely. Well, I think that you won't be alone, so I'm going to say thank you so much.
You're very welcome, thank you.
Good luck with getting that
nice,
onto there.
tidy piece to be getting on with.
Oh, that seemed to go well.
Nice. I think, you know, I can see that that's just going to turn out quite the ticket. Happy with that.
Well, who'd have thought you'd get such a passionate response about a small brown side cabinet? Emma's got the idea nailed, and I think she's going to make it look fantastic.
£100 will map out a fabulous new future for those drab little drawers. But will Brighton mark the spot when it comes to a profit? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most creative of them all? Back home in Sussex, Sarah's decided that the washstand is likely to sell in its original condition, so she's going to concentrate on the dressing table mirror.
Well, as it stands, this dressing table mirror is just not commercial, so I think I'm going to try and give it a really lovely new lease of life, inject some colour, a bit of paint, and hopefully turn it into something that's saleable. But before I start, I need to dismantle the mirror and also try and sand it down a bit to get a good surface to paint on. This has had so many coats of paint, I can't even get a screwdriver into the screws, let alone undo them. I thought this was going to be a bit of fun, but I think it might be more hard work than I was thinking about.
Come on, Sarah, persevere. You've only just started.
Well, that's great. It's finally in two pieces. And I've got this idea, turning it from white, pale, not very interesting, into dark and really handsome. And I'm hoping with a bit of floral colour on top, it might really pop. So I've got some card here, because I want to try and work out the designs before I begin, so I know that the whole idea is actually going to work.
It's a good idea to try out designs before rushing headlong into applying paint. Gauging size and scale helps when designing the layout.
I think if I get the colours really bright on this, I think it'll work. Let's give it a go. Black first. Bit of sanding down to do though.
Sarah's using wire wool to sand down the mirror.
I just want to really soften up all these knocks and dings on here. You certainly don't want to be breathing in this paint because you can pretty much guarantee it's not the kind of thing you really want to be breathing in.
Up until the 1960s, lead was widely used when making paint, and lead is, of course, a toxin if inhaled. The easiest and safest way to deal with lead-based paint, if it's in good condition, is to seal it with an overcoating of modern paint. But if it does need to be removed, it's vital to wear a good quality breathing filter.
This is multi-surface paint. That's what it says on the tin, and that's what it does. And it provides this fantastic cover-all effect that means that you can make something really scruffy look really cool. I hate painting. I'm useless at painting. It takes consistency, patience, diligence.
With Sarah deciding that the washstand will sell without work, it's only the paint for the mirror to pay for. And at just £5, that could mean a potential profit. "10 miles away from Sarah in Halnaker, Josh and Ollie have been left with the copper hopper. And the boys are well underway with the design process. Their initial thought was to make the stand of the lamp from salvaged copper pipe, but it looks like there's been a change of heart.
It would have been good to use the pipe, but one, it's really difficult to get a clean bend on it, and two, you're really limited with what you've got here, so it might be a bit kind of like chaotic and not very tidy. So I think we're just going to make up a wooden one.
All right, shall we clear away those pipes then?
Yeah, OK.
Copper is no longer to be the showstopper of this lamp design. The boys will now create the stand from wood instead. That's one way of clearing up.
All right then, Milne.
Concrete.
Let's get these mixed up.
Yeah. Better get the old beast.
Yeah, again, cracking.
The Beast, that's a strange name for what's simply a mains-powered handheld mixer used to mix the concrete for the lamp base. For the lamp to be stable, the boys are creating a polished concrete base. They will colour it black using concrete dye added to the mixture. And yes, probably best to avoid the head banging.
That's an age-old technique handed down through generations for getting bubbles out of concrete.
If you say so, Josh. With a dustbin being used as the mould, the time the concrete takes to set allows the boys to attack the wooden stand, and they have an ambitious plan.
This process is going to be called laminating, so we'll make up loads of strips like this out of our oak, and then we're going to plot out the shape on this board. We'll then glue all of these strips together while they're in that shape. And once the glue's gone completely hard, you should be left with the shape that you want. So that's the plan. We've never done this before, so it could go horribly wrong, but should be all right.
The lamp stand is to be a beautiful oak curve created by cutting the oak thin enough to flex. Then they'll glue together the thinly cut strips using a homemade mould to hold it in shape while it sets.
Make an icing.
So we're using cascamite to glue up the wood, which is like a powdered glue. So you mix it with water and then just paint it on.
The boys apply a thin layer of the synthetic resin glue to each of the 8 strips of oak. They hope this will hold the shape rigid once it's dry. Time is of the essence at this critical stage, as they still have to clamp the wood sandwich to their homemade jig before the glue begins to set.
Gluing up's always really stressful, especially when it's like this. That's the most clamps I've ever used, I think. But I think it looks promising, so fingers crossed.
We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
A good day's work, gentlemen. I just hope for you and the budget it's still a success in the morning. Brighton is famous for its pier, its rock, Graham Greene novels, mods and rockers, and its bohemian vibe. It's also where Emma is considering how to transform the bedside drawers Sarah left into an attraction all of their own.
First thing I'm going to do is give it all a cursory sand. So quickly hand sand it outside and clean it, ready for the white primer to go on, which will also show up anything that I might have missed. I've learnt to love this part. I used to hate all this part. I've learnt to love it because it has to be done, and if you don't do it properly, it ruins the final effect.
The plan is to cover the drawers with a map of Brighton and the surrounding area. But before Emma can navigate down that route, the drawers have to be sanded back. The old gloss paint needs to be removed, and then they need primed with a white undercoat to prevent colour showing through.
And what I will be doing is making sure I get Brighton on the front and to get this coastline running right round. That'd be nice. I'm going to start by just checking it out from the end of the map here, the bottom of the bedside or little unit there. Portslade, we've got Hove and Brighton on the front. That is good. So Brighton will sit just there. And Hove just there.
Making sure that Brighton ends up on the front of your drawers rather than your drawers ending up on Brighton front involves careful measurement, pinpoint cutting and accurate gluing.
You don't need a lot of wallpaper paste using these maps. I've tried using just PVA, just wallpaper paste. Now I use a mixture of both. Roller it on. You want an even layer. With paper this thin, you're in danger of tearing it if you move it about too much or if you stretch it. My heart's in my mouth every time I do this with the map. Really it is. But I seem to be coping all right. And I think I've just realised it's not the end of the world if the map does tear. What I'm doing is I'm placing it in the right place and then I'm going to smooth it carefully. What I'm aiming to do is get out any air bubbles or creases that I can see now, because I don't want to rely on the fact that it will just magically all adhere to each other. You've got to do it yourself. Now I haven't torn it, I probably won't tear any of the rest of it that I'm going to do because I can see it's acting all right. It's all in a good mood today, like me. Should look lovely.
In West Sussex, Sarah's back home at Reclamation HQ. She set aside the washstand to sell as is. She's also putting the finishing touches to the mirror, and it's been a painstaking process.
This is taking forever. But it's really good fun. I feel like it's coming on, and it's looking quite pretty. But I think it needs just one extra detail. I'm going for gold. You just have to wait for this glue to go a tiny bit tacky and then drop the gold leaf on. Oh, that's beautiful. That's definitely adding value. Look at that. Love gold.
Sarah uses Dutch metal, which is actually an imitation gold leaf.
Wow, that's changed.
When Sarah saved the mirror from the skip in Whitley, it was dull and distressed. Sarah stripped down the mirror to its parts, sanded back the painted surfaces and given it a completely contrasting paint job. She has painstakingly painted each and every leaf and flower by hand, finishing off the look with imitation gold leaf. It certainly does look different, but will it be too radical to reflect a profit?
Well, it's certainly a look, isn't it? People are either going to love it or hate it, and I'm hoping there's a few people out there that love it. I think the gold detail really lifts it, and I'm hoping it's going to lift it into profit. Just got to find somebody who loves it.
With the transformation complete, all that's required is to let the world have a gander. And what better way than the internet?
Who's going to buy this one then?
That's a very good question, Sarah. When Sarah spotted Vanessa at the tip in Whitley, she couldn't have been more pleased.
They are all you could hope for turning up at the tip.
Good, well, absolutely. Well, I don't want them, so I'm delighted.
It was the dressing table mirror which caught Sarah's eye.
She's obviously cleverer than me, and so let's see what she comes up with. I'll be very interested to see the end result.
Sarah decided it was the mirror that needed a revamp, as the washstand might just sell as it was. Altrincham Market was the final destination for the mirror. Stallholder Gareth snapped it up after it was advertised online.
So as people who upcycle ourselves, we can really appreciate the work that's gone into the mirror that Sarah's put in, and because it is such a beautiful piece, we're going to gift it on to my mother-in-law and my partner's mum to say thank you for all the hard work she's done over the years to help us build this business.
Hello, boys.
Not only did the mirror sell, but the washstand cleaned up too, after Sarah posted pictures of it on Instagram. Sarah's back in Godalming to tell Vanessa what became of her throwaways and to reveal if they've made a profit.
Oh.
Hello, Vanessa.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Fine.
So I said I'd be back in touch when you turned up at the recycling centre with all that stuff that was coming out of the back of your car. Is literally the stuff of my dreams. Tell me about the dressing table mirror and the washstand.
I think it must have been my grandmother's, and I think somebody painted it white at some stage.
Yep.
Maybe my South African mother looks like, but I don't know, but I don't need it.
Well, it had lovely age to it. They aren't hugely commercial because we just don't sit at dressing tables as much.
No.
But they are things that are decorative, so I went down that route. I thought it'd be lovely to make it look as pretty as possible and see where that led. So I've got some pictures to show you what I did with it. Yes. I hope you approve. Your mirror now looks
oh my
like
word,
that.
psychedelic. Oh, it's amazing.
I hand-painted the frame with lots of little leaves and detail, and that's how it ended up.
That's amazing. You'd never recognise it.
And it also came with that lovely little washstand.
Yes, I remember, yes.
I thought that might be a nice project for somebody else to take on. So with the sale of the mirror and the sale of the washstand, I've got some profit here. In fact, I have £165 here for you, for your mirror and your washstand.
Oh, Sarah, well done. Thank you very much, especially as you did it all yourself.
So what would you do with £165?
Oh, well, right now, probably some new hoovers.
I love a woman with lots of hoovers. Great to catch up.
Cheers, Sarah.
So
nice
glamorous.
To see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Sarah spent just £5 on materials revamping the mirror, and with the washstand selling without being worked on, £170 was generated in combined sales, leaving Vanessa £165 to put towards a new vacuum cleaner. Sarah has returned to the seaside, to Brighton on the south coast. Not for ice cream or deck chairs, but to catch up with Emma, who's been remapping the future of the old brown bedside drawers.
Can never be sure, but I think that Sarah will quite like a bit of Brighton map and coastline on this dinky little piece of furniture. I've gone the extra mile with this one as well, just for Sarah, just for her approval. We need her approval.
Well, I'm here to pick up my small, sad side table that I left Emma with. I'm hoping that she's given it a total makeover, put it back on the map.
This small chest of drawers was saved from certain destruction and was brought to Brighton for a transformation. And what a transformation it is! Emma's provided a fresh, contemporary new look by sanding, priming and covering it with a map of the local area. Emma has revived it completely, adding a glass top for durability. The legs and the interior of the drawers have been painted complementary colours of green, white and red. Let's hope Sarah will appreciate the route Emma has taken.
Hi.
Hi.
Ooh. Let's see it.
See the front of it, all the way around.
Looks really cool.
Yeah, well, it's a really neat shape. This right on trend. This shaped furniture and the inset handles here and what have you, all nice and streamlined.
It was brown, glossy. I mean, personally, it wasn't my cup of tea at all. Now it looks lovely, and you've managed to get some glass on the top.
Yeah, put some glass on the top. Don't often do that, but sort of smartens it up, makes it a more complete piece of furniture as well.
Wow.
Little pop of colour.
That's fantastic. I love that.
That's what they say, isn't it? And here.
Okay. So I think we were hoping for around £100 to convert it to make it look, lovely again. How are we doing on that?
Well, still 100 for the work, and I used an extra map as well. But if I can put £10 on top for the glass that I didn't factor in, would that be okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Excellent.
That's no problem.
Yeah.
So 110. We're going to make some money on that, aren't we?
I think so, yeah.
I think you've done a very good job on it.
I hope so. I think, yeah, someone will want this, whether they're in Brighton or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
People like Brighton, don't they? They've got a soft spot for it.
I'm going to take that away and get that sold. That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're
I'll be in
welcome.
touch.
It's lovely to see you.
And you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, before it was dowdy, dull and a little bit depressing. Look at it now, bright and beautiful.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I have done a few map pieces before, but this one was just went a little bit more slick with the glass and boxing in, so I learnt a couple of things on it, and I think it turned out well.
When Sarah met Clive at the tip, his chest of drawers were done.
Having a bit of a clear out then?
Yeah, that's right, yeah, redundant furniture.
Having had it for years, the appearance was wearing thin.
So you keen on that nice brown colour?
Not in particular, no.
He did have some original ideas as to what Sarah might do with it.
Perhaps use it for a child's bedside table or something, I really don't know.
That's very considerate, Clive, but Emma had other ideas. Sarah advertised the chest online, and it was Chris who spotted its potential. It now has pride of place in his reclaimed furniture shop, Modish Living, in Haywards Heath.
We absolutely love this bedside table. I think it's beautiful what she's done, and the quality of the finish is just amazing. And for us, being just outside Brighton and Hove, the locality of the map is just perfect.
Sarah is at the vicarage in Milford, where Clive is the local vicar. But does Sarah have a profit for him?
Hello there.
Oh, good morning.
Hi, Clive. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, very well, very well.
Good.
So just remind me, we took a bedside cabinet from you.
Yes.
It wasn't yours, but you've been helping and storing it for a while, is that right?
A couple of years, and it's redundant. Yeah, yeah.
It was a fantastic brown colour, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
What did you think was going to happen to it after we took it away? Any thoughts at all?
Haven't got a clue.
Emma was the person who refurbished your cabinet.
Right.
She's down in Brighton, and
Okay.
she does something really special with furniture, and I've got some pictures here to show you of what she's done.
Oh, excellent.
She has done this to your bedside cabinet.
My word. That's incredible.
She has covered it all with a map of Brighton because that's where she lives.
Yeah.
She's painted it inside and outside. She has really refreshed it and, well, made it look quite different to that,
How
hasn't it?
lovely.
That's really good. I mean, beyond imagination. Oh, well done her.
Well, she's very good at it.
Yeah.
It was a sweet little cabinet, but because it's so small, it's quite difficult to make money on something that's that small.
Sure, money's not the object of it. I mean, it's fine.
There is money, though. There's
Oh,
a little.
right.
There's a £25 little windfall for your
brilliant.
bedside cabinet.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's great, because as a church, we support lots of things, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
If that goes into those coffers, I'm
Yeah,
delighted.
thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today and
You're
for catching
welcome.
up again.
Well, good to see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, it was lovely to catch up with Clive. I think he was really enthusiastic about the way Emma had rejuvenated that cabinet. And that money sounds like it's going to some great causes.
With Emma's costs totalling £110, Sarah was able to sell the revamped bedside drawers for £135, which meant a £25 profit for Clive. With the old dressing table mirror turning a profit and the revamped drawers off to a new home, Sarah has returned to West Sussex and the workshop of Ollie and Josh to find out what became of the copper hopper.
Yeah, it was quite a fun project, this one. We immediately knew we wanted to make a lamp.
Yeah, that was obvious, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think Sarah's going to, although she knows it's a lamp, I think she's still going to be surprised as to what we've done with it and how we've actually used these materials. So, yeah, no, I think she will be pleased.
Our tip-find flower-holding copper hopper has hopefully undergone a total transformation. I'm hoping Josh and Ollie have given it a style injection and it'll now have a place in the limelight.
When Sarah dropped off the copper hopper, it had a certain charm but lacked a purpose. Now it's full of purpose, acting as the shade on a beautiful floor-standing lamp. Lacquered oak strips to create a wooden arc and dyed concrete to make the base, the boys have created the epitome of modern design chic, mixing old and new.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey! Lads, that is a stunner. Isn't that cool?
Thank you very much.
How does that stay up there like that?
Yeah, some really clever planning.
That is fantastic. Genius. I thought it'd be really clunky, or, you know, not clunky. I thought it might be a struggle to get this into the right kind of scale.
We did think about building it out of copper pipes, but we decided it'd be much sleeker if we did something with like a nice oak.
Oh, it's lovely. How is it? Oh, I bet that. And go on then, give us the reveal.
Do you want to do the honors?
Oh, what? Applaud. Yeah, go on then. Ta-da! Oh. Okay, that's really quite subtle, isn't it? So has it got...
Yeah, it's just one of the nice warm squirrel cage bulbs.
It's fantastic. Tell me you're pleased with it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
How about budget? Because I know lighting you can sell for a good budget, but what did you come out on this one?
It was pretty tight on this one, wasn't it?
Because it was there was 300 quid left on it. So are we squeaking in on that? Is that all right?
Well, yeah. I mean, we'll stick to that.
It's very clever.
Cool.
I love it. I'm so pleased.
Good.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic, this design.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Lovely. I shall see you very soon.
See you later.
It's another winner from Josh and Ollie. All that's left is for Sarah to find a buyer.
It turned out kind of how we wanted it, really, like quite sleek and designery and...
Yeah, I'm really pleased with how it went, and Sarah seemed to be equally happy, so it's cool.
Well, in different hands, that old copper hopper could have been transformed into a salad bowl or something, but Josh and Ollie have turned it into something cool and contemporary. It's a stunning piece of design.
When Sarah caught up with Dominique and her copper hopper, its purpose was unclear.
I've no idea what it was used for. It's just always been in the fireplace.
A lack of clarity has never stopped Sarah before, and it didn't this time.
So if I can have it...
I'll be very interested to see what you can do with it.
Happy to see it go, Dominique hopes for the best.
I hope she's going to get inspiration from it and make it into something really special.
Is there anybody there who likes working with metal?
Sarah advertised a lamp online, and it was lighting shop owner Matt who bought it.
A really great industrial style lamp, especially with a concrete base. Goes in with the rest of our stock. We'll be able to get rid of it pretty quick.
Sarah is in Hazelmere in Surrey to catch up with Dominique and show her what became of the copper hopper.
Hi there.
Hello.
How are you?
Thank you. And you?
Yeah, very well. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
So the copper thing that you brought to the tip was in your fireplace for a while, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And it actually went down to West Sussex to a couple of great guys called Josh and Ollie. And do you want to see what they made of it?
Please.
So, here is...
That's beautiful. It really is. I'd have that in my house.
I'm really pleased to hear you say that, but you're not the only one who has admired it, because there's a company called Arc Lighting who make lighting but also buy bespoke lighting, and they snapped it up. So I did sell it, and I've got a little profit here for you. I have got £150 worth of profit for you.
That's amazing. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, it's a pleasure. So I'm pleased to be able to hand that over, but what might you do with it?
I'd like to give it to the Monte San Martino Trust, which is a charity close to my heart.
I loved that hopper the moment it turned up at the tip, so thank you so much for letting us have it.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.
It turns out Dominique's chosen charity provides bursaries for Italian students who come to the UK to study English.
Well, I'm happy that Dominique's happy because I knew the moment I saw that copper hopper that it had money-making potential. And it sounds like there's a little charity who's going to get a very generous gift.
Josh and Ollie charged £300 to turn the old copper funnel into a stylish standing lamp. Sarah was able to sell it for £450. That left a profit of £150 to hand over to Dominique. Sarah salvaged unwanted items from the Whitley Recycling Centre. Clive's bedside cabinet was remapped by Emma. Dominique's copper hopper was lit up by Josh and Ollie. And Sarah took on Vanessa's mirror and washstand.
Well, with the help of my talented friends, we've managed to save stuff from the skips and turn them into stylish, saleable items. And we've handed over some money for nothing too. That's a bonus.
I love these. What are these?
How do you make money for nothing?
This is beautiful. Why are you getting rid of it?
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
It's a bit criminal to throw away stuff like this, isn't it?
That's why reclamation expert Jay Blades wants to get his hands on things before they hit the skip.
I've been a builder, I've been a philosophy student, and now I'm a furniture restorer. So I know more than most about transformations. I revamp the old and turn it into the new and sell it on for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
So what do you think?
He can transform his finds into desirable...
Boom, smashed it.
Valuable...
It's got real potential.
And hopefully saleable items.
You've just turned it into a work of art.
If Jay is successful, then he can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
£80?
What?
Yes.
Today we're in the Black Country, in the former leather capital of the world, Walsall. And down the local recycling centre, the spring cleaners, garden tidiers and rubbish removers come in their hordes. This is where restoration expert Jay loves to spend his days.
There's nothing I like more than a big hunk of junk, because there's definitely treasure to be found and profit to be made. You can see all these cars there. For me, this is just like going shopping.
Jay is combing these cars for 3 items that can be rejuvenated and sold for real money. But don't be tempted to go trawling at your local tip, because Jay has organised special permission to be here.
That's a cardigan, isn't it?
Step away from that cardigan.
No, it won't fit me, I don't think.
Nicely dodged, Jay. Kate's got something heavy in the back of her car, but does it spell potential for Jay?
Oh, hold on a minute, let me give you a hand. There we go. And I should introduce myself. I'm Jay.
I'm Kate.
All right.
You okay?
Yeah, so what are you up to with these doors?
Well, I've just bought my own house. And,
Oh, well done.
I'm just gutting it at the moment.
How old's the house? Because these doors look quite old.
About 1950s.
This isn't from inside, is it?
It's the old bathroom door.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
These old doors are all made of solid wood.
That's an internal door.
Yeah.
That's heavy, isn't it?
Yeah.
With renovation the name of the game for Kate, these doors have got to go.
So you're going to open it all up, what, top and bottom? It's going to be open?
just the bottom. Just the bottom.
Just the bottom's going to be open plan. So why don't you keep the doors that you got upstairs, man?
No, I want new doors. I want like modern doors. I don't like
But these are quite cool, man.
It is. It's just having the time to restore it.
If it's all right with you, I'll take these and I'll stay in contact. And if we transform it into something nice, I'll come along and show you.
Yeah,
Is that all right?
great, yeah.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Oh, cool. Blimey, these are heavy, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's an open and shut case for item number 1. But is Kate happy to see her doors being nabbed?
I think it's exciting, the fact that you can try and restore them and try and reuse them again.
But reuse them as what?
Not sure, really. I couldn't think of anything to do with them, but maybe just repaint them.
Maybe, but I bet Jay's got bigger ideas.
They don't make them like these anymore. These are solid doors. So this is an internal door from the 1950s, another internal one, and then a little baby one. Really, really cute. Turning the internal doors into something has been done. It's kind of boring. But to turn a toilet door into something new and different, now come on, I can't resist that.
Jay's pretty keen on his toilet door, but who's he lined up to turn it from lavvy to lavish? Say hello to Daniel Heath. Daniel is a designer who can turn his hand to just about anything. A wallpaper and textiles designer by trade, he produces everything from bespoke furniture to high-end furnishings.
For me, the creative process is in stages, really. So you try and work around an idea and you try and come up with a theme that you want to work around for your imagery. And then you might be trying to find solutions to problems. And then you'll sort of get this moment, this sort of eureka moment where you find that something's suddenly working and you feel a lot happier about the time that you put in then. So, yeah, the process is quite up and down, really.
Daniel loves that eureka moment. But will this old loo door be a real stinker? So far, Jay's nabbed 1 item, only 2 to go.
I had that sinking feeling that was going to happen.
Very funny. Get back to work, Jay. What's all this in John's booth?
Wow, that's really nice. How you doing? I'm Jay.
Hello.
All right?
Pleased to meet you, yeah.
So, obviously you're throwing this away.
Afraid so, yes.
Oh, I really like that. To me, it looks like a lathe. So, what's the history?
Well, it belongs to my father. He was quite a keen do-it-yourself guy.
Right.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
And it's a multi-purpose woodworking tool, basically.
Right.
It's got a planer. That's a saw table.
Oh, wow, yeah, it is, look. All right. And that's the lathe bit?
That's the lathe bit, yeah.
A lathe like this, used for smoothing and shaping wood, was built small enough for your DIY enthusiast to use at home.
Well, I remember it as a child, right back when I was a little toddler.
So how many, I don't mean to pry about your age, but how old do you think this is then?
Well, it's got to be over 50 years old. Wow. It's got to be.
Well, it still looks in good condition.
John's dad really looked after his lathe, and that's made it even harder for John to part with this bit of family history.
I was feeling really guilty coming down with this because it's still quite good. So
well, you shouldn't feel guilty, because hopefully we should be able to transform this and turn it into something really nice.
That is such a better end for this than to end up over there.
Over there in the metal bin,
yeah. In the metal bin. I can go home now, a lot happier now than I came down, with the view of throwing it away.
That's a weight off John's shoulders. With a little help, Jay's taking away the rather heavy lathe. But does John have any thoughts on what could be done with it?
Well, it could be restored to what it was, or possibly the components could be taken off. I'll be really intrigued as to what actually ends up happening to it.
Yeah, me too, John. And Jay certainly has lathe love.
Everything is in working order. It's been really well looked after.
But can you actually turn a profit on it?
This reminds me of a programme I used to watch when I was growing up, Metal Mickey. Now, this is definitely Mickey gone wrong. But now it's up to us to turn this family heirloom into a modern-day gem.
Well, if you want a modern-day gem, there's only one man for the job. If it's old and rusty, you better believe that Guy Trench has tried to stick a bulb in it. Together with his band of happy helpers, Guy creates one-of-a-kind lighting that is guaranteed to brighten up any home.
I enjoy my work so much. Every day is different. I just can't sit still for a second. My mind is always buzzing and I'm looking around everywhere, whether it's a scrapyard, whether it's a skip. Oh, that'll do. Have that out of it. And then clean it up and turn it into something of really great use. Every day I'm creating something. I don't think no banker, no insurance person, no car salesman who's got a better job than I've got. It is a great thrill to turn something for nothing into something.
Guy gets a real kick out of his creations, but how will he feel about this old lathe? It's 2 down, 1 more to find, and this time it's an item for Jay to do up himself.
That's not one I would save. Definitely destined for the bin.
Danny and his granddad Tony have a car full of stuff. I bet you Jay's right on it.
How we doing? All right. My name's Jay.
Oh, yeah, Tony.
All right. Tony?
Yeah, yeah.
And you are?
Danny.
Danny. All right, Dan. So you're throwing away, obviously, this chair.
Yeah.
Why? Why are you throwing it away?
Well, we've had it years, and my wife says it's about time to get rid of it.
So how long have you had this, then?
Oh, 20 years. We had it from a motel that was being refurbished.
OK. Not Crossroads?
No.
That's showing me age there, isn't it?
Yeah, you are, Jay, just like this chair is.
Well, let's have a look at it.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Yeah.
Wow, how tiny is that? And it's got a big rip in it.
Wow. That's very, very retro. That's quite cool. So I'll just do a quick check for Granny's gold. Finders keepers, as they say.
Make sure you save some for me, Jay.
So if it's all right with you guys, could I take this and stay in contact with you and show you what we turn it into if we transform it into something?
Yeah.
That'd be all right?
Yeah.
Jay's bagged himself a little green chair, but what can be done with it? Tony?
Well, I haven't got any idea myself what he would do, but my wife's been on to me to get rid for years, so she'd be very amazed by us when we get back and tell her that it could be turned into something else.
This chair is definitely past its best, but Jay thinks there's life left in it.
So that is a gorgeous 1950s, I believe, cocktail chair. Well, it could be the 1960s, but the shape of it, look at that. It's covered in the fabric of the time, which was kind of like a vinyl. It's a little bit dated, but I believe this is an easy transformation because it's a gorgeous gem.
I'll believe that when I see it. Jay's tracked down 3 very different items. First, Daniel will get this exciting toilet door. Guy will try to light up this lathe, and this odd little chair is for Jay. Good luck with that one, mate.
I really love that these guys have been so generous with their unwanted items. Now, all I've got to do is transform them and turn a profit. No pressure.
In Stratford, East London, Daniel is waiting for Jay to turn up with a weird and wonderful tip find.
Jay's on his way over. I hope he can bring me something that I can screen print onto. Be nice if it was something flat, not too much chopping things up and unscrewing things or welding this time. So, let's see.
Now, that's a workout. This old toilet door is going to have the transformation of its life. But first things first, Daniel needs to give me a hand with this. Hey, Daniel, how you doing, mate?
How you doing?
Good.
Well, he wanted flat, but a toilet door. Not so sure what he'll think of that.
Oh, wow. Cheers, Jay.
That's a door, isn't it? No, thank you. It's quite heavy, this is.
It's very sturdy, reassuringly heavy, I suppose.
Yeah. So this is the side that I believe has all of the character.
Yeah, very nice.
But that'd be quite hard to print on, do you think?
Yeah. It's got this kind of cladding on it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, once that's off, you're going to have the same amount of character, printable, obviously on the blank fronts, but without
the brace.
And without the toilet roll holder.
I quite like that. If we could potentially turn this into a table.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
keep
yeah.
some of this kind of character here underneath the table.
Well, I think, you know, the bracing's quite nice. Hopefully, when I, you know, if I take that bit off the front side, it doesn't then fall to pieces. It will, you know, it'll be braced, and it should create quite a nice flat surface for a table. Yeah, so that could work really well.
Daniel's going to remove the front panel, sand it down, and then screen print his designs onto one side of the door to make a very unusual tabletop. But it's going to take hours, and as we all know, time is money.
So how much would all that cost?
It is a big piece. It's going to need a good couple of large screens to put the print onto it. Yeah, I think we're talking about 340.
340. I think 340 is good, and if we can, let's try and keep some of the original for me, please. Please. Oh.
For a dining table, really?
Let's just see how that's going to pan out.
It's going to look really cool. Look.
Shall we just see?
See, look, now that's a deal.
Well, just in case any spillages on the dinner table. That's all right.
I've got some tissue here.
Yeah.
Jay's getting a little bogged down with that toilet roll holder. What does Daniel really think about the toilet door?
It's flat. Brilliant. Thanks, Jay. He had some pretty out there suggestions, I'm not going to lie. The only problem that I can see with this is that when I've taken the front piece off, I hope that there's not too many surprises behind there.
I'm really pleased that Daniel's accepted the challenge of turning that old toilet door into a cool contemporary table. With his fantastic designs, I know we're going to be serving up a profit.
It's £340 for Daniel to create a unique table, as long as it doesn't all fall apart when that front panel's removed. Not far from the Blackwater estuary, in a tucked-away barn near Malden, Guy has his workshop. He really loves a bit of rusty old metal. But will he be as keen on this old lathe that Jay saved from being scrapped?
Jay's probably a bit like a sort of scavenger. You know, he's at the coalface and he's digging around, he's looking for all different sort of things.
Got the last bit left in the boot, brought it to my main man, Guy. Now, Guy is the man that I believe will know what to do with this stuff.
I love working with metals, old metals that has got lots of rust and dents and knocks and box in it. I'm going to look forward to whatever he brings, because it's always a test for me. What can I actually do?
Guy.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
How you
nice
doing?
to see you.
All right?
Good to see you again.
I've got something here for you.
Ah.
What do you think?
This is a great lathe, probably a wood. It is a wood-turning lathe.
Yeah. I'm thinking light is what I'm thinking, but this is quite a lot to deal with.
There's lots of component parts on this that, yeah, we could turn that into a lamp, no problem at all. This is the motor. I think that's got quite a nice look to it. I think we're turning that into a wall light. You know, we've got the bracket at the back here. I can sort of see a light bulb coming out the top here, or something off the wall here and up the top.
Nice idea, but that motor looks kind of heavy to mount on a wall.
And it does weigh a ton, and I think it will pull someone's wall off.
We can't have that.
No, so I think what we'll do is we'll undo it here, we'll inspect inside, remove the guts. Nobody's ever going to see that as a wall light.
No.
And we should make it a lot lighter.
Guy's going to rip the motor's stuffing out to make it a wall-mountable light. But what about the rest of the lathe?
For me, there's something about this that I really, really love. Is it possible that we can use that as the switch?
I definitely think so. We could somehow fix this into the bottom here. It looks part of the unit.
Yeah.
And it looks like you're going to turn it on and off from here.
Yeah.
But I think for simplicity's sake, we'll just have a little drawstring here. And we can just click it on, click it off. And I think that'll just make it look a bit different, a bit special, and it'll be the only one in the world like this.
That's what I like to hear, because that means we can charge more.
We can definitely, you can definitely charge more.
You've brought me right on to the main question, which is the money one. How much is it going to cost me to have that and that turned into a light?
I think £140.
I'm happy with that. That's a fair price. Thank you, sir.
It's a done deal. But repurposing a lathe isn't going to be easy, even for Guy.
It's a real challenge. I mean, there's so many bits and pieces here one could create all sorts of things, different things with. But it's just getting the look right. And it's always, that's the challenging bit, is to make it look rather special and that somebody wants to buy.
I just love coming down to Guy's workshop. What we're going to produce is something really, really beautiful. What could be better?
That's £140 to build a one-off wall light. Sounds like an industrial mishmash to me. Good luck, Guy. Just northwest of Birmingham is Wolverhampton, home of 70s rock and Jay's workshop. As a captain of colour, he's got to come up with a plan to restyle this plasticky old chair into an appealing pew. How are you going to do that, Jay?
This mid-century cocktail chair has definitely seen its heyday, but now a bit worse for wear. She's come to the right place to get this spruce up, a new dress, and also a lick of paint.
Oh, I didn't know chairs were female. This new upholstery dress will come from some of Jay's favourite fabrics, and he loves a bright colour.
That colour with that is going to be the main body. So, already you can see that's working. So this, for me, is the deal clincher. And instead of just being a normal button, this is going to be a pom-pom. But then, another element of surprise is what we'll put on the back.
Hang on, did he just say pom-pom?
Oh, that's mustard.
In Jay speak, mustard means hot. That's hot as in a shocking pink pom-pom sewn into a chair as a button. I definitely need to see this. After sanding down the chair legs, Jay's going to get them painted.
Better to be safe than sorry. Put the dust mask on. Very good shake.
Jay's plan is to spray one leg shocking pink to go with the pom-pom, and the rest of them he'll paint black. That is out there, Jay.
Now that's pretty in pink, isn't it?
If you say so, mate. Back in his studio, Jay's finishing painting the rest of the legs.
So now, I'm waiting for that to dry. Can crack on with the pom-pom.
I've been waiting for this bit. He's actually got a special pom-pom maker. At primary school, didn't we just use a bit of cardboard?
So you just wrap it around.
Jay winds the wool tightly round the plastic arches on the pom-pom maker.
So you really just go for it, wrap it all on.
After some intense winding, he just has to snip that wool all the way round. Check out that pom-pom. And he's adding a string.
String goes in the middle.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
And there you have it.
It's a pink pom-pom.
So, with the pom-pom over there and the pink leg there, that's a pretty popping pink.
And to give the chair a professionally upholstered finish, Jay is taking it to his mate Linford.
Afternoon, Jay.
How
nice
we
to
doing?
see you again. How you keeping? Where you picked this up from, Jay?
Walsall.
Walsall.
Walsall tip.
What's underneath it? Is it webbed? Oh,
yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Linford will have to replace all the old padding to meet British fire safety standards. And to meet Jay's cool and trendy standard, he's going to cover the front of the chair with blue material, and the back will be floral. And then there's the pom-pom. Enough said. Altogether on upholstery, material and paint, Jay's spending £210. Let's hope this isn't a multicoloured fabric fiasco. It's back to Stratford in London, where Daniel's about to start turning this toilet door into a table. First to go is the bog roll holder.
It's been many, many different colours, this door, over the years. So it looks like it's been blue, green, red.
This door's got a lot of history, but will it have any damage under the cladding on the other side? Now for the moment of truth.
There's a really nice colour underneath here.
Oh. Well, at least there are no holes in it. Daniel's using a heat gun to help scrape off some of the paint, so he can reveal the surface that he'll be printing his designs onto. Oh, that looks quite satisfying.
I really like this pink. I might use this pink as the base colour Next thing for me to do is work out a design to go onto this as well.
Influenced by a bit of Art Deco architecture, Daniel's going for a geometric design.
This is a rough approximation at the moment, but pink is going to be more peachy and dusty.
Dusty pink. Lovely, Daniel. Once Daniel's decided on the pattern, he has to make a silk screen of the design and print it onto the wood.
I'm really going to get one hit at this. If I misprint it or print it wrong, then I'm going to have to sand the whole thing back again, and I'll lose some of those qualities that I really like in the piece. So, fingers crossed, I'll get it right first time. No pressure.
The pressure is most definitely on Daniel, because at this moment this is more dog's dinner than dinner table. Back in Malden, salvage specialist Guy is sizing up the job of turning this old lathe motor and industrial switch into a wall light with the help of his electrician pal Steve.
Right, so Steve, I'm thinking of having this as the top.
Right.
Okay, and having this, the switch point here, because I think it's quite important. It's part of it, so it will...
right, and the whole
go
thing
up
is a
with-
wall light.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
Okay.
I'm with you boys. Top plan.
There's a big sort of magnet in here, Steve, is there?
Yeah.
A motor, and there's a lot of weight
Lots
in there.
of copper and
Yeah, we need to get that out
magnets in there, yeah.
to make it lighter. Otherwise, it's going to be a strong wall to put it on. Jay's done as well. He's trying to test me, I think.
While Steve is off getting the electrical parts together, Guy gets on with the graft, cleaning the metal with wire wool.
I don't like taking too much off of the old character. You know, we just want to just shine up some of those little nuts and bolts. So now we're going to use a bit of our colour restorer.
This stuff takes off the top layer of paint, and so any scratches with it.
Here we can see the colours starting to come up a bit.
Lovely. Next to be cleaned up is this switch.
I'm just going to give this a tiny bit of beeswax. This is just going to liven this up a bit.
I thought beeswax was a wood polish. Who knew it does a great job on metal?
Right, you know, I think that's come up quite well.
Sparky Steve's up next to get the guts out of that motor.
We can be a little bit more destructive than normal, which is a relief.
Yeah, that should do the trick, Steve.
Yeah, this is why the motor is so heavy, because it has lots of copper wires. Yeah, we need to extract all that. Right, so it's...
Could we turn that into a lamp, Steve?
Not today.
I think Guy could turn just about anything into a lamp.
We're going to cut the bob out of that as well, so no waste at all.
For a pile of copper wire like this, he might get a couple of quid down his local scrapyard. Next, the lamp will need a mount to be hung on a wall, and Guy's got an old bit of scaffolding board. Perfect.
Let's have a look at that. Bob, do you know, I reckon that's not bad.
It still has to be wired up, so Steve has made a special tube with threading to fit the bulb and switch. Impressive work, Steve.
So we're just going to use some of this braided flex.
As a qualified electrician, Steve will make sure this lamp complies with UK safety standards. That looks like pretty clever work.
Just put another little bit of threaded tubing on that end, and that's how we're going to mount the electrical connection for the bulb.
While Steve fixes up the wiring, Guy's working on the wood mount. But will this lamp be good taste or industrial waste? While work on the other two items is well underway, in Wolverhampton, Jay is in his studio putting the final coat of paint on the chair legs. The old chair is back from upholsterer Linford with a brand new seat and cover. But for perfectionist Jay, the paint finish has to be immaculate. It looked like the party was most definitely over for this green vinyl cocktail chair, complete with a nasty rip. Now... It's been re-upholstered in striking modern fabric, tactile blue velvet for the front, and this lush flowery design on the back. And then there's the fabulous legs in black and pink. Signature J in every way. Finally, you cannot miss this pom-pom. It might have seemed like primary school fancy, but looking at it now, it looks gorgeous.
Linford's done a cracking job on this little cocktail chair. The chair, the fabric, it just works. The pom-pom has made it back into the mix, so this chair is definitely ready for a party. And I'm as happy as a bumblebee in the summer. And what do bumblebees love?
Flowers.
Look at that. Now that is just too much. And then there's more. Goes underneath the chair as well. All that's left to do with this one, take some pictures, get it online and get it sold. That's what's got to be done. So let's get cracking.
Before you can say fancy a cocktail, Jay is posting pictures online to try and land a buyer, not forgetting the pom-pom, of course. When Jay met Tony in Walsall, he was throwing out a burst chair.
I've had it years and my wife says it's about time to get rid of it.
He'd been given it for free 20 years ago.
We had it from a motel that was being refurbished.
OK, not Crossroads.
No.
Jay was a sucker for that kitsch quality.
That's very, very retro. That's quite cool.
After swapping green vinyl for some velvet and a pom-pom, Jay's pictures of the chair enticed a private buyer online. Now Jay's in Birmingham to tell Tony about the transformation of his chair.
There he is.
Hello, Jay.
How are we doing, Tony? You all right?
Hi, thanks, yeah. Nice to see
Good
you
on
again.
you. So, do you remember the chair that we picked up off of you at the Walsall dump?
I do, yeah.
All right, well, we've managed to transform it. So I've got some pictures to show you. I think it's quite amazing what we've turned it into. So there's your green chair.
Brilliant.
It's got a lovely blue velvet all over it. And then there, we've got a lovely, lovely little pink pom-pom. That's the whole point of that, is just to bring a smile and a bit of fun.
Yeah. Well, don't show it my wife, she might want it back.
Well, she'll have to argue with the buyer who's bought that, because we've managed to sell it, and we've got a bit of a profit. We've got £65
Brilliant.
to give to you.
Well,
right.
Thank you very much.
Any ideas of what you might do with the money?
Well, yeah, I used to have two topiary teddy bears, which I'd nurtured for years.
Right, yeah.
And they diseased. So that will buy me a couple of bushes, I think, to
You're going to grow and
start again.
And you're going to make new teddy bears, is that right?
I hope so.
All right, well, I'll be around to see that. When they're finished, let me know.
I will do.
All right, Tony.
Thanks very much,
You
Joe.
take care now.
Yeah,
all right?
Nice to see you again.
Likewise.
Thank
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That former little green chair is one of my favourite transformations. And the £65 profit is going towards a topiary bear. I've never even heard of one of those. But you learn something new every day. Absolutely brilliant.
Jay spent £210 on the reupholstery and sprucing up of the chair. Then he sold it online for £275, leaving £65 profit for Tony to tidy up his topiary. Over in East London, Daniel's in his Stratford studio, where he's been silk screen printing onto an old door. And Jay's on his way over to see the results.
Jay bought me a really standard door. It was great to work with, a really, really flat piece. But I know that Jay was really concerned about the pattern that I had in mind to put onto it. I think I've done something that's subtle, but the scale is still striking. I think it's a contemporary piece that he's going to like.
I'm here to see Daniel, to pick up that old toilet door. Hopefully he's turned it into a cool table. Let's have a look.
This bog-standard old door was covered in decades of gloss paint. It even still had its loo roll holder. Now it's a sleek and sophisticated table with an original screen-printed design in white. Daniel's bold, clean shapes are inspired by modern architecture and carefully finished to show off the original wood grain underneath. Supported by thin white metal legs that clinch the geometric feel, this table looks so good you could eat your dinner off it.
How we doing, sir?
Jay. How you doing?
Oh, look what you've done.
You like?
More than like. That's... Oh. You know, like when you're little and you ask for something, you don't think you're going to get it, really, but then you do get it, and you got it, and it's like, you just want to go, you want to pop.
It turns out that underneath there were all sorts of colours of gloss paint, and it was really, really thick, but it all came off in one like cheese.
Cool.
And once we scraped it back, there was a sort of a pinky tone to the wood underneath, which was perfect, really. So I thought, well, let's take that back and do a white print on that to go with the legs. And yeah, it came up really nicely.
It's come up more than really... You're very modest, didn't you? Mate, you come up more than really nicely. Look at it, man. To me, that's a work of art. And this... Oh.
It's beautiful, but was it costly?
Next question is, did we come in on budget?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah, this was fine. We printed this half, and then we turned the screen around and print the other half. So the printing and the sanding back was the main time, really, on that.
It used to be a toilet door. Now it's so much more. Could be an outdoor table, indoor office table, dinner table, homework table, inspirational table. Come, it's endless. I've got to be off. I've got to sell this before it ends up in my ass.
Brilliant.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers, Jay.
You take care.
Take care. Jay's reaction to the table was absolutely amazing. So, yeah, I'm very pleased indeed.
Wow, now that is what I call a transformation. From an old toilet door, any doubts that I had of the geometric patterns that Daniel was going to put on there, he's blown them out of the water. I can definitely say I 100% love it.
Jay spotted Kate at the tip with some heavy wooden doors.
Oh, hold on a minute, let me give you a hand.
Jay was drawn to one door in particular.
It's the old bathroom door.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
For Kate, it was out with the old and in with the new.
It's a white block modern door.
But these are quite cool, man.
But she was chuffed they weren't going to waste.
I think it's exciting, the fact that you can try and restore them and try and reuse them again.
And Jay's done exactly that with Daniel's fabulous screen-printed table. Jay shared pictures of the table online and it sold to Sixth Link, a vintage and retro store in Shropshire. And the owner, River, is pretty impressed.
I absolutely love what Daniel's done with this toilet door. I can't believe he's created a fantastic table out of it. I absolutely love the geometric pattern he's created and the layers too. Such a great piece.
Jay is in Birmingham to catch up with Kate and to reveal what happened to her old toilet door.
Hello, Kate.
Oh, Jay, how's things?
How you doing? You all right?
All right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very good. How's the house coming along?
Oh, don't ask.
Is it slow?
Yeah, well, no, I'm getting there,
You're getting there, yeah?
progress.
Oh, bless you. Well, you remember the doors that you brought
Yeah,
to the...
yeah, I did. How can I forget?
And one of them was a toilet door, if I'm not mistaken, but you said it wasn't.
No, well, it wasn't, but it was used as a normal door inside the house, but...
OK.
Yeah.
Well, what I've done is I was able to transform it into...
Oh, wow. Oh, that looks really effective, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That looks really good, doesn't it?
I'm pleased to tell you that I was able to sell it to a shop in Shropshire, and I have, for you, £50 profit.
Oh, thank you.
Right?
Yeah, right.
So any ideas of what you might do with the money?
Probably buy another door to replace that one.
Well, I might see you again down the recycling centre.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that, Jack.
All right, you
Really
take care, yeah?
appreciate it, yeah.
Bye.
See you later.
See you later.
Daniel spent £340 turning the toilet door into a stylish dining table. Jay sold it for an impressive £390, leaving a £50 profit for Kate. In his workshop, Guy is giving a final polish to his wall light as Jay is on his way to see what's happened to the old red lathe.
Well, when I got hold of the lathe, I thought, how can we turn this into a lamp? I decided to do just one part of the lathe. It's a bit off the wall what I normally do, although it's a wall light. And I think Jay's going to like this when he comes to see it.
I'm delighted to be back here at Guy's. See what he's done with that lathe. But knowing him, it's going to be pretty amazing.
This once much-loved wood-turning lathe had outlived its usefulness. Now it's a unique wall light with the former lathe motor as the body of the lamp, and this original switch unit has a smart new chain pull to turn on the light. Guys shined up the original metal a bit, but not too much, so the history of this old tool lives on. He's mounted it on a piece of scaffolding board, which he's cleaned up to perfection to give this a gritty and industrial look. And he's topped it all off with a half-circle black shade that's perfect for any man cave.
How are we doing, Guy? Wow. Oh, come on.
What do you think?
What do I think? I've got to take my hat off to you, sir. God blimey. This is amazing.
Isn't it? And we put this little ticker on here to turn it on and off.
No, seriously?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm telling you, you've blown me away. I'm speechless. I really am. And to get me speechless is quite hard.
You can say that again, Jay.
No,
It's amazing.
We've kept the wheels on here.
Yeah.
And put a light bulb on top and bump your uncle.
It's way past cool.
Thank you.
Jay is dazzled by Guy's creation, but there's also the unseen work inside the components that make this a working light.
Where is the wire? Is it going all the way
We've got
through
the wire
here?
at the back here, which then comes through. A little bit of engineering went on, but Steve, the electrician, magic chap, always gets it right.
To make and sell anything electrical, it must be worked on by a qualified electrician and conform to UK electrical safety regulations. This light is compliant, but is it within the £140 budget?
So, how did we do with the budget then?
Spot on.
Is it?
Yeah, spot on.
Whoa, well done. And that includes the lamp shade?
Shades are always extra.
OK.
How
much?
And basically £30.
£30, yeah. You've done a brilliant transformation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DJ. I hope you said it well.
I will do. I will do, definitely.
Bye-bye. And I haven't seen so much excitement out of somebody for a long time. You really genuinely thought it was brilliant. So that's lovely.
He's only gone and done it again, hasn't he? It takes a certain skill to get components together in just the right way to go way past cool. I'm lost for words, but I know one thing. I'm loving it.
Back at the recycling centre, Jay met John, who was clearing out an old lathe.
Well, it belonged to my father. He was quite a keen do-it-yourself guy.
Right.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
John was finding it hard to chuck his dad's beloved tools.
I was feeling really guilty coming down with this because it's still quite good. So
Wait, you shouldn't feel guilty.
But Jay's offer to reuse it cheered John right up.
I can go home now a lot happier now that I came down with the view of throwing it away.
And happy you should be, as Guy's wall light is a beauty. Better still, it's sold to interiors specialists Museum Context in Edinburgh, and shop owner Andrew couldn't be happier.
It's really the sort of piece that I think fits beautifully in the shop and the collection here.
Now Jay has travelled to Aldridge in Walsall to show John what became of his dad's old lathe and hand over the profit.
Hello there.
How are you doing, John? You all right?
Yes.
Good to see you again. So you remember the lathe that you bought
Yeah,
to the
I do.
So any ideas of what you thought we might have done with it?
I have no idea, and I'm so curious to find out.
Oh, bless you. Took it down to a person called Guy.
Yep.
And what he's done...
Oh, wow.
So he turned it into a light.
That is amazing. I would never have thought you'd do that.
What do you think of it?
I'm sure if Prof Daddy's up there watching, he'd be pleased. You know, it's got a new life.
It's got a new life, and it's got a new owner. And I've got some profit for you. I've got £30 profit.
Wow.
For you.
Well, thank you. I'll put that to a good cause. My father was at Manor Hospital. I think I might see if they've got a benevolent fund or something like that. I might put it there, yeah, because I'll match it.
Thank you, sir. You take care now, John.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye.
That's fantastic.
Guy spent £170 creating the lamp. Jay sold it for an impressive £200, leaving John £30 to donate to charity in honour of his father. At Walsall Recycling Centre, Jay saved 3 items from the skip, transforming the ordinary to the extraordinary, the redundant into resplendent, and the unloved into lovable.
3 unwanted items that were heading for the skip have been revamped into stylish and cool pieces. Even better still, they're off to new homes.
Out the whole 3-piece suite, are you?
How do you make money for nothing?
What have you been smashing up?
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Can I have them?
You're welcome to them. They're only going in the skip.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
I think we can really be quite playful with this.
I could make several mankinis out of this, couldn't I?
She can transform her finds into desirable...
Oh, that's such a relief.
Valuable...
Oh, it looks all shiny.
and hopefully saleable items.
I love them. You are a gem.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
I really can't believe that. That's amazing.
Today, Sarah's travelled to the largest industrial town in the West Midlands, Walsall.
Well, the boots are open, the gloves are on, and we're game on for a great day hunting for gems in the junk.
Sarah needs to find 3 of those gems, give them back their sparkle, and hopefully sell them on.
Well, you'd be nuts to throw things away that have the potential to turn a profit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. Let me remind you, Sarah had to acquire special permission to raid the rubbish. You can't just turn up and help yourself, or you'll be the one getting chucked out. Has Kevin got anything worth transforming in his boot?
Hello, hello. What are you up to?
Get rid of all the rubbish that I've been using to decorate.
OK, what are you decorating?
At the moment, toilet and man cave.
Man cave.
Almost finished the toilet, and that's what a lot of this is.
I bet you're looking forward to doing the man cave, though, aren't you?
Man cave more, but that was actually going to go in the man cave.
What is it?
It's an old record player. I think it's a 40s or 50s.
It's got some good retro styling there. I mean, look at that. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Well, that's what attracted us to it, and it was just sat in my mother-in-law's loft, doing nothing.
It used to belong to Kevin's late father-in-law, and it's no ordinary record player. It's portable. Groovy, baby.
I really wanted it to work because I've got some old albums I wanted to have to play as well. But
And vinyl's coming back. Do you know that?
I'm convinced I'm going to buy myself a new vinyl player.
OK. Well, if you're buying a new vinyl player, can I take away the old one and just see if there's anything that can be done with it? I
Yep,
would
no problem.
see if we can get it going again or do something with it at least.
Yep, good.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for letting me have it. So, and how heavy is it?
Not heavy at all. He used to carry it around to his girlfriend's house, apparently.
Really? Oh, I'd hope the mother-in-law... I'm surprised the mother-in-law hung on to it for as long as she did, then.
Oh, she was one of the girlfriends, though.
Ah, how romantic, I think. So what could Sarah do with it? Any thoughts, Kevin?
Wouldn't be at all surprised if she completely upcycled it into something crazy like a tea set holder or a drinks dispenser or something like that. That's the sort of thing that her imagination can bring to that.
A tea set and drinks dispenser. Now you're talking.
This thing weighs a ton. It's supposed to be a portable record player. It's actually called the Portogram. It's quite sweet. It's got some lovely retro styling. Even though it's not in perfect condition, I reckon it deserves one last spin around the block. And with the right person looking after it, I reckon I could turn a profit on it too.
And that person is Mark Phillips, but everyone calls him Horse. Horse was chief engineer for a world-renowned audio recording company for over a decade. He's now taken his love for restoring vintage sound equipment and made it into a business.
I like to utilise the items that look very nice but don't necessarily have much of a use in the modern age. I kind of enjoy thinking about what I'm going to do with things. I just find it very satisfying, and then actually making it and building something to fruition, I find immensely satisfying.
Let's hope Horse is still in good spirits when he claps eyes on Sarah's vintage record player. That's one item down. Sarah just has to find two more. Actually, where is Sarah? Oh.
Ooh, lots of interesting things in there. Better go and find my own.
Well, you might not be waiting long once you've had a look through the beauties coming out of Neil's boot.
Hello.
Hello there. All right.
I love a bit of gold. How long have you had this lot?
A friend of mine, his father passed on, and he had to move out of his house. Well, he gave me the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, because this has got a real vintage look about it, hasn't it?
Neil's friends are helping him move house, and sadly, there's no space for this lot, which is good news for Sarah.
What's that?
That's a singer-sewing machine.
Is it?
Don't seem so surprised. Sewing tables became very popular in the late 1800s.
I'll have to show you how to set it up.
Oh, yeah, go on then.
Designed to have the appearance of an ordinary piece of furniture, they would commonly have an extending drop leaf to create extra space, and all your sewing bits and bobs would be hidden inside.
I don't like throwing things away, but I've got to move.
Oh, well, do you know something? Today's your lucky day because I don't like throwing things away either.
No.
But this is in beautiful condition, so I would love to see if I can do something with that, if that's all right.
Yeah, no problem.
That's item 2 sewn up. Any thoughts on its future, Neil?
My end's all right. How's yours?
Hopefully she'll be able to restore it or turn it into something else, something more productive now.
Listen to that. Such a sweet little machine. It's in very good order. The cabinet has seen a bit of wear and tear, but altogether, it's quite a cool thing. I think that its sewing days may be over. It's got a few bits missing. It hasn't got any of its spools or anything like that. But there has to be something we can do to give this a new lease of life. I've got a few ideas, in fact.
And Sarah's got just a man to help her stitch out a plan. Norman Wilkinson has been in the furniture trade for over 25 years. He's a self-taught craftsman and a self-confessed cheeky chappie.
I think my personality is reflected in what I do. You know, I think I try and do everything to the best of my ability. Everything we do, I think it looks A1. Everything I make is fantastic, just like me.
He specialises in handmade, bespoke British furniture, and he's got bags of experience.
If I actually told you how long I've been doing this, it'd give away my age. No, I think I'm still 21, in my dreams.
He likes a joke, but the joke may be on him when he sees that sewing machine. Two down, one to go. The next find is for Sarah to revamp.
Well, it's been a smashing start to the day here, and I've got high hopes that some little gems are coming my way.
You might be right. Mark might have something interesting nestling in the back of his car. Or should that be nesting?
Tell me you're not chucking it, are you?
Yes.
How can you chuck it? It's so kitsch. Is it yours? Come on, tell me.
No, it's come from my mother-in-law's house, but she died, so we had it. But it's sort of had its day.
I know it's had its day, and I know it's 100% retro kitsch. I absolutely love it. Can I have it?
You can have it. Yeah.
Is it really heavy?
Yes.
I keep finding things that really...
No, it's not that heavy.
Oh, I love it. Look at my swan. Isn't that sweet? Thank you.
That's all right.
You've made my day. I'm now going to swan off.
Okay.
Leave the comedy, Sarah. Any thoughts, Mark, on what she'll do with it?
I don't honestly think it's of much value, but somebody might get some pleasure out of it.
Mark's not too hopeful. But what does the boss think?
Interior designers, antique shops and vintage enthusiasts love this kind of thing because pop it on a big table, it's a standalone, beautiful thing. And you have it inside, not outside. Things like this as well. They sell for loads of money. But at the moment, I'm not sure I can part with it.
And neither should you, until it's laid a golden egg. That's all 3 items collected. The record player will be turned around by Horse. Norman will tackle the sewing unit, and Sarah will take on the swan. Hopefully, she can bear to part with it.
I can't believe they were going to throw that lot away, but it's all right because they're in safe hands now. Let's go and see what we can do with them.
Sarah is off to Stockport, Greater Manchester, famous for one of the British Isles' earliest mechanised silk factories, dating back to 1732. By the late 1800s, high-quality hats were also one of the main industries here, and it's also home to audio wizard Horse. Sarah's brought along her hefty record player to see what he makes of it.
The ideal equipment to work on for me is sort of compact audio devices, radios, things like that.
Horse wants compact. Well, it's not exactly that.
Well, I bought my redundant record player to Music Man Horse, and I'm hoping he's going to be able to turn the tables on it and make this box boom again.
Let's hope he can. Almost there, Sarah. Good work.
Horse?
Hiya.
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks.
I've got a little something for you.
Right.
Tell me if you think you can do anything with it.
Right.
Do you restore things like this?
Yeah, sometimes. If it works, it'd be nice to get that spinning at least, because then you're at least making something of the function of the record player. One of my main concerns would be, is it in any way working? I've got a little test device that I can plug it into that makes it non-lethal.
Now, this is very important, so pay attention, please. You should never plug in old electrics and hope for the best. Horse is using a light bulb limiter which will stop any fuses blowing and stop anyone getting any nasty shocks. So, does the record player actually work?
Sounds.
You can hear it running, yeah. That's a good sign.
But does the turntable spin?
Not quite though, is it?
The reason it's not spinning this is because this is a heavy platter, that's an old piece of rubber, and it's not getting enough traction against the inside of the platters. So a good oiling and that should all work.
I quite like the idea of trying to see if it could be more like a party box. It'd be easier to sell it if there's something about it, if it's got like lights, action. Can I leave it with you to just have a tinker with it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
By party box, Sarah means a completely renovated audio system that can play music from modern gadgets like your smartphone or tablets. And she wants some lights on it for a bit of razzmatazz.
Can you give me a ballpark figure for potentially updating it?
I don't know, probably around £300.
OK, well, if you can make it all singing, all dancing, really making it rock, that would be amazing.
Brilliant. Yeah, well, I'll give it my best shot.
I know you will, you always do. Thanks so much.
Horse is charged with bringing this old record player bang up to date as a party box. But just how much of a challenge is this?
With this one, I'm really going to have to get my thinking cap on with regard to how to utilise the turntable and kind of possibly putting some kind of light on it. But it's always fun to try and think of creative solutions for things like that.
This is going to be interesting.
Well, I feel like I've left Horse with a few hurdles there, but I think he's really going to make that box absolutely pack a party punch.
I'm not completely convinced. For £300, Horse will turn this old record player into a modern tech party box. We hope. Off to picturesque Hellingley in East Sussex to see furniture maestro Norman, who sounds a bit wary of Sarah's impending visit.
9 times out of 10, I'm not, no, nothing. Here we go again. But one day she will surprise me and I'll go, fantastic.
Well, let's hope that's today, Norman.
Well, I've bought my sweet old sewing machine and its cabinet all the way across Sussex to see Norman. I'm hoping he's going to transform this singer for a song, turn it into something lovely, and make me turn a profit.
I reckon there's a way to go before that happens.
Norman, look at this. Do you know what it is?
Do I know what it is?
Let me show you, let me show you, let me show you. I mean, I know it looks ordinary, but look at this. It's...
Paul?
Paul?
Ah!
Open.
It's a Singer sewing machine.
Look.
This is in really good condition, isn't it? You know, they're normally quite battered up. What have you got in mind?
I did have a plan. I quite like the look of these side panels. When the door's shut, you get quite a cool silhouette from them. And I was thinking maybe they could be turned into the sides of a little chest of drawers.
A chest of drawers will be silly.
Go on then, what's your idea? I know you're going to have a better one than I, because frankly, I'm struggling.
Why don't we try and turn it into maybe a little desk? Throw that top away, put that onto there.
Right.
And then we have that as a door, obviously. But then when they come to want to use it as a desk, we pull the door open. We have the treadle Singer sewing machine bit here. And if we use that part of it, we could try and make that into a stall. We can put a drawer in here and the bit on the door they can use for pens and everything. So, yeah.
What Norman's going to do is take off the old sewing machine and turn the cabinet into a fold-away child's homework desk and stall. It's a space saver because it will all be storable within the original cabinet's form.
What kind of price are you thinking of for converting that?
I reckon it's going to cost around the £250 mark. Make it all singing and dancing. You know, it's singer and dancing.
Oh dear, it's another joke.
Go on then, have a go. 250 quid. Beautiful, saleable, small piece of furniture, suitable for children.
2 bits of furniture.
2 bits of furniture. I think it's going to be lovely. Give me a shout, Mr. Darling.
Fantastic,
Thanks.
I will.
OK,
See you
bye.
soon. All the best.
It sounds like Norman has finally been won over by the sewing machine. Happier now?
I think what we've come up with is, I think, quite a good idea. So, yeah, turn it into hopefully something that will be saleable.
Well, Norman's talking a big game for a small piece of furniture, so this one's all on Norman, and I hope he can pull it off.
Sarah's spending £250 to turn the sewing machine unit into a kid's fold-away desk and stall. Could it be a risky endeavour, or has Norman got it all sewn up? In Sussex, Sarah is taking her bird home to roost. The terracotta swan is a decorative outdoor planter. These were extremely popular in the 60s when elaborate garden furniture was all the rage. Sarah thinks this may have hidden value, so it won't require any sort of makeover. Is she quackers, or might this really take flight?
Well, it looks like I'm either going to be on a wild goose chase here, or I'm going to be swanning off with a profit. I think it's profit, because I love this swan.
To find out if she's right, she needs to research online. Sarah is checking auction sites to see what she can find out about its potential value.
There are lots of vintage planters coming up that are swan shape, but none of them are made out of terracotta, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because normally that means you can get a good idea of what the price will be, but nobody is selling one of these, not historically, not now, not in America. So he's rare, but I don't know if he's actually desirable. But I am going to keep looking because I need to get some context for this. I really like it. I think it's got decorative appeal, but it'd be really good to have a set price that I can work on for sales.
Sarah eventually found a rough guide price of around £50. If she wants to make more than that, she's got to make this bird presentable. Then post pictures of it on social media. Can Sarah's flower arranging help net some interest?
Well, I'm not a natural florist, but it's certainly looking a bit more saleable, so I'm going to take it outside, take some pictures of it against the flint wall. Come on, Swanee.
After a few snaps and a few uploads, all she can do is wait and see what happens. Sarah hasn't spent a penny so far. If she does manage to bag a buyer, it'll be all profit. To Stockport now, where Sarah asked Horse to turn the old record player into a party box with new audio fittings for smart devices and a light display to dazzle while it plays tunes. How's he getting on then?
What I'm going to try and do is fit some kind of light to shine onto this platter and put possibly a disco ball on the platter. Then with a new circuit, I'll get music coming out of the bottom of it so that you'll potentially have a disco in a box, if you like.
Sounds funky.
What I'm hoping to do is retain the spinning mechanism, but I'll probably have to get rid of the changer mechanism and the tone arm. So let's have a look under here.
First job is to fix that faulty spinner.
What I think is the problem is the arm that the idler wheel sits on, it's very stiff. So I'm going to get some oil.
Horse loosens it up with sewing machine oil, then gives all the bits a quick clean. Has that done the trick?
That's definitely the best it's been.
It's working. Oh no, it's not. What's the problem, Horse?
When it engages the different mechanisms, then it slows down the motor, so that's not going to help what we need.
Basically, he needs to disable some of the power going to some of the parts. Time to get out his trusty pliers.
I need part of it to work and part of it to not work, and it's just trying to get the part I need to work to keep working and the part not that I don't need to work to stop working.
I think what he means is, if you twiddle this bit, take that bit off and cut that bit, it might work.
Let's try it. Ooh! We are at peak disco ball spinning speed.
I don't know what peak disco ball spinning speed is, but it sure sounds fun. And for the pièce de résistance...
This is half a mirror ball I made earlier.
Looks like R2-D2 ready for a night on the town. Could this get any more fun?
This is a little disco light.
Yes, it can.
By shining that onto there, you can get some nice effects.
Let's just enjoy this for a moment. Ah, bliss. Let's hope this party box will be playing music soon. Otherwise, it's just half a revolving disco ball in a box. Over in Hellingley, East Sussex, Norman is starting to create his kids' fold-away homework desk and stall. Norman won't be using the sewing machine in his design. Instead, he'll be giving it back to Sarah to sell separately. Steady on, Norman. As for the rest of it, he's applying the age-old technique of winging it.
When you're doing some of this, you're almost making it up as you go along and deciding, but 9 times out of 10, sometimes the best stuff always looks great when you make it up. You know, I'm not one for doing sketches and doing whatever, it all comes out the head.
His rough plan is to turn the main unit into the desk and transform the old foot pedal into the stall. Best get it out then, Norman.
Oh, look at that. We don't need that. So, right then. So the plan is to actually make this into a stall, so we're going to have to obviously cut that off there, aren't we? Might even see if I can then grind them off.
Yeah, Norman. Sharp, sticky out bits aren't the best for sitting on. let's get them gone.
You know the old saying? I've got 2 chances. It's either going to work or not work.
Well, whatever happens, at least you look cool in those safety specs. Success. For the stall legs and base, Norman is using pine, chopping up and then assembling the tapered legs in no time. Looking good, Norman.
I tell you what, we might make a little frame to go around that and then we can pop it in.
With the stall taking shape, Norman moves on to the new desktop. And he's just had an idea.
We're going to take a template of that, cut it out, and then we can because like we said, we weren't going to use the flap, but we're going to use the flap now because you've got it round, you know, they can have a friend or a mate, you know, sitting at the end as well, so, or mum and dad could be sitting there while they're doing the homework.
Basically, he's taking some MDF, cutting it up to match the old worktop's dimensions, then he'll hinge them together to create a fold-up section for more space. Genius.
We've got to decide on what construction we're going to have inside, but I need to think on that and decide whether we're going to put the drawer in or not. And then, basically, then we've got to sand it down, prepare it, and then get it the colour that we think. We're going to, I think, because it could either be a boy or a girl or whatever, we keep it very neutral. I think we might even do it cream or something, but we'll make that decision when we get near with the time. So, yeah, happy days. I think we're doing well.
Norman seems confident, but he's still got to finish the stall, and the writing desk needs the new top fitted, the inside rebuilt, and, oh yeah, he's got to repaint the whole thing. Good luck, Norman. In West Sussex, Sarah has headed to Billingshurst to find a new home for her terracotta swan planter. After posting pictures of the bird online, she's had a lot of fanciers, including a vintage and retro boutique. But can Sarah strike a deal with the shop owner?
Hi, Julia.
Oh, hi. Oh, look at that.
What do you think?
Oh, gosh, it's beautiful. I absolutely love that.
Well, I know you saw the picture on my page, but is it bigger than you thought it was going to be?
I think it is, yes. I had no concept, really, of what it was going to be like in the flesh. It's absolutely amazing.
I thought it was lovely the moment I saw it. It actually divides opinion because kitsch swans are not everybody's cup of tea. But do you think it's saleable?
Oh, definitely. And I think full of foliage or, I don't know, you could fill it with other things as well. It would look absolutely stunning in the shop window or in the middle of a table, even.
Sounds like the perfect place for Sarah's swan to nest, and she strikes a deal with a delighted Julia.
I'm always amazed what people throw away. When I go to the tip, I see fantastic stuff being chucked in, so to throw this away seems a crime, so I'm really pleased that it's been rescued and I've got it.
Sarah found the terracotta swan in the back of Mark's motor.
Is it yours? Come on, tell me.
No, it's come from my mother-in-law's house, but she died, so we had it. But it's sort of had its day.
Sarah thought otherwise and happily flew away with the bird.
I don't honestly think it's of much value, but somebody might get some pleasure out of it.
And that's just what's happened. Now Julia's bought it. But how much profit was made? Sarah's in Aldridge to catch up with Mark and let him know what became of his old swan planter.
Hello, Mark. Hi there, how are you doing?
I'm all right, you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Nice to see you again.
And you?
Now, I've been really looking forward to coming to find you.
Right.
Because I think when I saw you chucking out I think it was your mother-in-law's swan at the tip, wasn't it?
It was,
Yeah.
yes.
I think you said I'd find out that it was worth probably not very much.
I did.
Have you been laughing about it since I took it away?
Well, I was expecting you to come and bring me a cheque for 500,000 or something, you know.
I wished. It wasn't, it turned out, a Ming swan or anything very exciting like that.
Yeah.
It was a terracotta garden planter.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop me. I put some pictures on social media and I was right, actually. Your swan was desirable.
OK, that's good, that's good.
80 quid desirable for your swan.
Dear me.
He was decorative and he was beautiful and he's gone to a shop who paid 80 quid for him.
Thank you very much. That's very nice of you.
What do you think of that?
I'm speechless, if I'm honest. I didn't think it was worth anything. That's lovely. Thank you very much.
What might you do with £80?
I'm a member of a charity called the Blood Bikers, Middle of Freewheelers, so I should probably give it to them.
That sounds like an amazing thing to do with it.
Thank you very much. That's very good.
My pleasure. He was a beauty, your swan, so thank you so much for letting me have him. I'm so pleased he didn't get smashed.
No, that's fine.
Take care.
Lovely.
Thank you ever so
very
much. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Sarah didn't spend anything on the terracotta swan. She sold it for a whopping £80, meaning every penny could be passed on to Mark. Good work, Sarah. In Stockport, Sarah is heading to see how Horse's party box has turned out. And it looks like Horse has had a smart haircut for her arrival. Very dashing.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever made, but it was a lot of fun to do, and I'm pleased with the result. I'm looking forward to showing Sarah, because I think she'll like it, because she likes mad stuff.
She sure does, and here she comes.
I'm here to pick up my tired old record player. I left it with Horse with a remit to make it fun, fab, and totally disco. He's not really a disco man, so I'm wondering if he's pulled it off.
This dilapidated long player was both long in the tooth and destined for the skip. But now, it's got the Saturday night fever and it's transformed into a sparkling party box. It can play any number one from tablet or smartphone. With a spinning disco and laser light combo, it creates a dazzling display across the room. This is enhanced by a selection of tiny mirrors across the box's lid. The speaker grille has a hit new twist thanks to a repurposed metal plate from a fire escape. And all the electrics have been updated and pack tested to comply with UK electrical safety regulations. Plus, there's a new amp, speakers, audio connection and Bluetooth connectivity. So get ready to pair your smart device and get dancing. If Sarah doesn't love this one, I'll eat my spandex hot pants.
Horse?
Oh,
Hiya.
yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Oh, wow. You've upgraded it.
Yeah.
Go on then. Tell me.
Well, I haven't done that much to the outside. It's more inside that's different.
I can't wait. Come on, let's see what you've done. That looks amazing. What have you done to it?
Kept the turntable function, but that's now a disco ball, ridiculously.
Of course it is.
and then I put a little disco light shining onto it as well.
Come on then, let's see it in
All
action.
right. So do you want music through it? Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear the tunes.
Yeah.
Oh, Horse! That is legendary. The sound quality is amazing, isn't it?
It is good. Yeah. I'm pleased with the speaker that I put in it.
That is fantastic. What a load of fun. So it's all singing, it's all dancing, but did it come in on budget, 300 quid?
I got it in for about 250 in the end.
You legend, really? I cannot believe you've done that under budget and packed so much into it. Fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, well done, Horse. Good on you, son.
I really enjoyed doing that. It was a lot of fun to do. It was the maddest thing I've ever done. It's pretty strange for me, but I'm glad Sarah liked it. I thought she might, but yeah, I'm chuffed.
Well, I asked for a party in the box. Horse has delivered a disco inferno.
Sarah found the record player in Kevin's car.
I think he's a 40s or 50s. He was just sat in my mother-in-law's loft, doing nothing.
Kevin was happy to let Sarah take away his late father-in-law's pride and joy.
How heavy is it?
Not heavy at all. He used to carry it around to his girlfriend's house, apparently.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope the mother-in-law... I'm surprised the mother-in-law hung on to it for as long as she did, then.
Oh, she was one of the girlfriends, though.
A real labour of love, then. And what a transformation. Even better, Sarah sold it to Smithers of Stamford, an online retro and vintage shop, and owner Nick is thrilled.
Feel like a DJ.
One happy customer then, but how much was he willing to spend? Sarah is in Birmingham to let Kevin know.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Nice to see you again.
How are you?
I'm really well. How are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay. Okay.
I was so excited when I saw you dropping off that old record player at the tip, but it wasn't yours, was it?
No, it was actually my father-in-law's, and it was a real wrench for my wife to let me take it away, actually.
Well, I took it to my go-to man for sound. He's called Horse, who's up in Manchester.
Yeah.
And I've got some pictures here to show you what he did with it.
That'd be fantastic.
Are you ready?
Yes, please.
In fact, this one is a moving picture. Hopefully you can see.
Oh, fantastic. That's a disco ball. Ah! Crazy, crazy.
It's a fully functioning, loud as you like party box.
Really?
It's got full Bluetooth connectivity. You can plug anything into it, and it has this lovely glitter ball that lights up the whole room.
So it's
with
gone
a
from
laser.
almost a wind-up to state of the art. Oh, fantastic. John would have loved that. John's my father-in-law, by the way. He'd have loved it. But he's had another use, yeah.
It's actually been sold,
Right.
so it's going to have a new lease of life, and I've got some profit for you
Oh,
as well.
that's even better.
I've got 100 quid here for you.
Whoa! Thank you. So I think we'll put this to good use. Nice meal, yeah? Is it OK if I show my wife and my daughter what you've done with,
that would be great.
with the record player?
Are they here now?
Yeah, yeah.
Lovely, yeah, do.
Lorraine, Isabel, come and have a look.
Hello there. Hiya. Hi, so it was your dad's player, was it?
It was, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Hi there, hello, I'm Sarah. Hiya. Do you want to see what it does now? Are you ready for this?
Have a look at this. It's unbelievable.
Oh, that is so cool. That's really cool. That's so cool.
What do you think of that?
Fantastic. It's making me feel quite emotional.
Oh, I really feel for you. Lovely to catch up with you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you. Bye now.
Well, that's one tip find that now really rocks, and Kevin is going out for dinner. That's music to my ears.
Sarah spent £250 on the record player. She sold it for a total of £350, giving Kevin £100 to splash out on a slap-up meal for all the family. Time to head back to Hellingley in East Sussex to see how Norman has transformed a Singer sewing machine unit into a desk for Sarah.
I think she's going to like it. It's a cool piece.
I think Sarah will be the judge of that, Norman.
Well, I'm here to pick up my old sewing machine table, and I'm hoping that Norman has done something fantastic with it, because I have just no idea what this is going to look like.
Time to find out if Norman's idea has paid off. And I'm delighted to see that it has. Norman has breathed life back into this old unit, making it a perfectly formed fold-away desk for a child. The hinged MDF top doubles the desk space. And inside, he's built an extra bit of storage for paper or books. The new stool is delightful, cleverly using the sewing machine foot pedal inside a bespoke frame. The whole lot has been painted with regular wood paint and sealed with a wax polish. It's modern, fresh and perfect for a little one to sit and do their sums at. But will Sarah give it top marks?
Hello, look at that.
There we go.
It looks beautiful. What's hiding inside?
Yeah, well, we've obviously done what we had to do. Got the pencil thing there. Put your pencils in. That goes over to the flaps.
Love the choice of colour. The grey is really good. And the stool, beautiful. Can I try it?
Yeah.
Is it comfortable?
Yeah, you should take your weights.
Yeah, that's really neat.
Yeah, and then also if kids are doing it, the mums and dads can sit this end while they're doing their homework as well. If they've got to help them out or
Yeah, because you
whatever.
can tuck in that side as well, can't you?
Tuck in that side as well, yeah. So it's got the versatility of everything.
Brilliant. Well, I think that's what we're trying to create now, isn't it? Pieces of furniture like this, if they're flexible, they can go into so many different spaces. Yeah, really sweet.
And then when you're finished, it just packs away really neat and tidy. And then you can still have it as a piece of furniture and do what you want with it.
How did you get on with the budget?
250 quid was left on that one, yeah, and we're bang on it. Yeah,
Great.
really happy with it and everything.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for doing that.
Fantastic.
A really good makeover.
Brilliant.
A top-notch homework desk, delivered on budget. Top of the class, Norman.
Well, I think Sarah was pleased with that. She likes the colour, she likes what we did, nice little stall, so done it on budget, so happy days for everyone, and hopefully she'll make lots of money. If she doesn't, I'll tell her off.
Well, that is a sweet little transformation. That's gone from sad sewing table to very saleable item.
Sarah found the sewing machine unit in the back of Neil's car. He was happy to see it saved.
I don't like throwing things away, but I've got to move.
Oh, well, do you know something? Today's your lucky day because I don't like throwing things away either.
No.
And Neil had a few ideas of what Sarah might do with it.
Hopefully she'll be able to restore it or turn it into something else, something more productive now.
Which is exactly what she's done. And more than that, Sarah sold it to a sewing club in Kent. And creative director Angela is thrilled with her purchase.
It's beautiful, it's lovely, it's going to look really good in my studio, very versatile.
Sarah's back in Walsall to tell Neil the good news about the cabinet. But did she manage to sell the sewing machine too?
Hello, Neil.
Hiya.
Nice to see you again.
Lovely, thank you.
So you were on the move when I last saw you and ending up here.
Yes, that's right.
Have you settled in?
Yeah, it's lovely, yeah.
Excellent. Now, I was a bit surprised to see a sewing machine coming out of the back of the car. What were you doing with that?
It was a friend's relative, and it was going in the skip, so
You had to save
I
it.
rescued it, but obviously I haven't got in the frame here.
It was a sweet little sewing machine, and I didn't want to do anything with that because it was still in working order and in really good condition. So I actually took the sewing machine out, but the rest of it, the lovely case that it came in, went all the way to East Sussex and to a lovely guy called Norman, who has made it into something really special. So I've got some pictures here to show you. This is how it ended up. He has transformed it.
Oh, the treadle's there as well.
He's made the whole unit into a desk that opens up, and he used the treadle from the sewing machine to make the top of the stool.
Oh, that's lovely.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, the treadle's really impressive. Yeah.
The sewing machine has gone on to a new home, and so has the old table. In fact, I've got, just hold on to that for me, I've got 19p there.
Oh, lovely.
And 70 quid to go with it.
Oh, that's brilliant, thank you.
That's for you.
Yeah, lovely.
What might you do with that?
Well, my son's girlfriend's just gone into labour today.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, it just found me, actually.
Oh, brilliant. Congratulations.
It's lovely, yes,
Thank you so much for letting us have your sewing machine table, and that's great news.
Yeah,
Lovely
it
to
is,
catch
yeah,
up with
it's
you.
lovely, yeah.
Thanks ever so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
OK, then, bye.
Well, I would say that is fortuitous timing. Great news that Neil's about to be a grandpa, and money to be spent there.
Norman came in on budget at £250. Sarah sold the sewing machine on eBay for £25.19p. The desk sold for £295, making a total of £320.19. So Neil has £70.19 to spend on his new grandchild. Sarah saved 3 unwanted items from being thrown in the tip. And with a bit of elbow grease and lots of love and attention, they've been completely transformed into fantastic, desirable objects.
I diverted items that were about to hit the skip, and with the help of Horse and Norman, have transformed them into truly special items, and they're going to take pride of place in their new homes. That's not going in there, is it?
How How do you make money for nothing?
Ooh, that's got lovely legs.
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
I'm now going to swan off.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
Let's brainstorm a little bit and see what we can do with it. It is absolutely gorgeous.
She can transform her finds into desirable...
I find I'm speechless.
Valuable...
That looks amazing.
And hopefully saleable items. If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
That's lovely. It's a lovely ending.
Today, Sarah's at the Woking Community Recycling Centre in Surrey, which receives around 300,000 visitors a year.
How exciting. The gates have just opened and the cars are pouring in here, packed with potential.
Sarah hopes to uncover 3 items with the potential to be spruced up and sold on for a profit.
So was that the shower?
But just in case you're thinking about doing a pick and mix at your local tip, don't try it. Sarah had to get special permission to work her magic.
Give me your rubbish. I'll make you some money. Just like that.
Just like what?
That's how he said it. Just like that.
Don't give up the day job, Sarah. And just like that, Jason's arrived with a bootful. But can Sarah conjure up something for that big thing?
Hiya.
Hello.
Hello. How long have you had that?
Well, it's used to be with my grandparents. It's been in the garage for some years now, and we don't really use it.
And have you lost the drawer from it?
Yeah, I put this outside the house with a free sign on it for about a week, and all that was taken was pretty much the top drawer.
That's really annoying, isn't
I know.
it? Should we get it out and have a closer look?
Yeah, let's do that.
It's huge.
It is a big one, isn't it?
Jason's cumbersome cabinet may be missing a drawer, but it's hiding a secret.
A secret drawer? Like you wouldn't even know it was there.
Secret compartments in furniture became popular around the turn of the 19th century. They created a space to store money, jewellery or the good silver.
They're not hugely attractive things at the moment,
No.
but I would rather have a go at doing something with it. Would you mind if I took it away rather than you putting it in the skip?
You can have this all you like.
Now I'm going to ask you, any chance you could just help me move it?
No,
So
no,
I grab
let's
this
do
end?
that.
Thank you so much. Just up here would be amazing.
Sarah's saved a substantial sideboard. It's hardly top drawer. Jason, what do you think will be done with it?
I think you could definitely do with a new coat of paint and a bit of a good old clean. In terms of what she's going to do with it, I don't know.
A bit like the secret drawer, this piece of furniture, I'm hoping has hidden depths. 1940s, very old-fashioned styling, just the kind of thing that nobody wants in their house at the moment. So I reckon this is free reign. We can do anything to this, hopefully make some money.
Well, let's meet the man Sarah's got lined up to take it on. Norman Wilkinson now, woodworking wonder. Norman creates high-end furniture from unloved and undervalued materials, and every piece has that Norman flair.
I think my personality is reflected in what I do. You know, I think I try and do everything to the best of my ability. Everything we do, I think it looks A1. Everything I make is fantastic, just like me.
Norman's been in the woodworking game a long time. In fact, how long have you been doing it, Norman?
If I actually told you how long I've been doing this, it'd give away my age. No, I think I'm still 21, in my dreams.
I tell you, you're looking good for whatever age you might be. The same can't be said, though, for this thing. That's one item saved. Sarah needs to find 2 more. Luckily, she might find something of interest in what Emma's chucking out.
Morning. Hi there, hello.
Hello.
They look really interesting. Where have they come from?
Oh, these are from my granddad's house. We're clearing it at the moment. He's gone into a care home. He was a plumber, but liked painting and decorating. So we've got a lot of ladders and step ladders and things like that.
They look like he's made them.
Yes, he was very handy actually. He was really into recycling and making his own things, so he would always reuse stuff wherever he could. So, yeah.
A man after my own heart. There's something about them, I think it's just because they're old and they've got all those marks where he's been painting on them. You can't fake age. So when it comes in like this, I'm always really excited to see it. Is there any chance I could take them away and try and do something with them?
Yes, by all means.
I'm not sure what, but I just can't bear the thought of that lot ending up in the skip. So I'll keep in touch and I'm going to take these away and say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah saved Emma's granddad's steps and ladders. What do you think of that, Emma?
Yeah, I'm really glad that someone could make use of it. It's really what my granddad would like. He's so into recycling. I have no clue what she'd be able to do with it. Possibly sand it down and paint it, but if she can make it into something really funky and creative, that'd be great.
Well, there are some fantastic pieces here. They might look in bad condition to you, but to me, all that paint, all that detail, you just can't recreate it. So when they're turned into something, it's going to look amazing.
Well, let's find out who's taking them on. Rupert Blanchard is a furniture designer with the skill and imagination to transform things we want to throw away into things we want to stay.
I work mostly with reclaimed materials. These are found materials that other people have given up on, and I benefit from what other people throw away. But it's more than that. I spend a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of love in restoring things and somehow working people's rubbish back into their home as something brand new.
You do work wonders, Rupert, but I can't imagine these steps and ladders being anything other than steps and ladders, really. With 2 items tucked away, Sarah needs to find something to work on herself, and she'll be done.
Just reflecting on what a wonderful time it's been at the recycling centre.
You're not finished yet, Sarah. Perhaps Neil and his daughter Alice will have what you're looking for in the back of their car.
What are you using as a dust sheet?
Well, I've been cleaning the shed out and I just use this so that I don't get too much muck in the car, but I don't need it anymore. We moved into a house some time ago and it's the old lady that lived there before. It's her curtains.
Oh, really? Have you got any more?
We've got one more at home. But I use that when I'm sort of painting, just so I don't get any paint on the carpet, but I don't need 2.
So are you not a vintage retro rose fan then?
Not particularly, no. It's not really my style, to be honest.
Well, do you know, it might not be your style, but there are loads of people who love this stuff. 1950s floral prints like this, probably by, I'd say, Sanderson. People can't find them, because they can't get enough of them, and they pay good money for them.
Classic fabric and wallpaper manufacturer Sanderson was founded in the 1860s. Well-preserved pieces are much sought after by fabric fanciers. This one, though, has been lining the bottom of a boot.
Can I take it away and try and make something out of it?
You may indeed, no problem.
Well, things are coming up roses around here. Thank you so much.
It's quite all right.
Would you believe it, Neil? Your old dust sheet is vintage. But what do you think can be done with your fancy fabric?
Good luck to her. If she can find some use for it, she'd probably, I don't know, redecorate a chair or redecorate something. I really don't know. It's not really my thing, but I'm sure she can find a good use for it.
What's not to love about that? I mean, look, the most beautiful 1950s curtain. You could make cushions out of it, you can make more curtains, you could wear it as a ball gown. Now, I'm sure there is money to be made out of this.
Sarah has her 3 items. Norman will unlock the secrets of the sideboard. Rupert will try and give the ladders a step up. And Sarah will try to fashion something from the floral curtain.
Another fantastic time at the recycling centre. Who'd have thought so many amazing things would turn up here? But now the hard work really does begin.
For our first stop, we're off to the village of Hellingley in East Sussex. Beautiful, serene and charming. And that's just Norman. Sarah's brought Norman the old sideboard to see what he makes of it.
Well, Sarah's on her way. I wonder what delight she's going to bring today. I just hope it's not an absolute wreck. Let's just hope.
Not for the faint-hearted, this one. It is a brutal, ugly piece of furniture. I've got a great plan for Norman, though.
That's what we like. Come armed with a plan and things should go smoothly. So, let's hear it.
I'm lost for words.
OK, you ready? I had this really good idea. I thought I'd bring it to you and you'd come up with a kind of plan.
Genius.
Right, what's going on here?
It's got a secret. You have to go in underneath and...
Oh, it's a secret drawer, right, we don't need to worry about that.
The first thought I had about it was a strip down, a repurpose. It's the only way to do it. It can't look like this because it just won't make any money.
Right, I reckon throw that section away, strip it out, put in new drawers. We could then put in a base, so we're making it into a dresser base.
OK.
We'll put a new top on it, and then we could make a nice dresser rack for it and make it into a dresser for the kitchen. So what do you think then, boss?
I'm in.
A kitchen dresser. Well, it's better than anything Sarah came up with.
We can tidy it up, make it look the business.
New drawers and a new top will certainly brighten up the base.
We put plate grooves in to get the plates on.
But Norman's hoping the addition of a brand new dresser rack to display plates and the like will be the thing that gives it a kitchen-y feel. It's going to be a lot of work.
That sounds really cool, but how much will all that cost?
I reckon we do that for about $575 all in.
We're game on for that. That's lovely. I always like coming back here.
Fantastic.
Good luck with it.
See you soon, yeah?
And it's a plan. So are you happy with your sideboard, Norman?
Sideboard? Well, it's a sideboard.
Yes, it is a sideboard.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it'll be fine.
Well, it sounds like that's just about the best possible thing that could happen to that ugly old piece of furniture. Norman's definitely the man for the job.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We have a budget of £575 to transform the sideboard. Norman has big ideas, but making it look like it's at home in a kitchen as a dresser, maybe it won't be all fine. For our next stop, we're off to the seaside town of Margate. Attracting over 1 million visitors a year, this place is all about sun, sea and salvage. So what better place for Sarah to bring her bundle of wooden bits and bobs? I wonder what Rupert will make of them.
Sarah's coming over. I'm hoping she's going to bring something that's going to be a bit of a challenge today. I don't want to work on something that, you know, is good as it is. I only like working with real junk, something that everyone's given up on.
Rupert, your wish is our command.
Well, I bought this super little stack of salvage to Margate, and I hope Rupert's got his thinking cap on because he's going to need some good ideas if that lot is going to be turned into a profit.
If you want imagination, you're in the right place.
Right, let's get him on the bench then.
Would you believe that when I found these, I was absolutely delighted?
Right, I'm not sure about that. What have you brought me?
Lovely ex-decorator, really good DIY guy, had these and his cut-up ladder, and his family were dropping me off at the tip.
I do like these hop-ups. They're nice little things, and I think with a few repairs, they can still go on to, you know, a new life as they are. But maybe just sort of pushing them a bit further. If I turn them into some sort of kitchen steps, library steps, something functional still, something kind of true to the original use.
So Rupert's big idea is to turn the steps into steps. Why didn't I think of that?
So how many have we got? We've definitely got 3 little step systems going on here.
Yeah, there's 3 hop-ups here. I don't see why I can't make at least 3 pieces.
I think that sounds like a great solution for all of that lot. Can you put a price on it?
If I say 150 for 3 pieces, and then if there's enough material left over, if I can make you something else, would you want that as well?
Definitely. You're always going to come up with original plans for the rest of it, so I'm happy to invest. Lovely to see you. Thanks so much.
Excellent. See
Bye.
ya.
It'll be 3 sets of steps and a mystery item. I can hardly wait.
I don't know what I've got really, but I've promised Sarah 3 items, so it's going to be a late night.
I think there'll be a very useful set of items. Definitely 3 things there. Am I going to make money though?
That's £150 for 3 sets of new step ladders. It's quite a simple plan, so Rupert will really need to make them shine. With our makers busy making, Sarah has headed home to the Sussex countryside to get busy with her own project. Sarah was over the moon to get her hands on this vintage fabric. I can't imagine why. But what exactly can be made from the old curtain?
Look at that beautiful piece of 50s floral fabric. I am a massive fan. Look, I literally can't get enough of it. So finding this at the tip is brilliant news. I think I'm going to make something I've never made before out of it. I'm going to go for a beautiful, big, vintage floral eiderdown.
Look how happy she is.
First job is to turn it from a curtain into one lovely, usable piece of fabric.
An eiderdown, by the way, is a kind of puffy quilt.
Get rid of all of that.
It takes its name from the type of duck down it's traditionally stuffed with.
Should really unpick this.
These are the small, soft feathers from the breast of the female eider duck.
You can get a very fine little blade that you slip between the stitches to unpick it, or you can rip it like that.
Sarah first rips off the curtain's heading tape.
Just saved about an hour unpicking.
Before separating the vintage fabric from the curtain's backing material.
Well, you know me, ever thrifty. I think that could be the backing for the eiderdown. It's in great condition and that is soft and lovely.
With the backing material also usable, Sarah gives them both a quick wash before she sews them back together. When washing vintage material, temperature matters. Always use a low heat. And when drying, never wring it out or you could damage the fabric. If you can't dry outdoors, pat dry it instead.
So eiderdowns traditionally would have only been little things that sat on the top of beds, not even the size of a single duvet. So this bit is actually huge, and I think I can try and make 2 eiderdowns out of this. And a bit more money.
2 quality quilts. Now you're talking. To divide the material in half, Sarah carefully... Oh, she's just ripped it again.
That should do it.
She really loves ripping things.
So this is my eiderdown stuffing. Now, traditionally, it would have been stuffed with eiderdown, which is a lovely, soft duck down, but I'm not sure if that fabric is feather-proof. And also, I want this to be able to be used by anybody who's allergic to feathers, doesn't want to have duck. I just want this to be accessible, so that's definitely big enough.
Instead of duck down, Sarah's using a simple polyester padded duvet, which complies with all UK fire safety guidelines. With the duvet cut into 2 pieces for the 2 eiderdowns, Sarah moves on to sewing the fabric for the covers, and then she'll be done.
That's gathering. I don't know why it's doing that.
But uh-oh, there's a problem.
Machine fault.
Her sewing machine is playing up.
Sewing machines are funny things. If you don't get the tension right when you're sewing, it can make the fabric pucker up.
Well, if it's more tension you're after, you should have said. Will Sarah get her sewing machine working? And will the eiderdowns ever get eider done? Stay tuned for more exciting action. Ugh, now that was tense. So far, Sarah's spent just £30 on the stuffing for the 2 eiderdowns. But with her sewing machine on the blink, who knows what we'll end up with. Back we go to Hellingley in East Sussex, where the clunky brown sideboard is about to get the Norman treatment. Sarah's expecting a new kitchen dresser at the end of all this. Norman, what's the plan?
The plan is we're going to knock all this apart and then we're going to put 2 big drawers in, so good storage. And then we're going to put a baseboard in here, so you can put baskets and storage under there as well. Then we're going to make a rack for it to put your plates and all your other junk on, so yeah.
To store your plates and junk. Charming.
So we're going to take the doors off.
Norman starts by removing the doors. Because he plans to strip out the middle section to fit new drawers, it means the secret drawer will have to go, which is a shame because it's really cool.
You had a little clip there to put it shut and open, and then you've got like a bed spring here. So, you know, to push it in and out. I've never seen one before with a spring like that, so it's quite fantastic, really. Right, I'm going to take these out. I don't want these.
Next, Norman removes all the wooden bits and bobs, which will make room for 2 brand new drawers.
Put a rail in there, and then we'll have 2 nice drawers for all your rubbish.
For all your rubbish. Charming. Now Norman's going to reinforce all the joints on the base because 70-year-old furniture tends to get a bit rickety.
I've just opened it up because obviously the glue's given up the ghost, so we'll squirt some glue in, cramp it up, and then we go from there.
Re-gluing joints is an essential part of restoring old furniture. Pieces like this from the 40s would have used an animal-based glue which turns brittle over time.
Fabulous.
If the joint itself is still in good condition, applying a strong PVA glue will make the joint as good as new.
Right, we've got the first one glued, so obviously we've got to wait for it to go off, and we've got other joints to do, so we can now put this to one side, and then we may as well start doing the rack.
The addition of a dresser rack to display plates and ornaments will turn our cabinet into what is known as a Welsh dresser. Originally used in kitchens to store crockery and silverware, it gradually became more common as a means to display your fancy dinnerware. So the Welsh dresser moved out of kitchens and into dining rooms. Norman has cut to length the sides of the dresser rack and created grooves for the shelves to fit in. He's also created grooves on the shelves themselves to hold your plates in place. Groovy.
The plate goes in there, and then so you can display them really nicely, and it stops them from sliding and smashing. So, yeah, rocking and rolling, as they say.
Norman is really going for the wow factor with this one. The new rack on top of the base will stand at over 7 feet tall.
Beautiful.
So, to stop it falling over, Norman's making decorative feet. These will sit at the bottom.
It's the safest way to save Granny's plates.
This thing will be a whopper, and I'm not sure those little feet will be enough to keep the whole thing from falling apart. Norman will have to tread carefully from here on in. Back in Margate, Rupert's about to begin the transformation of the old step ladders into newer step ladders. Ooh, and a mystery item perhaps.
I promised Sarah that I'd make 3 library-type step ladders out of this pile of rickety old wood, and it's going to be quite a challenge. If I can, I'm going to try to make something extra as well, because there's a fair bit of material here. I'd rather not have a bag of firewood left over. I'd rather have something Sarah can find a good new home for.
Well, let's just see how we get on with the steps, shall we?
I'm going to start with the ladders. I'm going to use these sides as part of the new steps. And these steps are actually held together with little metal supporting bars. I'm going to have to grind these out.
Rupert's plan is to attach a bit of the ladders to each set of steps, sticking straight up. It'll act as a handle to balance yourself when climbing.
Grinding done. I'm going to use my favourite Japanese saw. Cuts through this ladder in no time.
Other than the materials to restore the steps, the handle is the only new element Rupert plans to add.
So now I'm going to bring together the side of the ladder that I've cut the steps away from. I'm going to recess it just into the top. I'm going to cut a nice little handle shape at the top, and this will be your secure handle to hold while climbing the ladder.
Rupert makes a start on the new handles. He's roughly drawn a shape to cut around, and it certainly is rough.
I do want this to look great. I don't want it to look like a botched little homemade thing. This has to be a proper set of library steps, authentic.
Library steps are traditionally a dual-use piece of furniture, consisting of a small set of steps that can be folded away into a chair or desk.
So, once I cut one side off, I can flip it over and sketch round, and then I've got a perfect mirror image.
As there will be no folding feature in Rupert's design, his steps will more accurately just be steps, but decorative statement pieces nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That's going to be quite a pleasing shape to hold. I send the edges off. Yeah, it's going to do the job.
Putting the handles to one side, Rupert makes a start on the steps. His first job is to remove the bits of wood the previous owner attached to give them another couple of inches of height. But he's struggling.
These are really stuck. God, blimey. They've just rusted into place and the wood's swollen up and they've got nice and tight. So if I was to use a power screwdriver on these, it would just break the heads right off. So this has definitely got to be done by hand.
Come on, Rupert, give it some welly, man.
Oh dear. Right. 1 down, 7 to go. God, blimey.
This nice and simple job might take longer than Rupert first thought, so the chances of Sarah getting her mystery item are looking slim. Back at Sarah's, it's time to find out how she's been getting on with her eiderdowns. But with her sewing machine problems, was she able to get them finished?
Finished.
Well, there's your answer. Let's take a look at how things turned out. This classic curtain didn't deserve to be lining the bottom of a boot. So, thank goodness Sarah came along. The vintage fabric can now take centre stage as 2 new elegant eiderdowns. The timeless design on the material is showcased in all its glory. Across these 2 spreads, it's presented beautifully for all to see. Each one will snugly cover a single bed, but can be used as a throw or a footer for the bottom of a double bed. Sarah's added bursts of colour with little woolen pom-poms which make the whole thing sing. Give me my slippers and open fire on one of those things, and I'm in heaven.
So pleased how these have turned out. If you've got a vintage curtain and you can get hold of a sewing machine, then they're not a bad project to get started on. They're beautiful, soft and snuggly, and I'm hoping, because there are 2 of them, I'm going to turn a bit of profit on them as well. That means I have to sell them. Using as a dust sheet.
When Sarah met Neil and his daughter Alice at the tip, she just had to save their curtain.
I've been cleaning the shed out and I just use this so that I don't get too much muck in the car.
Neil didn't think much of the old thing.
We moved into a house some time ago and it's the old lady that lived there before, it's her curtains.
He was happy for Sarah to take it away.
It's not really my thing, but I'm sure she can find a good use for it.
Well, Neil, you were absolutely right. Sarah took pictures of her new creations and uploaded them onto her various social media thingamybobs. And it didn't take long to find a private buyer who snapped them both up. But how much money has Sarah made? Sarah's travelled to Woking to visit Neil to show him what she's made and hand over the profit.
Hi there.
Ah, hello, Sarah. Nice to see you again.
And you, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
So, Neil, this is the house where the curtains came from, is that right?
It is, it is. We bought the house from an elderly lady, so they were very much to her style.
I loved the curtain that I took from you, and it was something that I worked on myself. And so what do you think I made with it?
Some sort of covering for I don't know, for a chair or something, a covering?
I've got some pictures here to show you what I did.
Oh, right, OK.
I turned your curtain into a pair of eiderdowns.
Very good.
What do you think?
I think it looks very nice. Very good, well done.
I took some pictures of it and I put it onto social media, and there was good response. And I managed to make you £120 here for your old curtain.
Thank you very much. Cool, that's a surprise. Thank you very much.
Do you have any idea what you might do with that?
I've got an 8-year-old daughter. She's 9 next week. I will probably put the money in her junior ISA.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Neil. Lovely to catch up.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Sarah spent £30 on the stuffing for the eiderdowns. She sold the pair for a cracking £150, meaning Neil has £120 to invest for daughter Alice. So the eiderdowns were a smash. Sarah's back in East Sussex to see if Norman's new kitchen dresser will also be a big hit. Well, it's certainly big.
It's pulled together really well. I think we've done the right choice with the drawer arrangement and the doors and everything, and with making the top for it, I think it looks, really quite cool.
Well, I'm here to pick up what was a deeply undesirable sideboard. It was plain ugly. I'm hoping it's now pretty beautiful.
Can old crumbling sideboards really be turned into beautiful kitchen dressers? Well, try this on for size. Yes, they can. Norman has created a one-of-a-kind piece of classy kitchen furniture. The sideboard still remains in all its glory, but with the addition of a new baseboard for extra storage, new drawers and a stunning country kitchen-style dresser rack, it's unrecognisable from its previous incarnation. A new beautifully blonde floorboard work surface complements the pale distressed paintwork Norman applied. It's a huge piece of furniture. What will Sarah think?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Are you? All right? Yeah,
I'm
you?
all right. That's not it.
That's your dresser. Well, sideboard.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's cool.
It's virtually unrecognisable.
I think it's got the right look. I mean, it would be great in a country kitchen or in a nice dining room or something. So, yeah, really pleased with it.
I bet you are. I mean, you have really added to it.
We put the plate bar in so the plates don't slip off as well.
That is, amazing. Am I going to be laughing at the price?
$575 on budget.
I'm a very lucky girl. Fantastic job. You're a legend.
Thank you very much.
Might have to hug it out.
Oh.
I'm so pleased, Neil. That's amazing.
Brilliant. See you later.
Good job, Norman. You even got a cuddle.
I think it's come out really well. Nice big piece, so hopefully she could sell it well and everyone's happy. So, yeah, smashed it.
Well, just between you and me, I think Norman might be a bit of a genius.
I think you might be right.
Hiya.
Hello.
Hello.
Sarah first set eyes on the sideboard sticking out of Jason's boot.
It's used to be with my grandparents. It's been in the garage for some years now, and we don't really use it.
Jason couldn't give the old thing away.
I put this outside the house with a free sign on it, and all that was taken was the top drawer.
That didn't stop Sarah, but what was to be done with it?
In terms of what she's going to do with it, I don't know.
Well, Jason, it's Norman you have to thank for this one, because he created something truly unique. Sarah rushed straight home and posted pictures of the dresser on auction sites, trying to find a buyer. It's a big-ticket item, so did she manage to get it sold? Sarah's travelled to Addleston in Surrey to meet up with Jason and show him what happened to his sideboard.
Hiya.
Hello, Sarah.
How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Nice to see you. Yeah, and you. Just wondering what you thought when somebody came up to you in the tip and said, can I have your rubbish?
Yeah, well, considering I was looking to get rid of it and kind of scrap it anyway, I wasn't too concerned, to be honest, so...
I took it to a guy called Norman, so I've got some pictures here to show you of what he did to it. So I think probably that's how you remember it. He turned it into that.
Oh, wow, amazing. It's like a proper kitchen unit now, isn't it?
It's a real dresser.
Yeah.
It's now a lovely big piece of furniture. Would you give it house room now?
Yeah, it's actually amazing what he's done with it.
I'm pleased that you like it. It's a big piece of furniture. It's got a high price tag on it, and I haven't managed to sell it yet.
Okay.
So I'm going to carry on putting it out there and selling it. So as soon as I've made it, I shall be sending that to you, and hopefully that'll go to some good cause.
Yeah, without a doubt, I'm pretty sure we'll put that to good use. Fantastic.
Thanks, Jason.
Look forward to it. Bye-bye.
Norman's costs for the project were £575, but without a sale, Sarah's facing a potential loss. Though I'm confident with a bit more time, she will be able to sell it, and will be back in touch with Jason with a profit. That's 2 of our items now successfully transformed. Sarah's back in Margate to see if Rupert's managed to give the old ladders a step up.
I've really enjoyed doing this project. Very satisfying to make something from nothing. I hope Sarah's happy, so look forward to her coming back.
Well, I'm so excited to be back in Margate. I left Rupert with a careworn selection of old DIY equipment and a broken ladder. Can't wait to see what he's done with it.
Nor can I. This pile of old wood started off on the wrong foot. But now they certainly have a spring in their step. Rupert has created 3 sets of stylish steps, each with their own unique character. One has been sanded and stained dark brown, creating a classic antique finish. Another has been stripped and waxed, leaving the natural colour of the wood to shine through, finished with a new dark top. And lastly, the wild card. Bold, bright yellow has become a Rupert trademark. And isn't it eye-catching? They're all now strong and sturdy, so can be used as step-ups to reach high shelves, or as stylish and cool occasional tables. I don't know which is my favourite, probably the yellow one. But what about the mystery item Rupert promised?
Hello, hello.
Hey, Sarah, come in, come in.
Wow, look at those.
So I've gone 3 different styles for you. So hopefully you've got 3 now usable products.
They're great. I can see them going into completely different houses, different apartments. You know, they're really cleverly done.
It's been quite nice making 3 things that hopefully you can find a new home for.
Budget-wise, looks like a lot of work's gone into these. How did you get on?
Oh, it was a fair bit of work. Before we talk about the budget, though, I know I said if I had time and if there were a few bits left, I'd do something else. I have done a few extra bits for you.
Have you?
So you want to see them?
Yeah, I'd love to.
OK, well, move that one off the table. From the scraps, I've made 3 sets of shaker peg hooks.
I recognise them, and they're fantastic.
I've actually made, as well, 2 mirrors. So you've actually got a lot of stock now, Sarah.
I've got a new range. This is a whole collection of product here, isn't there?
Rupert, you're a genius. From the leftover wood from the ladders, Rupert has created 3 separate coat hooks and 2 mirrors. But surely that means the budget's gone up a bit.
Luckily, all this still within your budget.
No way. Seriously, all of this for 150 quid?
Yeah, it was just enjoyable to do.
That is amazing. Lovely work, thank you.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've said it before and I'll say it again. That guy is good.
How fab is that lot? 3 great library steps and a whole collection of other stuff to sell. Such a clever idea to reuse those ladders like that too. You're going to want to do that, aren't you? Hi there, hello.
When Sarah stopped Emma in her tracks at the tip, she wanted to know more about her steps and ladders.
Oh, these are from my granddad's house. We're clearing it at the moment.
Sarah loved the handmade look,
He was really into recycling and making his own things.
A man after my own heart.
so took them off, leaving Emma guessing what would become of them.
If she could make it into something really funky and creative, that'd be great.
Funky and creative. They just happen to be Rupert's middle names. Sarah was then on a mission to get every single piece sold. She showcased them at her barn sales, drummed up interest online, and finally got her first sale. 3 of Rupert's pieces were bought by a vintage and antique shop in Falkirk in Scotland. Owners David and Yasmin couldn't be happier.
Oh, these are really nice, Dave. I don't know if these are going in the shop or coming home with us. What do you think?
Might keep.
So that's 3 down, but did Sarah manage to shift the whole lot? Sarah's travelled to Englefield Green in Surrey to meet up with Emma and hand over the profit.
Hi, Emma.
Hello.
Hi, nice to see you again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. Now, I met you at the recycling centre, and I think you were doing a really big job when I met you, weren't you? You were...
Yes, we were emptying my granddad's house. We were selling it because he's gone into a home, so we were having to clear everything.
Well, you probably haven't even had a second to think about what might have happened to the stuff that I took away.
Not really, no, but I can't wait to see what you've done.
It wasn't something I worked on myself. It was something that I took down to Margate to a great guy called Rupert, and I've got some pictures here to show you of what he created. I hope you'd approve of this lot. His things have been turned into a collection of furniture.
Oh my gosh!
He made a collection of mirrors and coat hooks out of the ladder.
Oh my gosh, wow.
What do you think?
Oh, that's brilliant. I really didn't think you could do anything with them. Yeah, oh wow, that's amazing.
They disappeared instantly. I took them to my barn sale. People loved them, bought them there. They've disappeared up to Scotland, to shops all over the country. So I've got some money here for you as well.
Oh my gosh!
I've got £270 here for your collection of
Oh my
pieces.
gosh.
That's for you.
Wow, thank you.
It's a complete pleasure. What might you do with that?
I think we're going to take Grandad out for a meal, I think, yeah.
Excellent. Well, do you think he'll approve of what we did?
Absolutely. I can't wait to show him. It's amazing. That's
Brilliant.
amazing.
Lovely to catch up with you. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Good job, Sarah, and good job, Rupert. Rupert's total costs for making all those items was £150. Sarah worked her socks off and sold every piece, with sales totalling an amazing £420, which means Emma has an amazing £270 to share with her granddad. Fabulous. Sarah salvaged 3 items that were destined for the dump. Instead of lying in landfill, they have all been given a new lease of life. A new look, and a chance to be loved again.
Well, I really enjoyed that. We take stuff, we make stuff, and we send it off to new homes. What could be better than that?
Well, you haven't got anything I can recycle, have you?
How do you make money for nothing?
Wow, look at that.
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Well, don't get rid of it too quickly. This stuff looks amazing.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
Don't know what to say.
Did you drag it here behind the truck?
She can transform her finds into desirable,
It's enormous.
valuable,
Isn't that fantastic?
and hopefully saleable items.
It's just giving me goosebumps.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you very much. Marvellous.
Welcome to Walsall Recycling Centre near Birmingham. When it comes to filling skips, this place is fast and furious. Sarah's on a mission to turn your trash into hard cash.
Well, it's like the floodgates have opened because people are pouring in here. But I just need to find those little bits that I know are going to float a profit.
But before you zip down to your local tip, be warned. Sarah has special permission to seek out 3 items that she can rejuvenate, repurpose and sell on for a profit. First to pique Sarah's interest is Jenny. But has she a car full of possibilities?
You having a clear out?
Just a little.
What are you doing? Are you on the move?
No, we're just having a big sort out.
OK.
All the rubbish.
Looks like you've got some interesting bits and pieces.
We've got some bits and pieces there, yes.
Where's it all come from then? Is it the garage or...?
Attic, 1 bedroom, 1 junk room, and that's it.
OK. Do you think there's anything here we might be able to recycle?
I don't know what we got. All sorts of bits and pieces.
These are quite cute, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they're great.
A pair of them. So, do you know when they were last used?
Probably 12, 18 months ago.
OK.
Because we stick them on the top of the cupboard when we're watching telly in bed.
Oh, right,
It's the easy way to do it.
So have you still got the bits for them to...
I don't know. It's amongst this lot if we have.
OK. They've got a kind of retro appeal, haven't they?
Haven't they?
I quite like those. I'm just wondering if there's anything else in here that might sort of go with them. Can I have a quick rummage?
Don't know. Have a rummage.
Fab. Might keep that.
You carry on. You know what you're after. I don't know.
Well, do you know something? I just think that you never know what you can do with stuff like this.
No.
It looks quite interesting.
Never know.
I think that might be my lot. If I can make anything out of that, shall I give you a shout?
You do that.
Fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
It's rubbish to me.
And to the rest of us, Jenny, and to the rest of us.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked she wanted it. But if she could use it, then fine. I couldn't think what she might do with it, but there you go.
Well, this is certainly a random selection of stuff, but these TVs are just so cute. Everybody else has got like 52-inch ones, and these ones are about 5 inches. I think they've got a personality all of their own, and I know somebody who just loves this type of thing.
I must say, it's a relief to hear you say that, Sarah. Introducing Mark Haig, Robo-Chap. Mark uses his years of engineering know-how to create one-of-a-kind bespoke robots from just about anything.
My dad was a clock repairer, and I would sit in front of a 3-bar electric fire as a 7-year-old kid, and I'd get some bits of clocks from my dad, get bits of Meccano, and I'd make some kind of mad robot. And 40 years later, I'm still doing the same stuff.
To make these mechanical marvels come to life, each one even comes with its own backstory.
I can create these fun stories that go with the robots, and the combination of it having this interesting story that goes with it makes for a really unique object.
And if anyone can make something unique with all this, it's Mark. Righty-ho, that's 1 off the list and 2 to go. And while some items are well protected...
Anything in there for me? No?
Others are not protected enough.
I've never played a violin before, can you tell?
Yes, we can tell. Could Martin and Annette have something more palatable in their trailer? Something to bag Sarah some cash, perhaps?
I can see clouds of woodworm dust coming out of that. What are you throwing away?
It's basically wood chippings from an old shed that's been stored for probably 30 years.
Okay.
So
Not yours then?
It's not mine. No, we bought the house, and now we're clearing the shed out. So,
Okay. There is definitely something active in your shed, isn't there?
There is, yeah. I mean, it's good firewood. Anybody wanted it for firewood, but other than that, for us, it's got no use, and it's in the tip.
What about the bags, though?
I don't know where he's got those from, to be quite honest with him.
Michigan beans. That doesn't sound like Birmingham, does it? Well, odd though it might seem, those dusty old sacks, because they've got that original writing on them, people love that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So amongst all the sort of stuff that's coming out, those would be quite interesting to see if I could salvage them and make something out of them.
Yeah. Oh, you're more than welcome, because all I was going to do was put them in the skip anyway. Yeah.
Okay,
Right,
well,
so-
I'm going to fold those up and say thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Put those in my little pile of treasures.
Little pile of treasures. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sarah.
If I can do something with them, I'm not sure what it will be, but can I come and see you at your house and show you what I've done?
Yeah, no problem at all. We're surprised that Sarah wanted the sacks. I mean, they're interesting enough with the terminology on them and that, but what she's going to do with them, who knows? Yeah, I mean, a sack's a sack, isn't it?
You're not wrong there, Martin. A sack is indeed a sack.
Well, I keep asking myself, why did I save these? They are moth-eaten, they are dirty, they are well past their best. But there is one redeeming feature. It's the typography. This, in fact, it's American, this fantastic, really strong circle with all the writing on it. It's all about beans. I mean, there's something about it that is just fantastic.
And luckily for us, Sarah knows a guy who would almost certainly agree with her. If you want a bag, then go and see Neil Ragg. Neil is a whiz with a sewing machine. His mission is to rescue tough and rugged materials otherwise headed for the skip. Neil turns them into high-end holdalls that will last a lifetime.
Well, these days there's too much going into landfill. We've got a finite amount of space where we can bury stuff. So if I can prevent it from going into landfill and make something beautiful from it, that's the plan. Most of the bags I make are from old sofas. It could be old army tents or scout tents. If I can get a needle through it, then I can turn it into a bag, and a bag that looks like it would cost hundreds or thousands of pounds from the high street.
With all the holes in these bags, getting a needle through them will not be difficult. Making them worth something is a different story altogether. Two items loaded into the money-for-nothing van. Now it's time for Sarah to search for her own pound-making project.
Maybe. It depends how old it is, though. So sort of 1950s stuff. Isn't he friendly? Right, buddy, you better get in there. We've got some work to do.
Yes, you do, Sarah. And hopefully it will be Barry's furniture that piques your interest.
Hiya.
Hiya.
They're nice. Are they going that way?
Well, that's the intention, yes.
Where have they come from?
We're basically clearing out a relative's house. She passed away recently.
Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's okay.
They are lovely. So they don't appeal to you? They wouldn't fit into your house?
We've got too much rubbish as it is.
I really like things like this. I think they're far too nice to end up in there.
It is a shame, yes.
But if it's not your house, I know, right? Oh, look at that, look. So these probably bought in the 1950s.
I would say that, yeah.
These are a cracking pair of chairs. If you didn't mind me taking them rather than ending up in there, I'd be really pleased to try.
Please do. It seems such a shame to throw them.
And what about that? Did that have sort of those lovely spider plants or something in it?
Yes, full of spider plants.
Yeah, it's just such a classic look. Well, I tell you, as a little group, a pair of retro chairs and a lovely little plant stand, they're the kind of thing that people love, you know, this sort of retro look.
That's right.
Particularly those sort of 1950 legs. Can I take them away?
Please do.
Fantastic. And can I keep in touch as well? Because I'd love to be able to show you what happened to them or where they go to. Would that be all right?
Yeah, I'll be fine, yes.
Fantastic.
Well done, Sarah. 2 chairs and a plant stand. Good luck with that. What are Barry's thoughts?
Well, I suspect that Sarah will probably renovate them because they're worth a little bit of attention, especially the planter. I mean, that's quite a classic little item, that is. And the chairs are very nice as well.
So have you noticed? These chairs are Urkel. These are British-made, stylish, collectible. There are heaps of people out there who absolutely love this furniture, and grouped together with this 50s plant stand, they look fantastic.
There you have it, 3 items found. Mark will get switched on with Jenny's mini TVs and bits. Neil will grapple with Martin's printed sacks. And Sarah will tackle Barry's chairs and plant stand.
Well, they might have wanted to bin it, but I want to bling it. Now's the time to turn those diamonds in the rough into money-making gems.
Manchester, hailed for its industrial past. It is now becoming a thriving hub for furniture designers and digital artists, as well as many others from the creative industries. One such gentleman is Mark, who's waiting patiently for Sarah's challenge.
I'm looking forward to Sarah coming down to my studio. Hopefully it's something metallic that I can work with, but I'm prepared to work with whatever she gives me.
Glad to hear you say that, Mark.
Well, I picked up some random stuff at the recycling centre in the past, but this lot, well, this has to take the biscuit. I brought it to Mark, and I'm hoping he's going to recycle this into a robot with attitude. Mark? Hi.
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really well. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. What have you brought me this time?
Well, I saw these, and obviously I immediately thought of you.
That's nice.
It is nice, isn't it?
That's like a laser gun.
It is. Actually, it was these little bad boys that made me think. I just thought, you know, like little spacemen, like helmets. So I thought,
definitely.
if anybody can do anything with them, it's going to be you. What do you reckon?
Look. Yeah, I reckon I can build with those. And I'm looking on the back. It's got a video input on the back.
Right, OK, that's a good thing then.
It's a good thing. That one hasn't.
OK.
So I don't know what I'd do with that one. I could make something with it.
Right.
But this is my preference.
OK, well, let's pop that one down there. When I saw them, I thought they had a bit of attitude. I was kind of thinking maybe some, like, punk styling or something like that. But I bought you these other bits in case they're useful. Put them in the bin, add them to the stash if not. But there's definitely something about these little bits that they looked quite cool in the yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, I think something like that might work, mightn't it? But,
I like that.
It's totally up to you because I know you are the robot master.
Robot master he may be, Sarah, but what happens when the robots take over and Mark becomes their slave? Right, no more coffee for me today.
Any little surprises, or shall I wait till I come back?
I think you should wait. I think there's something else I might be able to do with it.
OK.
To make it a bit more interesting, but leave it with me.
Hit me with a ballpark budget then. What kind of price are we looking at to make that an all singing, all dancing new robot?
Well, he's going to end up being sort of that kind of size, isn't he? So he's going to be quite a big fella. About 150 quid.
OK.
Something like that, 160 quid.
Yeah, I'd say that budget's absolutely fine. I love the 80s, so as much 80s singing and dancing in that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
OK, bye now.
Well, Mark's channeling the 1980s. I've always loved a bit of Dire Straits, maybe a bit of Money for Nothing. I can see that robot. It's going to be right on track.
It's going to be an interesting one. It's working with plastic, which isn't the perfect thing that I like to work with, but I've got some nice ideas for it in my head, so fingers crossed it should go well.
I have complete faith in you, sir. Mark has a budget of £150 to create an 80s-themed robot from this tray of bits and bobs. Am I excited about this one? Affirmative. Marlow, Buckinghamshire, a town with a rich history going back 1,000 years. Around 30 miles west of central London, its ideal location on the River Thames makes it home to one of Britain's premier rowing clubs, producing Olympic oarsmen like Sir Steve Redgrave. But are Sarah's printed sacks going to seem like an Olympian task for Neil?
Always looking forward to new challenges. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't fun doing something that was out of your comfort zone. So, yeah, slightly nervous to see what bizarre thing that she's going to bring.
Here I am in super smart, quintessentially English Marlowe with an absolute load of old rubbish. I know Neil's got a sense of humour. I just hope he finds something to laugh about with this lot.
Hi, Sarah, how are you?
I'm really well, how are you
Excellent.
doing?
I'm very nervous.
Are you?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know
Is
what
it-
you've got in your hands.
I'm hiding it, it's that bad.
Oh, no. So, what are you hiding behind your back, Sarah? What do we have?
Hi.
Hi, well, the sacks. We've got sacks.
They've got a lovely print on them and they are covered in, I haven't touched them at all, they are tip fresh and they are covered in cobwebs. But they have got beautiful print on them.
So where do we think they've come from?
These have been used as wood store for 30 years.
And before
American.
that, they came from Michigan.
Yeah, they are virtually unusable. There's probably enough here to make.
Oh, no, look at that.
Do you like it?
Yeah. We've got Michigan casserole and Michigan navy beans. Well, they look great. I mean, it's an ordinary sack otherwise, isn't it? It's a very standard sack. But with the logos, they're lovely.
I must say, Neil's enthusiasm for the old sacks is putting my mind at ease. And getting me excited about what he'll do with them.
You could just keep things really low cost on this. So keep it simple and just make them into simple shopping bags, you know, adding a lining to it. Leather strap, you know, it doesn't add any extra time to do this, but you've got something that there's not going to be any more of these on the planet.
That sounds great. I mean, there's 3 there that look like they might work. That one is shoddy.
Yeah, maybe not.
And that one,
That one's
maybe
fine.
some of it. OK, so if we're looking at potentially 4 bags here, what kind of money do you want me to leave you with as a whole for transforming that into 4, or price, whichever way you want to price it?
Well, if I'm going to make something very simple, a simple shopping bag, you know, you're looking at a tenner each, that's all.
Perfect. I tell you what, I'll give you 50 quid and see what you can do with the offcuts.
OK.
You'll think of something.
Yes, OK, thank you. A sack's a sack, you know, and they're standard sacks, but the fact that she's found something that is utterly unique is very exciting because the logo is really cool. So it is something that not many people are going to own, 4 people possibly on the planet.
There are not many people as enthusiastic and creative as Neil Ragg. He seems like he's going to take up the challenge with relish, and I cannot wait to see what he does with those old sacks.
But with a budget of just £50, will they be strong enough to deliver the goods? In beautiful Sussex, Sarah is about to begin her own challenge. And she's happy to be working on a furniture favourite.
Always lovely when Urkel shows up at the recycling centre. It's a sweet pair of chairs here, and this plant stand is oozing 1960s. I want to make these really sing. I thought loads of colour on them, and perhaps turning this plant stand into something slightly more useful as well as being beautiful. First things first, they need a really good clean up.
Urkel dates back to the 1920s, and it was established in High Wycombe, Buckinghamshire. The company's ability to perfect steam bending their woods took them into mass production. Their furniture became a hit in post-war Britain.
You can't beat a lovely bit of British-made Urkel. Fantastic legs, beech frame on the seat, and really stylish. So if I can paint them and get rid of this tired, old, orange-looking varnish, I think they'll look really smart.
I'll be the judge of that, Sarah. Scrubbing done, time for some painting.
I've got some lovely colours here, and I think I'm just going to paint each individual element a different colour and see how it turns out. My plan is to paint it, rub it down a bit so it smooths it and makes it look really soft, and then lacquer the whole lot so it's got a sort of semi-gloss to it. I like that bit best.
To get the best result when painting Urkol, treat it very gently for around 30 days after completion. This is because paint doesn't reach its hardest point till then.
I love colours together. I love pinks, I love greens. I love them to be bright and fresh. I like natural, beautiful, mossy colours. But most of all, I just love stuff that makes you really happy when you look at it.
Yeah, like a very colourful picture of me, for example. I get it.
We can update Urkol with colour and it looks really good. It's not everybody's cup of tea, because some people like it really pure, just as it came off the factory line. But for me, if it sells it and it makes it look lovely, then I'm happy to paint it. Well, I've got a bit of experimenting to do, but I think this will probably work. What do you reckon? A bit of that next?
Probably best I leave the colour choices to you, Sarah.
It's as good as any.
Sarah has spent £10 so far on materials, and hopefully this colourful approach is the bright idea that will help us turn a profit. While Sarah cracks on, it's time to head to Manchester, where Mark has begun the process which will hopefully introduce a new character to the world.
So I normally work by putting my parts down on my table, seeing how it looks as a sort of two-dimensional sculpture. 1980s kind of feel of a body, some arms, something like that, just to get a feel, and some legs, something like that. But to be honest with you, as I'm looking at it, I'm not really feeling it as a sculptor. It doesn't really appeal to me. So I'm going to go against Sarah, which I might get into trouble for, and I'm going to change the design. I've got to do what I feel, so that's what I'm going to do.
Mark, we trust you. Go for it. Even though the TV is 80s plastic, Mark believes that a steampunk theme is the way forward. Steampunk is a term that originated from science fiction novels. It takes its inspiration from the Industrial Revolution, Victorian Britain and the American Wild West.
I've got various wooden boxes around and things. Somewhere around here I've got something that is the right size. It's already got that kind of steampunk feel to it with the dark wood, but I'm going to dress it as well. So there'll be dials on there and knobs and sort of steampunk dressings on there. At the moment, I'm just getting it for scale.
Which is where the fun part of the process really kicks in.
I'm just going to go to my leg collection.
A leg collection. Every robot maker's dream.
I'm feeling that a lot more. It's looking a lot nicer. As a scale, I'm quite happy with that.
Once Mark is happy with the scale, it's a case of layering on parts from his treasure trove of bits and pieces to help give the robot character.
So I'm going to put the legs on. That entails drilling through the tin on here. I'm ambidextrous, which always comes in useful when you're building the robots.
Very handy.
Looks like we've got ourselves half a robot. So I'm going to have a look in my arm collection and see if I can find something else.
Arm collection, also very handy.
Maybe they're the kind of steampunk feel to them. And just temporarily, I'm just going to put the head on the robot just to see where we're up to as a sculpture. Yeah, it needs a neck, but it's getting there. It's looking something like what I was expecting it to look like.
I like this steampunk look. Might even give it a try myself. Over in Marlow, Buckinghamshire, Neil Ragg is about to begin the task of producing bags for life from old sacks that had no future at all.
It's a lovely looking logo, although they are obviously old, which adds to their charm. So I'm going to have to do something to maybe reinforce to avoid these holes, the fraying bits, and make a bag that is going to stand the test of time as well as look nice.
Good plan, Neil. Let's do this.
We're going to use these old curtains, just line the inside of the bag.
Neil has decided to use curtains as the lining material, as it is soft but strong fabric that will not tear, and has the Brucey bonus of feeling nice to the touch. Excellent.
Relatively simple, just sewing the two right sides together, and then I'll turn them inside out, and that way we've got no raw edges, it's nice and neat, a very simple bag, but will look quite different to any other bag for life you get. Right, I think this is ready for another iron. Well, the combination of the old grotty sacks and the pretty curtains is going to look pretty good, I think.
I'm going to have to take your word for that, Neil.
Right, so we've got the sack, we've got the lining now. We're going to stitch it inside out to make the bag and then just attach some handles.
Neil is wonderfully reassuring. But will these frayed old bags play their part in becoming easy on the eye and strong enough to make Sarah a profit? In Sussex, Sarah is hard at work putting the finishing touches to the chairs and the plant stand.
I've got some really fine copper sheet here, and what I want to do is put some little caps on the end of the front two legs just to make them look really beautiful.
Any enhancement in the beauty department is always welcome. When Sarah found this trio, they each possessed a one-way ticket to Dumpsville. But not anymore. The two chairs are now colour-tastic, with variations of blue leading the way. Copper sheets round off the spectacle, as well as linking it with the contrasting copper spray covering the plant stand. Good job, Sarah.
I reckon these blues are working really well together. I'm a big blue fan, and I think getting rid of those softer, babyish colours has really sharpened these up. Now we've got a plant stand and a pair of chairs. I think they can either be sold all together or perhaps just the pair of chairs separately. But time now to get these out there, see who wants them.
Sarah first caught sight of this lot as Barry was about to consign them for eternity to the skip.
I really like things like this, and I think they're far too nice to end up in there.
It is a shame, yes.
A shame indeed, until of course our Sarah saw their potential, and with a colourful flick of the wrist, it didn't take long for Sarah to tempt some buyers from her varied client base. The two chairs sold to the Pack House, a vintage and antique store in Surrey. And the plant stand was bought by River from Sixth Link, a vintage and retro retailer in Shropshire.
I think I've got a client in mind for this one. A friend who I used to go to school with, she's just opened up a florist in Ireland. I think this piece is going straight to her.
Now Sarah is en route to Barry's to hand over some cash.
Hi there, Barry.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm really well. Lovely to see you again.
You've nice to meet you again.
And you. Now, you were being a really helpful relative when I last saw you.
That's right, yes.
Did you wonder what might happen when I took away your old Urkel chairs and your plant stand?
I'm still actually wondering what's going to happen to them.
Well, I thought they were lovely. They were really stylish, and they were something that I worked on. So I've got some pictures here to show you what I've done with them. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Your chairs and your plant stand now look like that.
Wow, that's really stunning.
Basically, I've given them a fresh, new look, some copper tips to their legs, and I've planted up the plant stand so it looks decorative. What do you think to that?
Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, that's actually more than I anticipated.
I have managed to sell them, and I've got 115 quid for you.
Oh, thank you very much. That's actually... I'm stunned. Thank you.
What might you do with £115 that you weren't expecting?
We've got a holiday coming up, so it'd probably go towards that.
Well, that's fantastic. I loved working on your chairs. I hope you have a great time on holiday. Really good to catch up.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Sarah spent £10 working her magic on the chairs and plant stand. They were all sold for £125, with the £115 profit going towards a holiday for Barry. In Manchester, Mark is giving his robot a once-over before Sarah arrives.
Although it's not exactly what we discussed, I hope she still likes it. He's quite a beast, but he's quite handsome. So, yeah, I hope she likes it.
Well, I'm back in Manchester to find what kind of magic Mark has been able to work on my skip bits. I'm hoping to meet a lovely new robot.
When Sarah picked up this little basket of rubbish, she hoped that Mark could turn it into something unique. And Mark certainly has delivered. Feet made from lampshades, arms made from cooking utensils from the 1940s, rubber from a car suspension, all put together with imagination and skill, resulting not just in a robot, but in a personality. I wonder what the little guy's called.
Hi, Mark. Oh, wow, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. This is Smurf Tickler.
Smurf Tickler, my friends, is a robot who tickles little blue Smurfs. And I kinda like him.
I love Smurf Tickler. He's amazing, look at that.
Originally, I built him on this wooden box.
Right.
But it was too thin, so the head's quite wide.
Yeah.
So depth-wise, it didn't work. So I found this baking tray, and it was exactly the right size.
I love the way you combine things so it looks completely appropriate, because they feel like they're all of an era. There's something really cool about him. Yeah. Was he tricky?
He was tricky to build, yeah.
He may have been tricky to build, but that hasn't stopped Mark from including a little surprise.
There's a media player inside there, so he does something. He talks.
Does he?
Yes. I press play.
OK.
Hello, what's your name?
My name's Sarah, hi.
That's a nice name. Mine's Smurf Tickler. Where do you come from?
Just near Chichester.
What do you like about where you come from?
The green fields, mainly.
That's wonderful.
That is just so funny. What a lovely idea to add that element to it. Will the person who buys it be able to program their own stuff onto it? Is that possible?
There's a media player inside there.
Right.
And it's driven by a USB stick.
OK.
So you can put anything on that USB stick, and it will show it on there, and it'll play the audio out of the speaker as well.
I have to hand it to Mark. Not only has he delivered a unique robot, but by adding the opportunity for an owner to project photos, videos and messages on his little face, he has made it contemporary and, in turn, much more attractive to potential buyers.
That's wonderful.
I completely agree. It is wonderful.
He looks fantastic, and to have all that functionality is amazing. I left 150 quid, I think, we chatted about. How's that worked out?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you so much for taking on the small screen, because what you've created is truly one-off.
I'm with you, Sarah. Wonderfully original. All right, I'll stop now.
Well, Mark has done a fantastic job. I love Smurf Tickler. I wonder who's going to buy him.
At Walsall Recycling Centre, the little tray of TVs and junk belonged to Jenny, who found Sarah's approach quite unexpected.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked she wanted it, but if she can use it, then fine. I couldn't think what she might do with it, but there you go.
Neither could I, Jenny. But then Mark added his imagination, and this fabulous bot was born. Sarah made the robot available online, and it wasn't long before he was bought by a private collector. They grow up so fast. And now it's left to Sarah to visit Jenny in Burntwood, Staffordshire, to let her know what happened to her little tray of TVs and junk.
Hello there. Nice to see you again.
You all right?
I'm very well. How are you?
Not so bad, thanks.
Chilly?
Just a little.
So did you wonder what I might do with your old TVs?
Well, yeah, I thought, what on earth is she going to do with those?
I took it to a guy in Manchester and I've got some pictures to show you what he did with it.
What's he done with them?
I hope you've got a sense of humour.
Oh, yeah.
OK, your TV now looks like this.
I love it. Oh, yeah.
Do you recognise it?
Yeah, I love it.
So your TV has been completely remade into a talking robot. What do you think to that?
I think when the grandchildren see that, they're going to laugh their heads off.
Well, I took some pictures of him and shared him over social media to see if anybody else fancied the look of him.
Wonderful.
And he's made you a little bit of profit.
Oh,
he
wonderful.
Has turned the old TV into a £50 profit.
Oh, thank you very much. That is welcome. Oh, well. What am I going to do with that, I wonder?
Yeah, well, go on then, tell me. What might you do with 50 quid?
Well, I've got to take it to my brother and see what he wants to do with it, because the telly was his.
Oh, well, I hope he finds a good use for it. It was a funny project to work on.
I bet it was. I bet it was.
Mark charged £150 to build the robot. Sarah sold him for £200, with the £50 profit going to Jenny. In Marlow, Neil has finished transforming the old sacks.
I'm looking forward to Sarah's arrival. I think I've done what she's after. I think she's going to be pleased. I think from turning something that was quite grotty into something that is far more high street.
I always get so excited when I come to see Neil because he is a brilliant bag maker, and I'm hoping those sad sacks that I left are now full of beans.
Sarah was asking a lot of Neil when she dropped off these old sacks. I have to admit, this is impressive. Neil has taken these old factory sacks, frayed, full of holes, ready to be dumped, and transformed them. Not only into bags, but bags for life. Curtains give it a soft yet durable lining. Pieces of sofa leather add more strength to the handles. And a layer of protective glaze adds more strength and shine, which brings it all together. Very impressive indeed.
Hi, Sarah. Come on in.
Thanks, how you doing?
I'm very well.
So
Here we go. You've got 4 old bean sacks, and they're still old bean sacks.
They are old bean sacks, but they're beautiful.
Good.
I thought they'd be scrappy, I have to say. After what I left you, I mean, I so nearly passed these by. So they are lovely, aren't they?
They're still bean sacks. They've still got holes. They're still a bit fraying, but they've now got a lining from an old curtain. They've got leather handles. They've got brass fittings. I think they look quite nice now.
You are amazing.
I'm with you, Sarah. Great job, Neil.
And they scream reuse, don't they? So I think you should be really proud of yourself. They're lovely.
Well, it does show what you can reuse.
You said it, Neil. Not only that, he managed to stick to the £50 budget.
It was straightforward. Sewing-wise, it was just a couple of lines of sewing here and there, and you've got 4 shopping bags.
I think they're brilliant. Love the colour choices. I think you've done really well there.
For a 40-year-old sack, not bad.
Brilliant. Thanks. I shall take those away.
Go shopping.
Absolutely love shopping.
Go and get your turnips.
Well, look what he's done. He's literally snatched style from the jaws of a skip. What great work.
Well, I think that went rather well. From a bunch of old bean sacks that stayed looking essentially like a bunch of old bean sacks, she seemed very pleased.
As Punch, like the rest of us. The old sacks belonged to Martin and Annette, who weren't quite sure what to make of Sarah's approach.
We're surprised that Sarah wanted the sacks. I mean, they're interesting enough with the terminology on them and that, but what she's going to do with them, who knows?
What she did was bring them along to Neil, who got out his trusty sewing machine and voila, job done. The bags were snapped up by Nick from online retailer Smithers of Stamford.
According to Neil, these are bags for life, and I don't think we're going to have any problem shifting these. I really think the ladies are going to love them.
And now it's left to Sarah to hand over the profit.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, Annette. How are you doing?
Great, thank you.
And I was hoping to catch up with you and Martin, but Martin's away at the moment, isn't he?
He's away at sea, off Aberdeen.
What did you think when some strange woman came up and said, I want to take away those woodworm-filled dirty sacks?
Well, I thought you were absolutely crazy.
I've got some pictures to show you here. Do they look familiar there?
Oh, they do, yes.
Yeah. So I think in the end we managed to salvage 4 of the ones that were full of wood.
Yeah.
And here are your sacks now.
Oh, wow.
They are remodelled as shopping bags.
Ah, that's a very good idea.
So that's what he did with them. What do you reckon to that?
I think that's fantastic. We had no idea what on earth he would do with them, but that looks, at least that was something that was going straight in the tip and is now useful.
It is really useful, and I'm surprised to say, actually, I've got some money to hand over to you as well.
Oh, I'm surprised as well. I'm very surprised.
Look what I've got for you. I have got...
Wow.
I've got £70 here for you, for your old bags.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you very much.
What might you do with £70?
Well, I'll put it towards, I'm going to have my kitchen refurbished, so it will go towards that.
Fantastic. Well, who'd have thought it? It was really good to catch up. I hope Martin approves of what we did with them.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will.
Brilliant. Lovely to see you again.
Right, thank you
Thank you so
very
much. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Well, I absolutely love that because that was a genuine surprise for Annette. She had no idea that those old sacks, they were actually money bags.
Neil charged £50 for the makeover. The bags were bought for £120, leaving a handsome £70 profit to go towards Martin and Annette's new kitchen. Sarah salvaged 3 items that were destined for the dump. Mark worked wonders making our robot. Neil bagged our respect with the printed sacks, and Sarah splashed colour on the chairs and the plant stand.
Well, sometimes it's a challenge trying to make money for nothing out of random tip items. But Mark and Neil did a fantastic job. They had an eclectic collection to start with, and they really nailed it. Well, you haven't got anything I can recycle, have you?
How do you make money for nothing?
Wow, look at that.
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Well, don't get rid of it too quickly. This stuff looks amazing.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
Don't know what to say.
Did you drag it here behind the truck?
She can transform her finds into desirable...
It's enormous.
Valuable...
Isn't that fantastic?
And hopefully saleable items.
It's just giving me goosebumps.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Thank you very much. Marvellous.
It's a beautiful day for throwing out your rubbish in Whitley in Surrey. The local recycling centre here is buzzing with bin bags. And wherever there's a skip, there's Sarah.
You might like going out shopping. Maybe you go to the cinema. You might even go to an art gallery. But for me, if I want a really great day out, I come to the recycling centre. It's fantastic.
Whatever floats your boat, Sarah. If you're thinking of raiding your local tip, don't. Sarah has special permission to be here. She must find 3 items she can do up and turn into dosh.
I think I could really clean up round here.
You'll have your work cut out in this place. Perhaps Colin will brighten your day.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry to disturb you when you look busy.
Busy?
I like the look of that.
Yes, an old artist studio easel.
Is it yours?
It is mine, yes.
Do you paint?
I do, yes.
Yeah, funny that.
Oh, fantastic.
But I've got a later version,
Okay.
as you might say, and this one's just standing in the garage, in the way, as all things in the garage are.
So have you had it long? Was this yours from you?
It wasn't mine from you. It was from a previous garage clearance, in fact.
Artist Colin's old easel has been well used, but is it sturdy enough to be used again?
There.
It's just a lovely vintage version of what I see coming out of shops today. So I think it's really attractive and definitely there's some potential to give it a new lease of life.
That's one fold-away find for Magpie Moore, and she's looking pretty chirpy.
Excellent.
the thing
Well,
going.
I would
There we
say
are.
that is a lovely thing for me to find here, and thank you so much for letting me have it.
Bye-bye then.
But what will Sarah do with it? Any ideas, Colin?
I can imagine it being, when it's clean and nice and oiled or whatever, making quite a nice lamp, perhaps, out of it.
A lamp, not bad. So what is the master plan?
I'd like to paint you a picture about exactly what I'm going to do with this. I have no idea, but I do know it's beautiful, it's handmade, it's beach, it's got some great vintage quality, and that normally means there's money to be made out of it.
For Sarah, there's one designer with the vision to transform this easel. Say hello to Daniel Heath. Daniel is a designer maker who can turn his hand to almost anything. A wallpaper and textiles designer by trade, he produces everything from bespoke furniture to high-end furnishings.
My designs are inspired by lots of different things. I like to storytell with the work, and I like to explore narratives through fun imagery. You see them evolve as you're creating the design, but printing them makes them a reality, and it makes them into a product, and it makes them into something that somebody else will enjoy as well. I'm really, really privileged to be able to do that. To carry on being creative is a great honour.
Well, Daniel, you'll need all of that creativity, as this easel has even Sarah scratching her head. One item down, 2 still to find. Although Sarah seems to have given up on the searching and has gone straight for the money.
No fivers. All yours, you can recycle that.
I need fivers.
Get your head back in the game, as Anthony could have item 2 waiting for you.
Oh, wow, that looks old and lovely. Hi there,
It is. Hello, hello.
What?
It's a Z bed.
It's a real Z bed, isn't
Real
it?
Z bed, which has been in the family a lot of years.
Does that mean it was yours?
I don't know if I ever used it. It was for guests.
OK. Everybody had one, didn't they? Everybody
Yes.
had Z beds. But
Yes.
I don't know what we do now. What do we do now?
Well, it folds up. It makes a useful dressing table top.
Fantastic. Well, I bet it's quite heavy, isn't it?
The Z bed was a staple of the British home in the 1940s and 50s.
What do you do? Legs first, or?
No, legs come afterwards, so straight down there.
It's a bed that doubles as a table. They don't make them like that anymore.
Beautifully designed. I'm slightly thinking it'll only ever be a Z bed.
A Z.
But it has potential, and if not, it looks comfortable.
Yes.
Comfortable? With springs like that? You've got to be kidding.
Can I take away your Z bed?
I hope so.
And be back in touch if I can?
Pleasure. Yeah, thank you.
Well, at least our Sarah looks pleased. Anthony, what do you reckon she's planning?
A Z bed is an unusual item, which may limit its possibilities of changing it.
Ain't that the truth?
Ultimately, I'm not sure what she'll do with it.
Well, I'm hoping this Z-bed sleeping days are over because this needs a brand new look and a total makeover if it's going to make any money. I'm thinking it should be something cool, something stylish, and something that one of my very talented friends is going to have to help me with.
For Sarah, there's only one man for this job. Meet King of Wood, Norman Wilkinson. He's been making furniture for more than 25 years. No matter what Sarah throws at him from the tip, Norman always comes up trumps.
Oh, the stuff you get from the tip, some of it I'm thinking, what are we doing? But, you know, yeah, it's great fun. I mean, and also when you turn the weird and wonderful ones into something great and they sell it as well, and then someone's going to love it, I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
And there isn't a day that goes by when making furniture doesn't take Norman to his happy place.
I enjoy my work. I think if anyone enjoys their work, it comes out in the piece of furniture because, you know, you love it, and then it hopefully reflects when someone buys it that they can see the love that we've put into it. You know, it's a joy to get up and come to work in the mornings.
You might not be quite so joyful, Norman, when you clap your eyes on this old bed. Two down, one to go. This time, it's something Sarah can work on herself.
It's sort of tempting, aren't they? You never know what's going to be in one of those boots, do you?
No, you never know. But Alex's boot has potential loot.
That looks like a sweet chair.
It is a great chair.
Had it long?
It's my old... I have had about 7 years. My pride and joy.
And you've fallen out of love with it?
Yeah,
or?
and unfortunately the springs have broken, which makes it not particularly comfortable anymore. And I tried to get somebody to repair it.
Right.
But unfortunately it was too much money to repair. Cheaper to buy a new one.
Well, I'm really glad that you couldn't find anybody because I'm looking for stuff like this. And you have a footstool as well that goes with it?
I have a lovely footstool that goes with it.
If it'd be okay to take both those things away, shall I come and find you to show you what I've done with it?
Yes, that would be great. I'd actually like that, thank you.
Fantastic.
Nice one, Sarah. Alex, what do you think Sarah's got planned for your saggy seated combo?
I'm sure she's going to upcycle it and give it a new, lovely home.
That's the plan.
Well, it might not be vintage, it might not even be antique, but it is definitely cute. It's got a style all of its own, and it is absolutely right for an update.
Update? I think you might mean overhaul. Sarah's tracked down all three items. Daniel will be pondering on this artist's easel. Norman will be right out of his comfort zone with a 1940s Z-bed. And Sarah will be earning her stripes fixing up a burst armchair and footstool.
Well, I am loving the items that I found at the recycling centre today, but I'm going to love them even more when they turn a profit.
Walthamstow in East London with that good old East 17 postcode. It's where Daniel dreams up his award-winning designs. But can he turn Sarah's old easel into some fine art?
Working with these pieces often gives me sort of license to be more creative, do something a little more left field, something a bit different from what I've done before.
That's just what I wanted to hear.
Well, it's a lovely artist's easel, but transforming it into something else? I don't know what you do. I've seen people put TVs on it. I'm just hoping Daniel's got some bright ideas of making that into a moneymaker. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Really well.
An easel. It's a big one, isn't it? It's not like one of these little flimsy jobs.
Do you want to stand it up and see how it works? It does all sorts of weird... Yeah, it's like a deck chair.
It might seem a bit cumbersome today, but wooden easels like this were a game-changer for 19th century artists, as they could go anywhere with them. Perhaps Constable painted the Haywain using one of these.
Okay. Did that get you?
It did.
Careful, Daniel, we need those hands.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's great. It's substantial. I'm just trying to think, you know, what else could you clamp in it?
I've seen flat-screen TVs in them.
Although, yeah, I don't know if I want that risk.
I'm with you on that one, Daniel.
But maybe we could do something so that it kind of still looks like this, but it's reinforced in some way, so that it doesn't wobble and it doesn't move around. And then you could put something on it either a mirror or shelving or something like that.
I can see it being a very saleable item if it's got a proper big dressing mirror in it, something substantial like that.
And then perhaps somewhere to hang an item of clothing.
How about a man stand?
A man stand?
A man stand.
Shaving kit,
Yeah,
stuff.
that's good. Yeah, little shelf, little like brass shelf or something sticking out so you can put your man stuff.
Man stuff? Like a set of jump leads and an oily rag?
Suits, cufflinks, ties, moisturisers. This is a modern man, obviously.
Yeah.
Ah, like me, you mean?
Love it. How much?
It's going to depend on what accessories I go with, but I think it's probably going to be about 200 quid.
200 quid, well spent, I think. I think it's an original idea. I think it's very now, and you've got the perfect bones to create something original from it.
It's going to be good.
Go crazy, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want it to be sophisticated.
I'm going to leave you with all of those lovely thoughts.
Okay.
Call me when it's ready.
Cheers, Sarah. It's an easel, so it's going to be nice to make it into something else. And, yeah, I think getting all the accessories and bits, it's going to make it into something fun for someone's home.
You said it, Dan. I can't wait to see this man stand.
It's a great idea. Maybe a little bit of a niche market. I think Dan's going to make it fantastic.
At £200 for labour and materials, this easel will be reborn. But will it bring in the bucks? For Sarah's next stop, she's come to the village of Hellingley in East Sussex. This is where wood wonder man Norman works on his wonderful wood. And so what has Sarah brought him? Metal. Ugh.
Do you think Norman heard me coming? I'm going to go and get him and see what he thinks of my Z bed. He's going to love it.
I'm not so sure, Sarah.
Look. No, it's here.
Oh, sorry. Oh, this one.
Give me a hand in with it. Don't be rude.
I'd never be rude to you.
Why do I doubt that? I can see you're falling in love with it already.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. You do come up with some stuff, don't you?
I've had a couple of ideas. One of them was, like, turn it upside down and use the frame to make a fold-out table. Because you've got a 6-foot table on a frame with no legs.
Oh, he's not liking that one.
Or the other alternative, because it's got wheels on it, and I have been known to mention this in the past, but I'm quite partial to a cocktail.
I've got a cocktail cabinet.
Cocktail trolley. Is that possible?
Everything's possible.
Cocktail trolley? Has she gone completely mad?
Yeah, why not? What, with little umbrellas?
Yeah. Only problem is, this is a bit ugly, and I think a cocktail trolley needs to be a bit pretty.
Right, we're going to have our work cut out today, aren't we?
I think you'd have work cut out, your metal cut out, the wood
Everything.
cut out.
Let's get rid of all that lot.
Right. Yeah, good start.
Oh, this lot's going to have to go as well, isn't it? Because it really isn't doing anything. Obviously, we'll take the top off because it's not very glamorous, is it, for a cocktail cabinet?
OK.
What about if we open this out, fix it,
Right.
put a back on it, and then we could make something, a box, and put a lining of some form, zinc tin, to hold it, fill it up with ice, champagne. Fantastic.
I love that idea.
We'll try and do posh but rustic as well. We'll clean it up and just keep it in that natural state.
So I'm looking for a first-class drinks trolley. Is it a first-class price?
Well, we'll give you a first-class job. We'll try and do it for $4.25.
I think that's a genius interpretation of a simple trolley idea. 425 quid? I don't care if I make money on it or not. Go for it.
Bit like me, then. Well done, you. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. Cocktails, dear.
Yes.
Looks like even the thought of champagne has made Sarah giddy, as she's agreed to really splash out.
Every so often, you have to take a risk on something. £425 on a Z bed. I think that drinks trolley is going to be amazing.
We're going to have to use some imagination to get it to where we need to. But I think this is going to be one of the most challenging projects we've done, really, trying to turn a Z bed into a champagne trolley that's going to be saleable.
It's a risky £425 to reinvent the Z bed, but if anyone can make it saleable, it's Norman.
Come on, Robbie, this way, come on. Coming in.
In the beautiful South Downs in West Sussex, Sarah is heading to her barn to start work on the stripy armchair and footstool.
Well, this chair and footstool, they're not normally my cup of tea. They're a bit too modern, a bit too smart. But I've got this lot, and this definitely is my cup of tea. I've got some lovely vintage fabrics, beautiful old tweed coat.
A tweed coat? Have you got a hat and scarf for it too?
This seat has got a really nasty spring loose in it, so before I can make it beautiful, I've got to make it comfortable.
Now, I should point out that Sarah's not a trained upholsterer. Her area of expertise is the outside, not what goes on under the cushions.
That really is scary. I don't know where the springs are.
Good start.
I do not want to undo that webbing. If I undo that webbing, there is a world of pain coming.
How about instead of going under, you go after the big bulge on the top?
Just the last thing I want to be doing is cutting this material off here because I really need the structure of this chair to stay the same.
Well, it's either that or you stay with a bumpy rump. Here goes nothing.
Ah, that's the problem. Look, it's a really cheap, badly put together spring set, and that is forever going to cause problems because they're not tied in, they're bouncing all over the place, and they feel really uncomfortable. So I think that should be put aside, and I'm going to use the padding and the bits that are in the footstool to build up a lovely, comfortable base for the chair and just rest it on that webbing.
Using the foam from the footstool makes for a really cosy, comfortable seat. But if it's longevity you're looking for, you can replace the springs with a new spring set for around £15.
Oh, that's so much better. It's really comfortable now. Hey, here comes the exciting bit, though. I've got vintage fabric to put on this to make it look lovely. It's going to be a bit of a task because I'm reclaiming some of it from an old coat.
And that old coat has come from a charity shop.
I absolutely love this Harris tweed. It's such a beautiful, old, well-made fabric. I want to keep a little bit of detail of the coat, but I don't want it to look like it's been draped over the chair. That's a good bit, though.
To keep everything safe, Sarah has added a special fire-retardant cloth under the tweed.
Just using the edge of the seam of the front of the coat here to provide a really neat edge.
Sarah has positioned the fabric of the coat so that the buttonholes are down the side of each arm. Clever.
Definitely want to make a feature out of these things, otherwise they're going to look like they're just holes in the fabric. And I've actually got the pocket here, which I'm going to leave in. Maybe you can put the remote control in there.
A pocket in an armchair. That is out there, Sarah.
I think this might actually work.
Sarah spent £50 in fabric for the chair. If she somehow makes this thing desirable, she could stand to make a fair bit of profit. Back in Walthamstow, Daniel is getting to grips with the easel, or should I say man stand.
We've got this artist easel. We're going to turn it into a man stand. A man stand is basically going to be like a man's dressing station. So we're going to have a mirror on it, and we're going to have a place to hang a jacket, maybe somewhere to put your watch and your tie, a little accessory shelf as well. So hopefully it's going to be quite a quirky little sort of bedroom accessory stand.
In the old days, your Edwardian gentleman would have had what was called a valet stand to hang his suit on. But your modern man, well, he needs a mirror, of course. Daniel's making a back for the mirror out of plywood for mounting on the stand. Good luck with cutting that circle out.
I have to get it roughly into a circle, and then I'm going to use a massive disc sander to bring it to a nice smooth edge all around the sides.
Ah, so that's how you make neat circles out of plywood. Daniel's got some serious machinery in his workshop. I'd love a go on his sander.
Okay, so I've just cut this to size. I hope the mirror fits. Ah, spot on. This is going to go up on the easel here, somewhere. I imagine we might try and make it off-centre, or maybe central. Not entirely sure yet.
While Daniel reflects on that, he's got to clean up that easel. Great, are we going back to the big sander? Oh, just a small sander this time, but good for doing fine detail. To get into all the corners means dismantling the whole thing.
Yeah, I hope I can remember how to put it all back together.
Yeah, me too, Daniel.
Once we get it back to this all over, and then we put a really, really nice hardwood oil on it. It'll bring out the grain, bring out the colour, but it'll be really, really consistent and it'll look really, really good, I think.
A beautiful finish will give it that cool, sophisticated look that Daniel's aiming for. But how do you make this plywood mirror mount look just as good?
OK, so we've got this piece of wood that's going to be the back of the mirror. It's going to be exposed because it's going to be attached to the easel. I quite like the grain on here, but I don't think the colour's going to be good for what we're doing, so I think we should stain it or we should paint it.
Daniel is testing out a dark wood stain on the spare bit of ply to see if it works for him.
Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, I think that could be nice. I think I'm going to go for it.
Daniel is using a wood stain rather than paint to help the grain of the wood show through. Remember, when using a wood stain, to always brush the same way as the grain. This makes brush strokes less noticeable.
The stain that we put on this, we might put on other parts of the easel as well, like the shelf or the hanger. That might be in the same stain, so we have a bit of a mixture of different wood colours, but just keeping it quite sophisticated.
Well, I'm not seeing sophisticated just yet, but Daniel's got a real vision of his concepts, right?
I like to think that the man stand, trademark pending, could be a common thing in the bachelor pad, but, you know, I'm thinking it's more kind of James Bond.
It's a bit more odd job than James Bond at the moment. Let's hope he can pull it off. Back in Hellingly, Norman is getting to grips with the reality of the Z-bed, becoming some sort of drinks trolley.
We are going to make it into a champagne trolley. We're going to use oak, and let's see where we go. So I have plans in my head, but this is going to be one that I think I'm going to be making up as I go along.
Flying by the seat of his pants. Go on, Norman.
Yeah, we'll take the top off first, and then it'll help me get to the springs.
Norman only wants the actual bed frame to work with, so all the springs have to go.
I suppose the good thing about it is I can always have a kip halfway through, can't I?
There's no rest for the wicked, Norman. First to go is the old wooden tabletop. Next to go are the springs. That actually looks like fun.
It's great, you can take your anger out on it, and if someone's upset you during the day, you can think it's them, can't you?
Steady on, big fella.
Right, that bit this is going to be the first bit of the structure, so we're going to obviously use that for the top. I think we're going to take this bit off and lose this bit. I think we'll get the drill and the saw, and then we'll try and take this apart, drill it out.
This bed is around 70 years old, so the only way to get it apart is with brute force.
Bingo. Right, throw that bit away. Another bit.
Next to be chucked are these little metal wheels. Oh, I can feel a drill or a hammer coming on. What's it going to be? It's the drill.
Bingo. I've taken these off another job, So I thought one day they'd come in handy, so this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to plug that with a piece of wood, get a nice piece of wood and I'll glue it in. And then once it's gone off, and then I can drill it in and I can put that in and glue that in as well.
So put that in, and that in. Fantastic. What about the rest of it?
Got a nice bit of oak. We've already cut it to size, so we're going to just pop it into the base and then go from there.
Oak is a really dense hardwood which has good resistance to things like stains and scratches. Great wood for a champagne trolley, I reckon.
Bit of brute force nigglements always helps.
That's one shelf well and truly in. Now for the tabletop. It's safety glasses and big powerful saw time. He makes that look easy. And in the blink of an eye, Norman's made an oak tabletop for his trolley. And what's next?
We're going to put a piece in here all the way round. We're going to have this as the front. If we get this in, and then it'll start really taking shape.
I'm glad, Norman, because all I can see is an old Z bed with a shelf in it. With our makers busy overhauling the first 2 tip finds, we're going back to West Sussex to see how Sarah's getting on with her armchair.
I've got as much of the coat on as possible. It's covered a fair bit. I'm going to do the arms and the inside in this lovely houndstooth.
Sarah started with a striped armchair and footstool. The fabric was frazzled and the seat was too lumpy to get comfy. But now it's been completely made over with a mixture of vintage fabric in on-trend carnival colours. The small embellishments like these buttons leave just a hint of that coat made from hand-woven Harris tweed. And the new padding made from the now discarded footstool makes it a real treat for the rear. It's compliant with all UK fire safety regulations, and I have to say, I had my doubts about this one, but now I absolutely love it. Time to grab the old pipe and slippers.
I've popped a little bit of floral into the seat. I've used absolutely as much of that old coat as possible, and I'm really pleased with its lovely tweed feeling. Hope it'll find a nice new home.
Let's find out. It was at Whitley Recycling Centre that Sarah spotted Alex.
That looks like a sweet chair.
It is a great chair.
Alex had spent 7 years with his trusty chair and footstool.
My pride and joy.
But he was reluctantly saying goodbye.
The springs have broken, but unfortunately it was too much money to repair.
Alex was chuffed that Sarah wanted to transform his saggy seated combo.
I'm sure she's going to upcycle it and give it a new lovely home.
2 became 1 as Sarah used the footstool to help revamp the chair. She shared pictures of it online, and it wasn't long before it was snapped up by a private buyer. But is there a profit for Alex?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't been able to catch up with Alex to talk about his old striped armchair, but I'm really pleased to say that I've got quite a bit of profit to send his way. In fact, I've got £170 here, and that's going straight to him.
Sarah spent only £50 on materials for the chair, and she sold it for £220, leaving a healthy profit of £170 for Alex. Well done, Sarah. In East London, Sarah's come back to Walthamstow to see how Daniel's getting on with the artist's easel.
So, the man stand is almost ready. Occasionally I'll go to just tighten a nut and I'll realise it's still wet. So we're pretty close to time on this one.
Ready or not, here she comes. But will Sarah be impressed?
I think she's really going to like it. I think all the materials have come together really well. So, yeah, can't wait for her to see it.
Well, I'm here in a very busy Walthamstow, coming to pick up my easel tip find, and I'm hoping Dan has turned it into something super saleable.
Daniel started off with an everyday wooden artist's easel. Now it's a dressing stand for the modern man. Daniel has sanded and oiled the original wood, added a useful shelf, and there's even a coat hanger at the back. Perfect for your suit jacket. The crowning glory is this magnificent mirror, which Daniel had etched with one of his signature bird designs. Stunning. This might be repurposing as art, but will this hipster furniture stand up to Sarah's expectations?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
I'm really well, how are you?
Good to see you.
Dan, it's a fantastic thing.
The man stand is here, yeah.
Wow, it's really neat. And is that the vintage mirror you've got?
It's not. I just bought a new piece of glass and vintagified it. I did the etching on it.
Daniel created this design, then had it etched using a laser engraving machine.
I think it's inspiring stuff and what you've done. And I love it.
Thank you.
Sarah's certainly feeling the love, but is she sensing a profit?
It's come out looking very sleek, but how's the budget been?
We used as much of the original thing as we could. I just got a standard size piece of mirror. Spray paint, oil, that was it.
So 200 quid, are we in?
Yeah, we're in. Thank you. This one was quite challenging for me because the easel is such a kind of simple contraption and they're really, really common. I wanted to do something interesting with it and I'm really happy how it's turned out.
Well, I was expecting a practical man stand, but I think Dan's delivered something really beautiful. He's groomed that easel into something that is going to turn a tidy profit.
At Whitley Recycling Centre, Sarah ran into Colin throwing out an old artist's easel.
Do you paint?
I do, yes.
Colin had a newer one, so had no use for the old one.
This one's just standing in the garage, in the way, as all things in the garage are.
But he did have an inkling of how to reuse it.
I can imagine it making quite a nice lamp, perhaps, out of it.
And once Daniel got his hands on it, the man stand was born. The beautiful etched bird caught the eye of this barber shop in Glasgow. It's not hard to see why. Owner Stephen thought it would fit in perfectly with all things manly in his quirky shop.
Well, it's quite good for us as barbers, so we've got the stand to put all our products on, but I particularly like the etching on it because our logo is actually a bird.
Time for Sarah to take flight over to Hazelmere to show Colin what happened to his old easel.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Sarah.
How are you?
I'm very well. Nice to see you.
And to see you. You were dropping off a lovely old artist's easel when I met you. Did you wonder what we might do with it after you took it away?
I did, yes. I mean, the thought of it just being another easel, but nicely sort of presented, was one thought that occurred to me.
Well, actually, I did have a few thoughts about it, but in the end, I took it to Walthamstow to a great guy called Dan, who's actually a surface pattern designer. So I've got some pictures to show you what he did with your easel.
Yes.
Here it is.
Oh, my goodness. That is lovely, isn't it?
He has turned it into what we have termed the man stand.
Right.
It was supposed to be
That's so appropriate today, isn't it? I mean, men spend a lot more time in front of the mirror.
It is our mission, having had things made, to sell them. And your man stand has gone to a lovely barber's from Glasgow. So I have £60 here for you as well.
Wow.
For your old easel.
Thank you very much indeed.
That's an absolute pleasure. Have you got any idea what you might spend £60 on?
That's going to the kidney research, UK kidney research.
OK.
And that's what I'd like to do with it.
Oh, well, that sounds like an amazing thing to do it. Thank you so much for letting us have it. Goodbye, Colin. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
Well, it was lovely to catch up with Colin again, and I bet he didn't see a man stand coming, but I think he approved of what we made of it, and I'm so pleased we managed to make a bit of profit for his charity.
Daniel charged a total of £200 for his work and materials, and the man stand was sold to the barbers for £260, leaving a pleasant profit of £60 for Colin's chosen charity. Over in East Sussex, Sarah's back to see the transformation of the Z bed. And it looks like Norman's got something on ice for her.
It's the most craziest thing I've ever had to do, really. But we have done the best to our ability, and I think it's turned out really well.
Well, I've traversed Sussex to pick up my transformed trolley, and I'm hoping it's going to be serviced with a smile and drinks all round, because a grumpy Norman is not a pleasant sight.
Sarah left Norman with this rusty old 1940s Z-bed. Now it's an absolutely fabulous drinks trolley. He's made a luxurious light oak tabletop with sunken ice boxes to chill your bubbly. All held within the original metal frame, complete with bed springs to give it that sense of history that comes with a vintage wine. Pass me the bubbly, darling.
Oh, hello.
Hello, you. How are you? You all right?
Norman,
There we go.
that is one on-trend trolley, isn't it?
You've got 2 lots of champagne. Oh, we put glass in there, but you've got 2 lots. Got storage underneath, got the glasses, and even a drawer for your bits and pieces, your umbrellas.
You've given it some class where it was really lacking.
I mean, we've used oak this time. We've kept it very light, so it's a bit of a modern with the old, so it's a bit of a twist on both counts.
The old Z-bed has been completely reconstructed, but some clever touches mean it will never be forgotten.
You move round the back.
Oh, no.
We kept that bottom, so that's for your tea towels, and then we put the springs in the back there to help hold it and just to remind everyone what it was.
Well, I think you've just kept all the good bits out of it.
Yeah.
And you've given it some lovely little casters as well.
Yeah, changed the casters. We didn't repaint it or do anything because I wanted to try and keep the history of it being a Z-bed and the label and everything, so we just cleaned it up and lacquered it, and yeah, I think it works.
I think you've done well, because that was a tricky thing to transform. It is a trolley with class. Go on then, hit me with the money, because it was just over 400 quid, wasn't it?
It was, but we went a bit over budget this one.
Really? Yeah. Go on then.
We got it to 800, I'm afraid.
You didn't?
No, 425, well.
Of course, Norman kept a budget, and Sarah's pretty impressed.
I think that you've created something out of nothing, and that's an achievement. And it's full of alcohol. What more could you ask for?
Fantastic, yeah.
Come on, Norm, let's...
That's nice.
Sun's out, let's take it outside.
I thought, what am I doing, taking it on? But as we got into it and everything, it turned into a really great project. And I actually quite like it, so I hope there's someone out there will love it as well. And I'm really pleased that Sarah liked it.
Well, it certainly goes to show you snooze, you lose. If I hadn't picked that up on the tip, we wouldn't have this fantastic drinks trolley. I think Norman's done a cracking job, and I can't wait to let everybody else have a look at it.
At the Whitley Recycling Centre, Sarah ran into Anthony, who had some old metal in his boot.
Oh, wow, that looks old and lovely. Hi there,
It is, hello. For Anthony, this was a bit of family history.
It's a real Z-bed, isn't it?
Real Z-bed, which has been in the family a lot of years.
Sarah thought it had potential.
Can I take away your Z-bed?
Yeah, thank you.
But Anthony had his doubts.
Z-bed is an unusual item, which may limit its possibilities of changing it.
But our Norman knows no limits, and after a wrestle with the metal, he produced this champion champagne trolley. Its unique vintage styling grabbed the attention of Nicole.
Oh, fantastic.
She bought it for her mobile catering company, We Are Lollapalooza, to serve the bubbly at their chic events.
Yeah, I'm liking this. The metal and the wood combined gives it a unique look. I like how they've still got the springs kept on it too. Yeah, really like it.
A happy buyer means Sarah has popped over to see Anthony to give him the good news about his old Z-bed.
Oh, hi there.
Hello, Sarah.
Right. You've been in the wars?
Yes, hip operation. Came out yesterday.
Oh, really? Oh, well,
Yes.
Thank you so much for seeing me.
My pleasure.
Well, I said I would be in contact with you about your Z-bed. Did you wonder what might happen to it after you took
I
it away?
did indeed. I expressed surprise, and because I know you've got your experts around the country, but I did wonder what on earth they could do with this one.
Well, you'd be pleased to know, lovely Norman, who is a great, normally go-to guy for woodwork, said, I'd love a challenge. Let me have your Z-bed. And I've got some pictures here to show you how it turned out. So here is your Z-bed it now looks like that.
Ah, I see. With a top and drawer and, and a drinks cabinet. And,
Drinks cabinet, yep, and he's got all sorts of little features in it to hold the glasses.
I love it. I love the wood. The choice of wood, yeah.
Lovely solid oak on the top.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely going places. In fact, it's going all the way up north to a catering company. And something to celebrate too, I've got a little £45
Wow, I mean, that's...
windfall there for your Z bed. So that's for you. Are you happy to take that?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. That's probably £45 more than I thought. So it's very good, thank you.
As you weren't expecting that, can I put you on the spot and say what might you do with it?
Probably go to charity, I think.
Well, that sounds very generous. Thank you so much. I wish you happy convalescence.
Thank you, Sarah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
While the Z bed is still going places, and it sounds like the £45 is going somewhere very special too.
The drinks trolley cost £425 for Norman's labour and materials, and the catering company bought it for £470, which left a profit of £45, which Anthony will be giving to charity. I'll drink to that. Sarah saved 3 items being discarded at the dump. Instead of going to waste, they were renovated, revolutionised and reinvented.
Well, with the help of my friends, we've managed to save stuff from the skip and turn things into saleable, stylish items. And handing over a bit of money for nothing? Well, that is a real bonus. The whole 3-piece suite, are you?
How do you make money for nothing?
What have you been smashing up?
The answer could be hiding in over 20 million tonnes of household waste thrown out by us every year.
Can I have them?
You're welcome to them. They're only going in the skip.
That's why entrepreneur Sarah Moore wants to get her hands on things before they hit the skip.
I'm a passionate maker, buyer and user of old stuff, and I've turned that passion into a money-making business. I make new stuff out of old stuff and I sell it for a profit.
And with some of the country's elite designers and makers...
I think we can really be quite playful with this.
I could make several mankinis out of this, couldn't I?
She can transform her finds into desirable...
That's such a relief.
Valuable...
It looks all shiny.
and hopefully saleable items.
I love them. You are a gem.
If Sarah is successful, then she can hand the profits back to the very people who had no idea there was cash to be made from their trash.
Really can't believe that. That's amazing.
Today, Sarah is in Altrincham at the Woodhouse Lane Recycling Centre. Here, a whole load of Greater Manchester surplus gets sorted.
Look at that. That is a department store for rubbish, a playground for junk. A massive opportunity lies just there. In fact, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm off to see what I can find.
Sarah's looking to salvage 3 skip-bound items into which she can breathe new life.
Come with me, let's go and find something. Come on. It's really good fun. You should try it. Not here, though. She get told off.
Sarah has a point. She has special permission to rake the refuse in Altrincham, so don't you dash down here hoping to do the same. 2 folks who have dashed down here with stuff to dump are Mum Wendy and daughter Rachel. Is there loot lurking in their boot?
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Now, what are a pair of nice girls like you doing with that dirty chunk of metal? You helping?
Yeah.
If I help you get it out?
Yep.
How'd you get that in there, then?
No, it's not coming out.
Wendy and Rachel are turfing out an old water tank. Come on, girls, give it some welly.
Oh, well done. Mind your car.
There we go.
Fantastic. Pop it down on the floor. Let's have a look at it. So, whose is this?
It's Rachel's, really.
Oh, really? Are you having some work done?
Yes, we are, yes, yeah. With this being like 50 years old, it's not acceptable to have it in the house.
It's probably slightly past its best, isn't it? But yeah, you haven't been drinking out of that, then?
Yes.
Have you?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, that's why it had to go.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's improved your immune system no end. If it's all right to say, please, may I have it? If I can make something out of it,
of course.
Can I come and find you and show you what I've done?
Yes, you can. Brilliant.
Galvanised water tanks can be found in lofts of older houses. They often supply cold water to all areas but the kitchen. These days they're plastic, but these old tanks can be made into all kinds of things, so I'm told. Any thoughts, Rachel and Wendy?
A table. Like pubs tend to go for all that kind of stuff, don't they? The old-fashioned stuff, you know. But it'll be interesting to see what she does out of it.
Well, this is beautiful, isn't it? Look, it's got rivets, it's got rust, it's got old taps sticking out of it. But I think it needs saving. It's got a lovely look to it because you can't recreate age like this. I've got a big plan for this, and I think you're going to love it in the end. But currently, not looking good.
I think you're going to need some help with this one, Sarah. Just as well, you know who to take it to. Introducing Lorna and Clinton, the Junk Gypsies. This pair are on board the eco-locomotive, steaming down the tracks to a greener future. Combining Lorna's upholstery skills and Clinton's design talents, they deliver quality handmade furniture with that steampunk feel that's very on trend.
Using salvage material gives you an opportunity to not just be cleaner and greener, but it gives you a chance to preserve pieces of history.
We're like yin and yang. Like, I love all the soft, fluffy, warm, clean side of it, and Clinton.
I just love the rust and the dirt and the grime. But actually, the collaboration of the two, that's what makes our small company work.
We work well together, don't we, love?
It's difficult to see the soft, fluffy side, but I think Clinton's going to be happy. One item down, two more to find. If people didn't know that Sarah was here today, they do now.
Wasn't me. Now, if you hear that, that means there's rubbish and we've got to go and find it. Ready?
Oh, all right, give it a rest, Sarah. While my ears stop ringing, why don't you see what Roy's got in his boot?
Ooh, that's got lovely legs, hasn't it? Hello.
Oh, well, hello there. Yeah, hi. They're not bad.
Have you had those legs long?
Ruth. Since I was a child, they were my parents. My parents bought this in Waring-Gillard in Manchester a long, long time ago. And it's just sort of followed them, and then in the last 20-odd years followed my wife and I around.
OK.
But it's time for a change.
It looks like it had a lot of style. I bet when this was first bought, it was pride of place, wasn't it?
Oh, I think so. It came with a little single wardrobe, and it came with a double wardrobe. And it's got mirrors that go on the back of it.
Oh, really? Lovely.
There's that, and then two side mirrors that go with it.
Yeah, so I understand why you might think that's dated. Just before you slide it in there, can I have it instead?
You're more than welcome to it. Is it going to a good home?
It definitely would be going to a good home, and if it would be all right, I'd love to catch up with you and show you what happens to it.
I'd be delighted. No issue at all. Yeah,
lovely.
That's nice.
I normally say, can I take this away now? But what would be really helpful is if you could help me.
I'd be delighted to.
I think just off this way would be lovely.
Right.
The old things are always heavier than the new ones.
Certainly are.
Roy's dressing table and mirror combo are a hit with Sarah as she sees a future for them. But does Roy have any ideas about what could happen to them?
I haven't got a clue. I hardly think she's going to paint it in green gloss paint or something, but maybe she is. I don't know. I know nothing about restoration. I just know the way it was and what it was meant to be, but what will be, will be.
This is just the kind of piece of furniture that you see all the time, given a lovely new coat of chalk paint and upcycled for somebody's bedroom. I think we can make it more cutting edge, though. It's got a good shape, it's got nice legs. and some really useful mirrors, so something must be able to be done with this.
And Sarah knows just the chap to take this on. Master carpenter Norman Wilkinson. Norman's skill and attention to detail shines through in everything he makes, and Sarah is never disappointed.
Oh, what Sarah brings, yeah, well, you know, it gets a bit more diverse every time. It tests you, it can be fun. As long as the job comes out looking good, saleable, and someone loves it at the end of it, that's all that matters.
Norman brings with him over 25 years of experience and is the definition of old school.
I'm not into this modern world and the modern sayings. Upcycling is a new word. I mean, we create, I suppose, that's what we call it. I'm one of the lucky people in life. I get up in the morning and I look forward to coming to work, so can't ask for any more than that, can I?
That enthusiasm might be dampened somewhat when Norman claps his eyes on the old dressing table Sarah's saved for him. With 2 items secured, Sarah needs to find one more, one that she can transform at home.
That is what I'm after, not that.
Well, you might find something in the back of Robert's boot.
Ooh, are they prints?
Not sure.
These yours, then?
They are.
Have they been up in the sitting room, then?
Unfortunately, no, they've been hidden away in the attic. So we're just clearing them out.
So what do you think of them, then? Are these your cup of tea?
Not my cup of tea, no, myself. But, you know, I can see them being hung on the wall in a nice house somewhere.
OK. What is that? Hold on. Malater, Paul Malater, is a young Hungarian artist living in Holland since 1958. What's the reckoning? Is Paul Malater going to be...
I reckon it's just going to be...
A good bet?
Well, safely, yeah, a good bet.
I think there is something about them that means they shouldn't go in there.
By all means, if you think there's something about them, and I'm free to a good home.
Well, I'll take them away, and if I find out they're worth anything, or that people just snap them up, I'll be back in touch.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks very much.
You need that.
Oh, yeah. That's provenance, you know.
Yeah, that's traceability.
Provenance is a massive, massive thing in the art world, but thank you so much for these.
OK, no worries.
OK, bye-bye.
Bye now.
Provenance is just a fancy word for the history of the ownership of a painting. But it is important as it can help confirm the authenticity of a work of art. Can Robert see the same potential as Sarah?
I'm not surprised that somebody wanted them, because there's someone out there who'll always want something. But I'm hopefully she can have them repaired, touched up and cleaned and find a good home for them.
Me too, Robert, as long as it's not mine.
They look to me like they are painted at the end of the 60s. They've got cheeky street appeal. They're kitsch. But he was quite good at it, wasn't he? Definitely something here.
That makes up our 3 items. The water tank will go to Lorna and Clinton, the dressing table will get the Norman treatment, and Sarah will try and muster up a masterpiece with the paintings.
Well, that lot didn't make the cut, but the other finds have been fabulous. Let's go make some money.
For our first stop, we're off to the village of Dodford on the outskirts of Bromsgrove. Sarah's lugged along the rusty water tank to see what Lorna and Clinton make of it.
I actually hope I can get my hands on some metal, some wood, something really bulky that I can turn into like a bit of a showpiece.
I'm praying for a chair.
You want a chair?
I want a really old chair.
OK.
Uh-oh. Well, I suppose you could sit on it, if you had to.
Well, it's looking a bit decrepit, isn't it? Look at all that rust coming out of it. I'm hoping that Lorna and Clinton won't get put off when I show them. I've got a few ideas where I think they might be able to make a little something out of this.
It's going to take a bit more than a really good PR job, if you ask me.
Come and see this, look. I saw this and I thought of you.
Wow.
Is that the right thing? Not a chair.
Definitely not a chair.
Actually, I've got some really good ideas for it.
Okay.
I think might keep you both busy.
Should we get it inside?
Fab, let's go for it. Another day I don't need to go to the gym. Looks right at home, doesn't it? What is it? Lorna, you must love the interior. Look at that beautiful build-up of rust in there. It's awesome.
I wanted rust, I wanted metal. I'm semi-happy.
Yeah, so you got everything you wanted.
Don't worry, I mean, let's brainstorm a little bit and see what we can do with it.
I've seen them made into, you know, great coffee tables. People make cupboards out of them, put doors on the front. But I was wondering what would happen if we cut it in half. Maybe make a coffee table and some sort of padded footstool ottoman thing out of it.
Okay.
Does that sound possible?
Yeah, sounds good. So what we're talking is maybe cutting it in half, yeah? I'll take the top portion, I'll make that and focus on making a coffee table.
Yeah.
I'll leave this bottom portion to you, and then we can come together and then we'll see if it works.
Yeah.
Well, there's your plan, although Lorna isn't that convinced. She has the task of making the bottom portion of this rusty old tank into a footstool, while Clinton makes the top half into a coffee table. Now, how much will all that cost?
I'm thinking overall cost, including materials and bits and bobs, I'm thinking around 265. Normally I would say they're about 50 quid if you wanted to buy one, but because you've already brought it, I'd probably say about 265.
265 is fab. You're creating two pieces of furniture. We can either sell them as a pair or sell them separately. So if you're happy with that, I'm happy with that.
I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm happy. I think for 265, if it does go to plan, we can create two things which are going to be stunning.
Great, sounds like a good plan to be 265 for two pieces of furniture.
Happy
Go for
with
it.
that?
Yeah, fantastic. Hope it goes well and give me a shout when it's ready.
Okay.
Nice to see
Love
you.
to see you again.
Nice to see you. Good luck.
See you soon. Well, we always work really well together anyway, so that's not really my worry. My worry is if it doesn't go to plan, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just not. It's not a chair, is it?
It's just not a chair.
Well, that's such a relief because Lorna and Clinton loved all that rust on that tank, didn't they? Well, I think they're going to in the end. So that is going to be two great projects, hopefully combining to make one great result.
Lorna and Clinton, for a budget of £265, are going to transform the old galvanised water tank into an upholstered footstool and coffee table. I just hope they haven't bitten off more than they can chew. Our next stop is Hellingley, a beautiful village nestling in the East Sussex countryside. Sarah's brought along the dainty dressing table to see if it appeals to our Norman.
Well, I've got a sweet dressing table that really needs dressing up because I'd love to turn this into a really elegant, feminine piece. So I brought it to Norman, obviously.
Well, Sarah's due today, so it's going to be interesting what she brings. Let's just see where we go.
Marnie, where are you?
Hi, Sarah.
Look what I've got for
Hello,
you.
you. Oh, dear, another gem.
Let me put it down. It's got hidden depths.
Oh, it's got hidden treasures, has it?
Well, there are some mirrors underneath it.
OK.
Should we put the mirrors on top? There's this one, and then there's three more.
You know how to spoil me, don't you?
So in my wild dreams, I was thinking perhaps we could use this mirror to clad the drawers.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I think that these bits, I was thinking, but how about creating a beautiful mirror-backed Venetian-style dressing table? Oh, speechless. It's not like you to be lost for words.
Fantastic.
I'm not convinced you mean that, Norman. Sarah's vision is for the mirror to be cut into small pieces. These are to be attached to the front of each drawer. The look is to be similar to early 15th century Venetian furniture, often covered in mirrors and made by the craftsmen of Murano.
The only thing is we've got a curved drawer there, so we're going to have to make that. We're going to have to cut that square. We'll have to cut it off there so we get the nice flat level, and then we'll take the moulding off and then we'll remould it. Just make it dark, beautiful, dazzling handles.
Dazzling handles. Price for that, go on, hit me.
If we go for this look with the mirrors and everything, we're going to be touching on the £300 mark, 295, you know.
I reckon for that, it's a good price. I'll leave it to you. Go on, you know you want to.
I really want to.
You want
Yes,
to.
OK.
Bye.
We might start with the drawers and the mirrors and see if I have a complete disaster with them. I mean, we'll have to make a decision whether I cut it or I take it and have it professionally done. But, yeah, what can go?
Well, how do you think that went? I think Norman might have taken on the Venetian idea, but I might come back and find he's just painted it. Who knows?
Sarah's left Norman with a budget of £295 to create a classic Venetian masterpiece. I can't wait to see this one. In West Sussex, Sarah's back home with the two unusual oil paintings. She's been reading up on the artist responsible for these creations. So, don't keep us in suspense. Are they worth millions?
Well, I've done a little bit of research on these paintings. Lathe was a prolific painter of these kind of street urchin children back in the 50s. There's one thing that is absolutely certain about these. Loads of people will detest them. I am worried that if I do these as a straight sell, I might only get a car boot kind of price for them. And what I'd really like to do is share the fantastic, strong imagery with all the people who love that kind of thing and transfer it into fabric and make bags out of it.
The plan is to not only sell the paintings, but to print the design onto fabric, from which Sarah will make bags. Sarah's taking high-quality digital images. She will send these off to be printed.
I think I've got some great shots there. I'm going to send them off and get some fabric printed.
And 48 hours after the picture taking, Sarah's printed material arrives back.
That is just perfect. I want these bags to look really strong. I want them to look kitsch and vintage. And I think this is just ticking all of those boxes. Well, that's the easy bit. The fabric looks great. All I've got to do is make a dozen tote bags out of it. How hard can that be?
Tote means to carry by hand, so tote bags kind of translate to handbags, which is strange because you're more likely to sling them over your shoulder.
Well, there they are, 12 panels of each, perfect for turning into tote bags. So it's a pretty simple process. All I've got to do is put the panels right sides together, like that, line them up nice and neatly, and sew all the way around the outside. But before I do that, I think it'd be much easier to get the handles in place. So I'm going to turn a little hem over the top and then use some of this canvas fabric cut into strips to make some really strong, sturdy handles.
Sarah's got to make 24 handles. This could take some time.
She's probably using lovely oatmeal-coloured thread, but I'm going for pink.
Very nice.
It was just the one that was left in the machine.
Oh, and here's me thinking it was all part of the design. Once the handles are sewn in place, all that's left to do is to sew a lining on the inside. Then the two sides can be sewn together.
I think that'll be just about all right. It's strong enough. It's going to be handy over the shoulder, and I think it's going to look really unusual. And that's in a good way.
Whatever you say, Sarah. So far, Sarah's spent £60 on material and printing. They certainly are unusual, but will anyone want to buy them? Back on board the upcycling locomotive are Lorna, who's making a footstool, and Clinton, who's creating a coffee table, both items from the old water tank that Sarah dropped off.
We've started with the tank that Sarah brought. We've measured and cut the two pieces that we're going to work on. This is my favourite, like working with rust, metal, rotten wood. So, yeah, when Sarah brought me this rusty bucket, Lorna weren't too impressed, but I actually really loved it.
If rusty buckets take your fancy, then this one's right up your alley, Clinton. But before tackling the rust, there's that tap to deal with. Yes, that's the one. Now, to remove all the loose rust, brute force in the shape of a mallet should do the trick.
As you can see, a lot of the surface type rust that was about to fall off has dislodged quite a lot of it. It's hard to imagine at this point, when you're seeing all the rust and the dirt, that this will be a beautiful piece of furniture in someone's home. That's where your vision comes in.
I'm glad Clinton has a vision, as Lorna's struggling to see the finished footstool.
Clinton's cut me some wood for my top.
The dilemma is, what fabric would look best to cover the top?
got some old coffee sacks, which I think are really cool. Or I was thinking, like patchwork leather pieces. I think leather. I think I'm going to lean towards leather. However, I like the simplicity of this, Ian.
Because these items that we work with are so old, they're not exactly square. So if I order a square piece of glass and just measure it across there, when you actually come to put the piece of glass on, it's not going to look right. It will sit square, and if this is slightly out. So the way I always combat that is simply going to use a piece of card. You literally want to be the same size as the top of the lid because it will make it look super nice and refined.
It's a simple process of drawing round the edges and cutting round the shape.
So there's your template. All you do now, pop that in an envelope and send that off to the guy who makes my glass.
Back on the upholstery side, Lorna's about to start cutting out the padding for the new cushion.
So I'll basically measure this out with my wood.
But she still hasn't made a decision about the fabric for the cover, which isn't a disaster, because it looks like this project is going to take a while.
I feel like I would be here for about a month with this.
Better let Sarah know not to rush back. Hellingley in East Sussex is where Norman has his workshop. He's about to bling up the old dressing table. His challenge, to turn it into a mirrored Venetian beauty.
So we're going to strip it down where we can see this has got a curved drawer. We're actually going to have to take the drawer front off and we're going to square it up. And then we're going to square all these up, drill some holes and put some nice glass handles on it. But I don't have a very good success rate with glass or mirrors or whatever. I smash most of them and cost me a fortune. So I'm more than likely going to take it down the glassworks that we use and get them to do it. Then if they smash it, then it's their fault, not mine.
The plan is to let somebody else do the tricky bit of cutting the existing mirrors. Norman will flatten the front and square the top, ready to glue the mirrors onto the drawer fronts. So, what's first?
First thing is we're going to take the drawers out. We'll strip it all down, strip it down to the basics, and then we can then start redoing. I just seen if she left me any £50 notes under the paper, but not my lucky day. Yeah. Well, there's no screws, so it's a case of hit and hope.
Hit and hope? I don't like the sound of that.
I'll give it a tap first. Yeah. Oh, I love smashing things apart. Love it. But this one's actually going... I'm really pleased. This one's just pulling off lovely. You know, there's many a time when the glue sticks on, you do that and the whole thing comes apart with you. So, you know, someone likes me today, makes a change.
We always like you, Norman.
Anyway, so that's just a bit of thin old veneered wood on it, so it was obviously made the cheapest way it could in the time when they made it. I've got the drawer fronts to sort out. I've got to try and get them... I've got to try and get that moulded edge off, so they've got to be nice and flat. We have two chances. We can either replace the drawer front or, I mean, I can cheat and run them through the saw and see where we go. So I think I'll try cheating first.
All that's required to remove the moulding is to shave the thinnest morsel from the front of each drawer.
I think we've got lady luck on our side. Yeah, that was looking great. We've lost the beveled edge, so I'll give that a light sand and then we can get the glass on it. Mirror on the wall. And yeah, superb.
So far, so good, but there's still lots to think about. The paint finish, perhaps? What will the glass handles look like? Will there be enough mirror to cover the front? I think we'll leave it to you, Norman. Back in West Sussex, Sarah's at home putting the finishing touches to the 12 Kitsch tote shopping bags.
Well, it's been a bit of a process, but I think it's well worth it. I mean, who else has got a tote bag with an original oil painting on each side? Definitely unique and really quite pleasing.
When Sarah saved the old paintings, it's safe to say their appeal as works of art was limited. But by taking those very same images, she's broadened their appeal, making them into 12 totally amazing bags. The simple shape and design makes them suitable for all occasions, and the strong, hard-wearing linen she's chosen will help these bags live on for years to come. For collectors of kitsch carry-alls, these beauties have it all.
Well, I had a production line going to make these bags, but I think they've come out OK. I love that kitsch face just looking out from each one, and I'm hoping that there'll be a load of people who just want to own one. I'm going to take some pictures of them, and then I'm going to share them, find out if I can sell them. Somebody's going to want one.
In order to appeal to all the kitsch shopping bag lovers out there in need of a new one, Sarah's posting some pickies online. But will she be able to sell them? When Sarah caught up with Robert at the tip, she was just in time.
That's it now, just these last few things and then...
Ooh, are they prints?
Not sure.
The pictures weren't Robert's cup of tea.
Have they been up in the sitting room then?
Unfortunately, no, they've been hidden away in the attic.
Despite not being his brew, Robert still had high hopes for them.
Hopefully she can have them repaired, touched up and cleaned and find a good home for them.
Well, Robert, that's exactly what happened. Sarah shared pictures of the bags on social media, and all 12 were snaffled by private buyers. Not only that, she sold the paintings too. Sarah's in Partington in Greater Manchester to give Robert the good news and hand over the profit.
Hello, hi, Sarah. How are you doing?
I'm really well. How are you?
I'm fine. Fine. Yourself?
I'm very well. Now, I really was amazed to see those pictures coming out of your car boot. Did you wonder what I might do with them if I'd sold them?
I thought you would have salvaged them and cut the little pictures out and stuck them on some benches or something like that.
I actually sold the pictures and with the profit had some fabric printed using their images, and I've got some pictures here to show you of what I did with them.
Yeah.
You ready?
I am.
Your pictures have been turned into bags, and I made a dozen of them. What do you reckon?
Really good, that.
Yeah?
No, still not my cup of tea, but someone would like them, yeah?
Well, somebody did like them, actually. In fact, I sold all the ones that I'd made.
Oh, did you?
So I've got some money for you.
Oh.
I've got 240 quid here for you.
Be joking. 240 quid? That's actually astounding.
Is that a surprise?
That's a surprise, yeah.
So, £240 that you weren't expecting. What are you going to do with that?
Oh, 10% I'm going to give to a local charity. And probably treat myself to a new bag.
Fantastic. Well...
But I'll never look at a picture the same now.
Lovely to catch up with you.
Yep.
Any more pictures like that, send them my way.
I will do. No worries.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, cheers.
Bye.
The cost of making the tote bags was £60 for the picture-printed fabric. The sale of all 12 bags and the pictures themselves made £300. That left a profit of £240 for Robert to share between a brand new bag for himself and a local charity. With the paintings having made a handsome profit, Sarah's travelled back to Bromsgrove to see how Clinton and Lorna have got on with the old water tank.
Well, this could be exciting because I left Lorna and Clinton with a proper challenge. I asked them to turn something that you wouldn't want hidden in your loft into something that would take pride of place in the smartest room in your house. Let's see if they've nailed it or failed it.
I think she's going to love it. It's a little bit different to what I said I was going to do, but nice surprise.
Yeah, we've made a couple of little alterations on the original design, but I think she's going to be really, really pleased with what she sees.
The water tank was full of rust and not something you'd want in the house. Now, Lorna and Clinton have created a footstool and coffee table fit to grace the fanciest of living rooms. The rusty interior has been thoroughly cleaned and sealed with a latex glue. Lorna has upholstered the seat in lovely leather, and it's all compliant with all UK fire safety standards. Clinton's elegant cut glass tabletop reveals the inside of the base. He's even left the water tank's original ball cock in there as a fun feature. But will Sarah see the funny side of this transformation?
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
Oh, it's success all round then. How are you doing?
Do you like it?
Yeah. Oh, nice to see you. Yeah, really well. It worked. It's great. Lorna, that is just such a professional finish on that. It's fantastic, isn't it? Thank you. Are you pleased with it?
I'm really pleased with it. This is one of them items where I actually...
Don't want to give it to you.
Yeah. We sort of tried to design it to keep the box shape. That was Lorna's brief. And then the rivets on the side, she's just added one simple button to follow that the theme through. And then we've kept it level, so with the glass and with the fabric, the idea was that you could literally just push them together and it forms one coffee table.
I remember the rubbish that was in the bottom of the tank, and it looked, you know, like you wouldn't give it house room in a million years. This is beautiful.
It's all safety.
Yeah.
All safety glass. Everything else is 100% upcycled as well.
I'm confident this is going to be finding a new home really quickly.
I think Sarah likes it, ball cock and all. Now it's time to talk cash. How did Lorna and Clinton do with the budget?
How was budget? I think we left somewhere like 265. How'd you get on?
Yeah, we brought it in exactly on budget, 265.
Guys, I think it's fantastic. Thanks so much. I'll get it picked up and I'll let you know where it goes. That's love. Bye.
Bye.
Well, of course they nailed it. There are two beautiful pieces of furniture there, and I think there's definitely money to be made.
I'm glad we got Sarah's seal of approval. I actually felt in my bones it was a good piece anyway, so I'm glad she really liked it. And you know what, that's going to be... Someone's going to give that a nice home.
The better.
Yeah, picture of me and you on it.
When Sarah met mother and daughter, Wendy and Rachel, she was pleased to see them.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Now, what a pair of nice girls like you doing with that dirty chunk of metal?
They brought their old tank to the tip for a good reason.
With this being like 50 years old, it's not acceptable to have it in the house.
Wendy had ideas about where it might end up.
Pubs tend to go for all that kind of stuff, don't they? The old-fashioned stuff, you know, but it'll be interesting to see what she does out of it.
Well, Wendy, it's Clinton and Lorna you have to thank for this one. In fact, they did such a good job, Sarah had no problem finding a buyer. Home furnishing shop French cottage-inspired living in Petworth, West Sussex loved their look. And manager Michael couldn't be happier.
We think they'd be ideal for our customers. We do the unusual stuff here, and this is just perfect.
Sarah's travelled to Urmston in Manchester to tell Wendy the good news and hand over the profit.
Hi there.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello, nice
Hi.
to see you again.
Thank
How are you?
All right, thank you very much.
So you were being a really helpful mummy the last time I saw you.
Yes, I was.
So helping your daughter clear out her house.
Yep.
How's that all gone?
We're still halfway there from doing it. We've still got the hall stairs and landing to do, but I think this year we'll get it completed one way or another.
Fantastic. So did you think somebody comes away and asks you for your old rusty water tank? What are they going to do with that?
Well, I have thought about it, and it's rattled my mind in what you were going to do with it, and we've sat there and discussed it, but I haven't got a clue.
I've got some pictures to show you. That is how I think you might remember it.
Yeah?
It now is a coffee table and footstool set.
Oh, that's brilliant. That looks fantastic.
Do you like it?
Brilliant. It's great.
It's gone from the loft, where you wouldn't want to see it, into a shop where they just love the look of it. They're going to sell it. There's a little bit of profit for you.
Oh, brilliant.
A smashing 45 quid here for you, for your old tank.
That is absolutely fantastic.
What might you do with that?
I'm going to go and have a holiday, a long-earned holiday after all the work that we've been doing.
I'm so pleased for you. I hope you have a lovely time. You definitely deserve to have a holiday after helping out.
Thank you very much, then.
Really good to catch up.
Brilliant.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Lorna and Clinton came in on budget at £265. Sarah sold the two pieces of furniture together for an impressive £310, giving Wendy £45 to put towards her holiday. Sarah has returned to Hellingley in East Sussex to the workshop of Norman in the hope of finding a mirrored Venetian beauty instead of a weary old dressing table.
I think it's come up really well. I think Sarah will be really pleased. We've done a nice bold colour. The mirror has cut well and looks really cool. Yeah, and I'm really, really pleased with it.
Well, I'm so excited to be here picking up my dressing table, and I'm hoping Norman has gone for the full makeover and used all those mirrors and not just a cosmetic update.
When Sarah left the dressing table with Norman, she hoped for a radical transformation. And Norman's come up trumps. This is no longer a dowdy old dressing table, but instead a sparkling Venetian-inspired beauty. Norman has smoothed the surfaces, allowing the cut and polished original central mirror to be attached to the front of each drawer. Cut glass crystal handles have been sourced to provide extra bling. The side mirrors have been fixed in place horizontally across the back of a brand new top. And finally, a striking Regency blue chalk paint has been applied as a classic finish. But will it be glassy enough to please Sarah?
Norman?
Hello, you.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, how are you?
Well,
Always get two
always
in.
get the two. There you go.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
What do you think?
That was really tired.
Yeah.
Not desirable.
Now, it
Love
is.
it. Love it.
And we've done a nice strong colour inside as well to complement the inside of the drawers.
It's
Excellent.
really good.
Had to take the glass down to Glassworks because we had to put. We thought we'd need a professional job, but also they've polished the edges so you don't catch yourself on them. So I think it's turned out really, really well.
To embrace all of that, I think, is really clever. And these...
Yeah.
Who are you, Norman?
I found my feminine side.
Well, I have to say, I really like your feminine side. How's your budget side?
Taking the mirrors down to the glass works to cut and everything, it just blew the budget away.
Right.
Because I really didn't think. But because we handshaked and we're old school, we will still do it for the same money.
So 295.
Yeah, 295. Yeah.
Oh, you've done a cracking job.
Fantastic. Sell it well. See you soon.
Well, of course, he used all the mirror. I love the way Norman makes things for us because they are beautiful and they're saleable.
I'm really happy. Great response from Sarah. Loved everything we did. She should love it for the price we did. So, happy days. She'll hopefully sell it well. Brilliant.
When Sarah met Roy at the tip, he was familiar with the history of the dressing table.
My parents bought this in Waring Gillards in Manchester a long, long time ago.
Although pleased to hand it over, there was one stipulation.
Is it going to a good home?
It definitely would be going to a good home.
Having agreed to let Sarah take it, Roy had no idea how it would turn out.
I hardly think she's going to paint it in green gloss paint or something, but maybe she is. I don't know. What will be, will be.
Once back at home, Sarah posted pictures of the dressing table online to try and hook a buyer. And in no time at all, it was on its way to a new home. Sarah is in Hale to show Roy what became of his old dressing table and to hand over the profit.
Hello there.
Hello, nice to see you again,
Nice to see you again.
Good weather for it?
Oh, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen next with this weather, do you? No, it's just the way it is.
Your old dressing table was ending up at the tip, wasn't it?
Exactly. It had to go. It was past its sell-by date, so to speak, so it had to go, yeah.
When you got home, did you wonder what I might do with it?
I wonder whether it was salvageable, whether anything could happen to it, but I don't know.
Well, I took it to a great mate of mine, Norman, so I've got some pictures here to show you how it ended up.
My goodness. It's changed colour as well.
So, what do you think of it? Do you approve?
I wouldn't recognise it, I must confess. That is super.
It's actually been sold, so I've got some profit here for you.
Oh, well.
Not a huge amount, but I have got £40 here that was profit after we sold the dressing table. That's for you.
Well done, you. Well done, you. Well, that's... Yes, everyone's a winner.
Indeed.
That is good. That's good.
What might you do with £40?
It'll go to a charity, but I don't know. I'll talk it through with my wife and we'll decide which one. But no, we were expecting nothing. It was just going, it'll go to some charity. What did you say that?
Well, I'll pass on your approval to Norman. I know he was really pleased with it, so I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, please do. It is great. I
Brilliant.
can't believe it's the same thing. Sarah, thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks
Bye-bye.
a lot. Look, cheerio now. Bye-bye. Take care.
Norman charged £295 to do up Roy's dressing table. Sarah was able to sell it for £335, making a profit of £40 for Roy. Sarah salvaged 3 items travelling to the trash. Lorna and Clinton worked wonders on the water tank. Norman totally transformed the dressing table, and Sarah sent those 2 paintings on a wonderful new journey.
Well, with some imagination and lots of hard work, we've created beautiful bespoke pieces that will really stand the test of time. What fantastic transformations.